Welcome to the Master Secrets of Money and Prosperity. I have carefully curated this collection of my most powerful and transformative teachings on prosperity. In this special audiobook, I've brought together my most impactful episodes, including Your Prosperity Begins With You, The Integral Laws of Prosperity, Money Magnetism, and other essential teachings that have helped thousands transform their financial reality. For the first time, these vital messages are gathered in one comprehensive journey toward abundance consciousness. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to attract wealth effortlessly, while others struggle despite their best efforts? The answer lies not in external circumstances, but in a profound truth that has transformed countless lives. You are the master architect of your own prosperity. Right now, you might be thinking, if I create my own reality, why isn't my reality already abundant? That's exactly the question that launched me on a journey to understand the deeper mechanics of prosperity, a journey that has helped thousands of people transform their relationships with wealth and abundance. I talk to people every day that are receiving large sums of money from multiple sources by utilizing my teachings. What you're about to discover in this collection isn't just another series of financial tips or get-rich-quick schemes. I'm not selling you anything. This is not a scam. These are the fundamental principles that govern the flow of abundance in your life. These are the insights that have helped people move from crushing debt to financial freedom, from scarcity thinking to abundance consciousness, from being at the mercy of circumstances to becoming conscious creators of their financial reality. But let me be clear. This is not just about positive thinking alone. This is about understanding and working with the integral laws that govern prosperity. Laws as reliable as gravity, yet as subtle as quantum mechanics. And they're not what you think they are. These are laws that, once understood, can be used to transform your financial reality from the inside out. Throughout my years of teaching these principles, I've witnessed extraordinary transformations. I've seen people rise from extreme poverty to create lives of unlimited abundance. I've watched as individuals learn to reverse financial adversity and break free from the chaotic chains of debt. And most importantly, I've observed as people awakened to the profound truth that they themselves, not their jobs, the economy, or their circumstances, are the source of their prosperity. What makes these transformations possible? The answer lies in understanding a simple yet revolutionary truth. Prosperity isn't something that happens to you. It's something that happens through you. In this comprehensive collection, you will discover how to tap into this truth through teachings that have already changed countless lives. Each episode in this collection builds upon the others, creating a complete roadmap to prosperity consciousness, from Money Enigma to how to reverse financial adversity, from overcoming indebtedness to from extreme poverty to unlimited abundance. These teachings work together to reveal the full spectrum of prosperity principles. The journey you're about to embark on isn't just about money. It's about awakening to your true power as a creator of your reality. Are you ready to discover the source of unlimited abundance that lies within you? The Master Secrets of Money and Prosperity by Brian Scott. Chapter 1. Your Prosperity Begins With You. It may be that one of the great moments in the long history and evolution of man on planet Earth was when some primitive first got an inkling that they could be free, that they could have some control over their destiny. It didn't mean, nor did he think it did, that he could control the elements or the giant beasts which roamed their world. However, it did mean They could take charge of their own life and do certain things of their own volition, which would determine the influence of outer conditions and creatures upon their life. It was one of the great moments in human history. And it is an important moment in your life when you discover for yourself the great truth that things may happen around you, that things may happen to you. The only things which really count are the things that happen in you. You may have precious little control of the elements or the fluctuation of the stock market or the unpredictable behavior of people. However, you live in a world of your consciousness, which is the sum total of the thoughts of your mind. And you can control what goes on in your mind. This is not to say that it is easy, but to establish that it is possible. There's a great idea that you will encounter again and again on your quest. You are a living magnet, constantly drawing to you the things, the people, and the circumstances which are in accord with your thoughts. In other words, you are where you are in experience, in relationships, even in financial conditions because of what you are, which is where you are in consciousness. Now, this is not an easy teaching. You may want to reject it and pause this video. In the Bible, when Jesus began to lay out the hard laws of his teaching, it says, many of his disciples drew back and no longer went about with him. John 6:6. And thus it has always been, however, if you are willing to accept full responsibility for your life, then even as your level of thought has put you where you are, or at least contributed to it, so by a change of consciousness, you can change the experiences of your life. This would seem not to apply in the case of the nation's economy and its influence on your personal prosperity. However, there are broad differences of opinion among the world's economists. However, we can be certain of one thing. By reason of the law of sequence and consequence, every cycle had to start somewhere. It is likely that someone or some group of persons set forth a strongly felt belief which spread like fire and swept across the country, having a measurable influence upon consumer buying, the job market, the inflationary spiral, and on the performance of the stock market. One thing which economists do agree upon is that business conditions always tend to reflect the level of confidence of the people. On a more personal level, your own prosperity or lack of it will also reflect the level of your thinking. There's just no way around it. Your fortune, good or bad, begins with you. Financial crises, even recessions or depressions, so far as they affect your pocketbook or bank account or job stability, begin with your reactions of faith or fear. You do not cause economic conditions, though we all share in the cumulative consciousness that is the cause. But if you give them reality by your negative thoughts or conversations about them, you become synchronized with an energy flow which has as swift an influence on your life as the light that bathes the room when you throw the switch. So many people watch the news, get caught up in politics, and they say, oh, look at that inflation. Oh, I heard about the gas prices. Everything's going to hell. We're going to have a recession. You do not make the light, but in a very real sense, it becomes real in your experience by reason of your act of turning it on. Someone could say, you're fortunate to have light in your room, but your fortune begins with you. You are the one that turned on the switch. Your personal welfare begins with your consciousness. It is not what happens on Wall Street. It is not the state of the economy. It has its inception in the state of your mind. You can be prosperous when business is poor, and you can experience financial difficulties even when business is booming. Consider, if you will, the responsibility you have toward conditions as a whole, for what happens in your mind and is reflected in your affairs will have a definite, even if minuscule, influence upon the nation's business. There's no way out. You are always on the side of the problem, or you are on the side of the solution. Choose this day whom you will serve. Joshua 24:15. However, as concerns prosperity for you, it is simply a matter of addition or subtraction. By your thinking, you are either adding to your good or you are taking away from it. The law is inexorable. Failure or lack in your life is simply the result of continuously minusing yourself. Conversely, success and prosperity are the result of constantly plussing yourself. It is wise to take inventory occasionally. Are you dealing in minuses or pluses? It is that simple. Your negative thoughts of fear and worry are depleting your good faster than inflation erodes the value of the dollar. And your positive, optimistic thoughts add to your good more dramatically than compound interest increases your bank savings. Jesus declared this truth in a statement that has been extremely controversial. He said, "For unto everyone that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance. But from him that hath not shall be taken away, even that which he hath." Matthew 25:29. To many persons, this seems to say that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, which certainly would appear to be a great injustice. Actually, Jesus' statement puts into symbolical language the kind of orderly law upon which the whole universe is constructed. Remember that little horseshoe-shaped piece of steel painted red which we played with as children. We would use it to pick up metallic objects and to find things in the sand. A magnet attracts and holds iron filings. Yet if you take an unmagnetized piece of steel, even if it is shaped like a horseshoe and painted red, it not only attracts no filings, but even if you heap some filings on the steel, they will fall off at the first jostling. This is not favoritism or luck. It is basic universal law. Thus, in the same sense, you are constantly attracting to you the conditions you make inevitable by the quality of your thoughts. In the old New Thought teachings, there is a lot of emphasis given to making demonstrations. The student may say, "I am trying to demonstrate over this," or "I'm working to demonstrate a new job." It is a term used in scientific prayer, as Ernest Holmes refers to it. The concept that if you get certain things worked out within your consciousness, you're going to outform or manifest them in your experience. Answered prayer, then, is a demonstration. In the science of prayer, nothing is incurable or beyond help. All things are possible. It is a tremendously important realization. However, in the minds of many students, it is a matter of making divine law work. You can't make law work. Law is an inexorable process. You can't make law work. You're always in the working milieu of law, as for example, you're always under the influence of gravity. One might be foolish to say, "I'm going to make a demonstration of gravity." The fact is, gravity is a constant. You may stray from the awareness of the process and do some unwise thing that will revert to you as a problem. If so, the need is simply to stop doing it and once again become synchronized with gravity's supportive vibration. So it is with the demonstration of divine law. It is not something you do to God or even something that God does especially for you. It is simply a change of your consciousness in which you become synchronized with the ceaseless activity of divine love, of healing life, or of prospering substance. In the metaphysical teaching of prosperity, the idea of demonstration, unfortunately, is often presented in terms of magic and miracles. We hear things like the magic of demonstration and the miracle of answered prayer. There is the suggestion of alchemy, turning things into something else or producing something ex nihilo, out of nothing. You may recall the wilderness story of Jesus when he was tempted by the devil to turn stones into bread or change spiritual awareness into worldly power. Don't miss the meaning here by imagining an outside tempter luring him on. The devil is the satanic influence of human consciousness, urging him to try to find shortcuts to personal fortune. Jesus held firm in self-realization and self-control as he said, "Get thee hence, Satan." The important truth is that you are a spiritual being with the allness of infinite mind within you. Whatever your needs may be, the answer is not to get God to give you more through some divine sleight of hand process, but rather to uncover and release your own imprisoned splendor. Avoid the temptation to try to work the law, and thus to materialize the process. Get your mind off the idea of making a demonstration in life. Center your awareness on a deeper sense of life, and the demonstration will begin to make you. Well-intentioned enthusiasts of New Thought often echo the misleading cliche, expect a miracle. It is supposed to encourage one to expect more from life, which is good. However, it is walking right into a trap. So I say, against the grain of the majority of most contemporary teachings and teachers of truth, don't expect a miracle. If you center your consciousness in the expectation of miracles, you are playing with universal law, hoping for some magic abrogation of an inexorable activity. You're putting the whole weight of your consciousness on the side of belief in a universe of caprice. It is spiritual naivete which dilutes all that you may have built up in the awareness of the changelessness of divine law. There is no miracles. All is possible. This is certainly not to express skepticism of the tremendous power to heal or prosper, or to question in any way the full implications of the statement, all things are possible. When we deal with changeless law, we have even more faith in the process, but we don't have to play games. When the widow's oil was increased, it was not through divine intervention in human affairs, but the exploitation of divine law on a higher level of awareness. Certainly all things are possible, not because God makes an exception for you by reason of your plea, but because your faith is the key to the kingdom of the power within you to apply the laws that transcend human limitation. Again, we say, don't expect a miracle. Don't reduce the practice of truth to the naive effort to coax a magic showing from a reticent God. If you really believe that you are entitled to the fullness of the kingdom, the resulting outforming may appear to be miraculous, for wonderful things can and will be done. But it is the natural fulfillment of divine law, the healing you long for, the overcoming you desire, the prosperity and success you've been praying for so persistently, even though you may feel they're fantastic odds to overcome. These things do not call for miracles, but for the disciplined application of divine law and the steady effort to understand that you are God. The great ideal of spiritual seeking is to be in tune with the infinite. To traffic in such thoughts as only a miracle can save him, and it is impossible, but I expect a miracle, is to be in tune with the indefinite. Think about it. Get it clearly established in consciousness. There are no miracles in an orderly universe. All things are possible under divine law. One of the most self-limiting attitudes of the whole human race is the belief in chance or luck. I realize I read a book recently about luck. Occasionally it is said, I have been lucky, my prayers answered. However, God doesn't deal in luck. As Emerson says, the dice of God are always loaded. The belief in luck crowds out real faith and lulls all true initiatives to sleep. Now, that particular book about how to increase your luck, in particular, talks about ways and habits that will bring about lucky occasions. And he uses the word luck in a different way. The belief in luck crowds out real faith and lulls all true initiative to sleep. And yet so many people think that prosperity and success are simply the results of good luck, that financial reverses, unemployment, or even illnesses are misfortune or bad luck. It is the most flourishing excuse of all human difficulties. The bad luck becomes an excuse, and you can't take responsibility for it. It soothes the conscience and presents the person as an innocent victim of an unknown sinister force. We say an almost pious declaration of self-defense, I couldn't do much about it. I was just unlucky. It is often in this consciousness of spiritual immaturity that a person may turn to the wheel of fortune as a way to strike it rich. A person may have an urgent financial need and think, I will make a demonstration by picking the winning number in the lottery. Traditional religion has often muddled the issue by preaching on the sin of gambling. There is nothing immoral about games of chance. If one has the means and wants to be entertained by picking horses or playing roulette, then let that person enjoy himself in clear conscience. However, it may become a source of spiritual limitation if the gambler is not spending available funds in entertainment, but is desperately trying to make his or her fortune. It is a self-delusive trap, for in an orderly universe there is simply no way in which one can get something for nothing. Under divine law, you receive as you have given, no more and no less. If you feel you've been down on your luck, don't succumb to the temptation to try to make it big in some game of chance. Your fortune begins with you, not with the roll of the dice or with the winning number or with any kind of lucky break. There's only one way in which you can change your luck, and that is by altering your thoughts. How inadvertently and yet surely we corrupt the ideals of children when we precept and by example we teach them that life is to be found and experienced out there in the world. Thus, when they arrive at the age of responsibility, they are urged to go out into the world to make their fortune. They are progressively introduced to the idea of getting the break, of expecting success to come in one great stroke of good fortune or luck. And they set a veritable minefield of traps for themselves so that the career frustrations, the layoffs, or the investment failures are all a result of bad breaks. How blessed are the children who early in life are taught that their fortune begins with them, that they are the source. They will grow into spiritually mature adults who are confident that they have the potential in themselves to set into operation the fundamental process which will cause all things in the world to work for their good. They will know that their fortune is not something to find, but to unfold within. Sophisticated religious beliefs, to the contrary, notwithstanding, the average person's living philosophy centers at a point somewhere between belief in kismet, the inevitability of fate and destiny, and the luck of the draw, with a subtle effort to change that luck in every conceivable way. Farmer may install a horseshoe over the barn door. One may carry a special charm or amulet in one's pocket. Religious people are among the most superstitious, though they justify the practices as being a part of their religious teaching. Call them what you will, all the little charms, medallions, and figurines that people wear or carry or hang on their doorposts or dashboards are done essentially for good luck. They constitute an attempt to alter what Voltaire calls the concentration of events. However, life is not a game of chance. Your fortune is not influenced by caprice. It is determined by the shape of your consciousness. In Julius Caesar, Shakespeare puts into the mouth of Cassius the meaningful statement, "The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings." It is always sad to hear someone insist that some ironic twist of fate has ruined his or her life. One man was dismissed from his job. The result is he is bordering on a complete mental collapse. He says, "My life is over. It is the end of everything." He talks of the lucky break he had in getting the job many years earlier. He wonders how this dismissal now could reverse the stroke of good fortune that established me in my career. The problem is really quite obvious. He has established the whole career on flimsy platform of chance. Time and time again, he has repeated the words, "How lucky I was to get this job." In a very real sense, though, all the years he has been working under a sword of Damocles. For if you live in the belief of good luck as the key of getting ahead, then the other side of the coin is that bad luck can frustrate your progress. You simply cannot have one without the other. The man had set the trap for himself, and thus his bad fortune too began with him. Now, the book that I read on how to attract good luck was not necessarily saying that things are lucky or bad luck. It's just saying you can put yourself in good situations by the way you think and your consciousness, and these things naturally will arise. In particular, being of service to others and thinking about others first, those always end up being a good thing. It's not about luck, but using the word luck is an interesting way of teaching it because you have unusual things that happen. Your prosperity and success and your good fortune certainly may be influenced by changing conditions, but even then, depending upon how you deal with them. However, your good is always deeply rooted in what Jesus called the kingdom of God within. When he said, "It is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom," he was saying that your fortune is an unborn possibility of limitless life, and yours is the privilege of giving birth to it. As Walt Whitman says, "Henceforth, I ask not good fortune, I myself am good fortune." A great idea that may help you to unlearn some of the errors of human consciousness is this: I am a most important person to God. For I am God's living enterprise. God is not off somewhere in space where you must strain to reach him or her to get them to work a miracle for you. If you're lucky, God is on your side. God has a stake in you. God is you. Not someone to reach for, but a presence to accept, a part of you, your identity. Instead of dwelling on how difficult things are for you, turn often to the center of your being and relax in the assurance that you are God and that your good fortune is secure because it is God's good pleasure to give it to you. It is possible that a person may actually be a Jonah. In the Bible story, Jonah was thrown overboard because the crew attributed all its misfortunes to Jonah's unlucky influence. Of course, there's the classic cartoon character by Al Cap, Job Sick, who always dressed in black and wore a crooked hat and had a black cloud over his head. Wherever he went, misfortune occurred. Machines broke down, feuds broke out, hens didn't lay, weapons misfired, and everything unfortunate that could happen. If you watch the movie Bullet Train, Brad Pitt's character is all about the bad luck, everything going wrong around him. Are these situations realistic? Very much so. Not that once a Jonah, always a Jonah, but one can fall into a black cloud syndrome so that trouble comes in troves because of the way they think. Perhaps it's a psychological corollary of the scientific principle of entropy, considered to be a fundamental factor of the universe. Entropy causes organized forms to gradually disintegrate into lower and lower levels of organization. It is the basis of the theory that the universe is like a great machine running down and wearing out. In a personally symbolic sense, we slip into entropic consciousness through synchronizing our thoughts with negative thinking of the world. Misfortunes follow misfortune under this black cloud. However, the influence can be reversed. It is interesting that there is mounting evidence for the existence of an opposite scientific principle, syntropy, through the influence of which forms tend to reach higher and higher levels of organization, order, and dynamic harmony. Albert Szent-Györgyi, Nobel Prize-winning biologist, refers to it as an innate drive in living matter to perfect itself. And today, many are calling attention to a psychological drive toward synthesis, toward wholeness and self-perfection. Again, in a personally symbolic sense, we rise into a syntropic consciousness as we keep our minds stayed on God. When you are in charge of your mind, in the consciousness of oneness with the creative flow, when you're working with life instead of against it, when you are positive and loving and secure in the conviction of truth, then you are under the white cloud. Psalm 91 calls it the shadow of the Almighty. In this consciousness, syntropy does its work. Parking spaces open up for you. Stocks go up as you buy. Dishonest people are fair in their dealings with you. Jobs appear. Promotions come. It would appear that you're having good luck, that you're living a charmed life. Actually, it is nothing more nor less than consciousness outforming itself in your reality. When you maintain an optimistic view toward conditions in the world and are incurably bullish toward the economy in general, regardless of what the economic gloomcasters may be saying, and you carry your white cloud of syntropy out into the world, you become a positive and highly contagious influence for a condition of general prosperity. In a very real sense, you make a difference. Remember, your fortune, your personal success, and your prosperity are not in the hands of some fickle finger of fate, nor are they determined by sudden changes in the economy. The answer is in your condition and your ability to form and shape the ever-present substance of the universe. You can change your luck. Resolve that you will chase off the black cloud of entropy. Paul gives the key. Don't let the world around you force you into its mold, but let God remold your mind from within. Establish yourself under the white cloud of syntropy. You will walk and work in a consciousness in which all things really work for good. I assume everything is working for my advantage, and everything starts to work for my advantage. Even a job dismissal will turn out to be the best thing that has ever happened to you, as you're serendipitously directed into a new career. Some will call it luck. Just be sure you call it consciousness. Your fortune begins with you. Henry Thoreau seems to sum it up for us in this quote from his classic Walden. If one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. He will put some things behind, will pass an invisible boundary. New, universal, and more liberal laws will begin to establish themselves around and within him, or old laws will be expanded and interpreted in his favor in a more liberal sense, and he will live with a license of a higher order of beings. So I want you to come away from this episode knowing that you are the source of your prosperity. It begins with you. All the things that have happened in your life began with you. It wasn't bad luck. It wasn't unfortunate circumstance. I know it's easy for you to say that, but it's not. It's a tough thing. You take responsibility for it, and you say that I am responsible for my life. All things that have happened in my life are because of me. Then you have the power to change it. And if you focus on the good and focus on what you want and assume that everything's working to your advantage, it will work to your advantage. The fortune and prosperity of your life begins with you. Chapter 2. You are the source. If there's one thing you need to know more than anything else, it's that prosperity does not come from out there. You are the source of your prosperity. It's not coming from somewhere else, not coming from someplace else. It is within you. And when you become the source of your prosperity, when you become aware that you are the source of your prosperity, then everything in this world will change for you. Many of you listening to this shun the path of your greatest creativity, joy, and aliveness, thinking you'll not be able to make enough money from it. I desperately want to help you. Believe that you can have an abundance of money doing what you love to do. I want you to recognize that you do not have to stay in jobs that do not serve you. I will help you to look at how to make the transition between where you are now and where you want to be. Each of you who is called to listen to this episode is on a path of accelerated personal growth and has much to offer humanity, whether or not you're aware of it. Now is the time to listen to your inner messages and discover that you are the source. The special work that you came to do will now become apparent. Begin to put that work out to the world, for it is very much needed. As you serve and empower others, find your life's work and do what you love. Rather than what you think will bring you money, you'll become highly magnetic to money in general. You can learn to create what you want using energy and thought rather than physical effort and produce results that go beyond anything you can create with physical effort alone. When you understand how energy works, you can take only those actions that bring you the greatest results without wasted effort. I've provided many ways for you to increase your ability to attract money in past episodes, to attract objects, people, and situations that are for your higher good, that open you to your soul's path and life's purpose, and can bring about a more joyful, harmonious, and abundant life. I want to teach you how to draw things to you by achieving a relaxed, focused state of mind where you can connect with the source of all. And I hear many people that come to me thinking that they're going to convince some higher power or something outside of themselves in order to get this prosperity. Everything that you have done up till now has prepared you for this next step that you're about to take to become more magnetic to money and abundance in all areas of your life. I really want you to appreciate how far along you already are in understanding how to manifest what you want. If you are a regular listener, I have provided many ways for you to increase your ability to attract money, objects, people, and situations that are for your higher good, that open you to your soul's path and life purpose that can bring about a more joyful, harmonious, and abundant life. I want to teach you how to draw things to you by achieving a relaxed, focused state of mind where you can connect with your higher self and your soul and work with energy to attract abundance. These techniques are powerful and they work. I believe they work. They have worked in my life and for many people that I've worked with. Everything that you have done up until now has prepared you for this next step that you are taking to become more magnetic to money and abundance in all areas of your life. Appreciate how far along you already are in understanding how to manifest what you want. You've been setting the foundation to take this next step for years with your experiences and understandings and the manifesting you have already done. As you acknowledge how successful you have already been, your success will increase. You do not need to be affected by the economy or human-made conditions as you follow and use the principles I describe. You can create your own personal economic environment of prosperity. If you're willing to listen and act on your inner guidance, you will do well no matter what the economy around you is doing or what the world around you is doing. You're being sent all the guidance you need to have abundance and be well provided for during any economic downturn. If people lose their jobs or a lot of money, it will only be because those things are not for their higher good. Such events will change their lives in some way for the better. If anything is truly serving your higher good, it will not be taken away. There are two kinds of laws of money you will want to follow to create and keep. Following the spiritual laws makes you magnetic to money and abundance, and the money that comes will bring you your highest good. The human-made laws of money include financial planning and time management, cash flow management, marketing and taxes, and business planning. Learn whatever is appropriate to help you understand and work with human-made laws of money as they now exist. This episode does not cover human-made laws for money, for they are explained in many places elsewhere. You can create money with spiritual laws alone. However, it's good to be aware of the rules that your society has created around money so that you are also in harmony with those rules. In Caesar's world, follow those rules. It will take less of your energy to attract, save, and create more money if you're in harmony with the spiritual and human-made laws of money. Many of you are trying to reconcile the idea of being on a spiritual path with having money. You may want the money in your life to reflect your integrity or compassion and love for others through the way you earn and spend it. You can have money and follow your spiritual principles. Money will come from attuning to your soul's wisdom, serving others, and from attuning and putting your energy around you into a higher order, greater harmony, and a more beautiful state. Let your prosperity be based on the amount of good you contribute to the world. It is not higher to be poor, for it often takes money to accomplish your life's work. Your spiritual growth will increase your ability to manifest abundance, and your ability to manifest will assist you in getting your spiritual work out to the world. Money is a tremendous force. The way you earn money and accumulate it and spend it determines whether your money will be a force that creates good or does not create good for you and others. It is important to hold new thoughts about money that will help it be used as a force for good on the planet. Form follows thought. By holding new thoughts, you can create new realities about money for yourself and others. Each of you can act as a powerful broadcasting station, sending out positive ideas about money and contributing to a higher vision of money on the planet. Beliefs in scarcity help create your wars and the taking of more than is needed from the earth. If everyone could create the abundance that is his or her natural birthright, you would have fewer reasons for war or to harm the earth. Your new beliefs will draw to you many new ideas about ways to create abundance for everyone, ways you have not even conceived of yet that tap into sunlight and other unlimited resources. The universal supply is infinite, and it is within your technology and reach for every human being on the planet to live with enough food, warmth, clothing, and shelter. Until you believe that, you will not experience it, but you can start by believing that it's possible to have all your own needs met. There is no limit to what you may have. You can start right now to attract abundance by setting your intention to become more magnetic to money and abundance. Your intention to create money and abundance is an important step toward having them in your life. Check out my episodes from Reality Transurfing on intention. Intention is key. You're not just affirming, you are intending your reality. Take a moment to pause and think of what your intention is around money and abundance. Do you intend to have abundance? Are you ready to become prosperous, to have what you want, and for money to work for you? As you establish your intention, you set in motion a chain of events that will unfold. You begin to draw to you all the energy, resources, ideas, enthusiasm, opportunities, connections, and inspiration that are needed to make your intentions a reality. It may take some time for new circumstances to show up in your world. It is essential to stick to your intention, hold it steadfastly in your mind, and reject any doubts that come up. By setting your intention to become abundant, you are making it an inner reality. And it is a matter of time before your intention becomes a reality in the outer world. Let go of thinking that you are lacking or missing something in your life. Take time to feel gratitude for all that you have already brought into your life. Open right now to receive all the gifts of the universe that are waiting for you to claim. You might even want to pause and open to receive whatever blessing, opportunity, thought, idea, energy, inspiration, or guidance that is there for you right now in this moment. Embrace fully your capacity to create, to think in unlimited ways, and pursue everything that you have been wanting. Be flexible, open, and willing to let the new come to you. You can learn to honor and nurture yourself and to allow yourself to have more than you ever thought possible if you just realize one important lesson. You are the source. I want you to get quiet. Close your eyes and think of something that you wanted that you got. Recall some of the feelings you had before and after you received it. Your positive thoughts about having it, your inner knowing that you would have it, and your joy when you received it. You manifest things naturally and automatically all the time, using your thoughts and feelings to create what you want. Manifestation is a process of bringing your ideas, concepts, visions, and dreams from your inner world into your outer world, where you can experience them with your physical senses. When you think of something you are fairly certain of receiving, you have positive pictures. You can see yourself having it, and you do not worry about getting it. You want it, intend to have it, and are motivated to do what is necessary to bring it into your life. Begin to observe how you create small, simple things. Start developing your manifesting skills with things that are easy for you to create. As you gain confidence in your ability to create, you'll be ready to manifest in bigger, more unlimited ways. There is no limit to what you can create. You live in a limitless world. Anything is possible. So I want you to say this with me, and I want you to feel it, and I want you to believe it, and I want you to intend it. I am the source of my abundance. You are the source of your abundance and money. Through working with your feelings, thoughts, and intentions, you can become a master at creating whatever you want. You are the source of your riches, not your job, your investments, your spouse, or your parents. By linking with the unlimited abundance of your soul or higher self, by opening your connection to the higher forces, sometimes called the God force, God, Goddess, the presence, the universe, all that is, by expressing and radiating your higher qualities of inner peace, joy, love, well-being, and aliveness, you become the source of your abundance. Having money and things is not as important as mastering the process of creating them. Once you master the process, your ability to be prosperous will not be determined by the economy or outside conditions, for you will be able to create whatever you want when you want it. Learning to create abundance is a process of growth. It may require changing your thinking and expanding your beliefs about what you deserve to have. The process of getting each new thing, be it a car, a house, or a larger salary, will bring you growth, learning, and new skills. As you master the process, you'll be able to use money and other things you create as tools for expanding your consciousness and helping to express yourself more fully. Your thoughts have a real substance. Although your scientific instruments cannot yet measure them, you might imagine your thoughts as magnets. These magnets go out into the world and attract the substances that match them. They duplicate themselves in form. Everything around you was a thought in someone's mind before it existed in your reality. Cars, roads, homes, buildings, and cities all existed as thoughts before they became realities. Your thoughts set up the model of what is to be created, and your emotions energize your thoughts and propel them from your inner world to your outer world. The stronger your emotions are, the more rapidly you create what you are thinking about. Your intent acts to direct your thoughts and emotions, maintaining a steady focus on what you want until you get it. So say this with me. I focus on what I love and thus draw it to me. I focus on what I love and thus draw it to me. Because your thoughts set up the model of what you draw to you, it is important to think about what you want rather than what you don't want. You will not get what you want by fearing or hating its opposite. For instance, having money does not come from disliking living in poverty. Whatever you focus on is what you get, for energy follows thought. The more you love having money in abundance, the more you picture it and thus draw it to you. It is also important to think in positive ways. Positive emotions and thoughts draw what you want to you. Negative emotions do not bring what you want. They bring only what you do not want. Spend quiet, reflective time thinking positively about what you want. When you do not think in higher ways, dwelling on things such as problems, you repel abundance. Do not feel bad about negative thoughts you have, for fearing or disliking your negative thoughts gives them more power. Respond to negative thoughts as you would to small children who do not know any better. Simply smile and show them a better way. Declare that thought is outside of the law. If you recognize a negative thought, simply place a positive thought alongside it. For instance, you catch yourself saying, I do not have enough money, and simply say, I have an abundance of money. Say this with me. My thoughts are loving and positive. Say that over and over, and your thoughts will become more loving and positive. My thoughts are loving and positive. Positive thoughts are far more powerful than negative thoughts. One positive thought can cancel out hundreds of negative ones. Your soul stops your lower and negative thoughts from becoming realities unless you have them manifest. Will teach you something that will help you to grow. You are loved and protected by your soul and the universe. As your thoughts become higher and more positive, your soul allows more and more of them to manifest. The more you evolve, the more power your thoughts have to create your reality, and the more responsibility you have to think in higher ways. There are many wonderful tools you can use to learn to think more positively. For instance, you can put light, an image of physical light, into the pictures in your mind. You can practice making negative thoughts fade out or dissolve and enlarging positive thoughts. An old NLP technique is to increase the size of what you want and to decrease and minimize the size of what you don't. Take a moment right now to think of something you want. Select one thought you have had about why you cannot have it. Now imagine that thought is fading out, or imagine that thought written on a blackboard and you're erasing, or imagine putting that thought in a balloon and letting it float away. Do whatever occurs to you to remove that thought from your reality. Now create a thought about why you can have it. See that thought written out. Put white light around it. Imagine someone reading the thought to you in a beautiful voice. Create a mental image of receiving or having what you want. Make the image so real you can almost touch it, smell it, see it, and feel it. Make the image bigger so that you are standing in the image rather than just observing it. By making your negative thoughts fade out, you take away their power to create your reality. By making your positive thoughts more vivid and real, you increase their ability to create what you want. There is great power in repeating the thought of something you want over and over. This is different than an affirmation. Yes, affirmations work when repeated over and over, but it's the thought that accompanies the affirmation that is the key. Otherwise, they're just words. When you got something you wanted in the past, you probably thought about it frequently. Repetition firmly implants the idea of what you want to create in your subconscious, and it goes about bringing you what you think about. You want the thought to be definite and unwavering. Affirmations are positive thoughts that are repeated over and over. As you repeat them, they go directly to your subconscious, or they begin to manifest as your reality. Affirm what you want in present tense, present terms, such as, I have unlimited abundance. And repeat your positive statements frequently. Some of your negative thoughts may come from being around people whose fears and doubts amplify your own. For instance, you may feel fine about your finances, but after you talk to a friend who is struggling and fearful about money, you start worrying about your own financial future. If you notice this happening, realize that you have been influenced by someone else's thoughts and remind yourself that you live in an abundant world and that all is perfect in your universe. Large groups of people generate powerful thought forms that may affect your thinking. For instance, at times some people are fearful about the economy. I see it all the time right now. They think that a depression or recession is coming. If you're worried about the economy, you may be unconsciously tuning into their thoughts and fears and responding to them. Imagine a bunch of people having negative thoughts about the economy, and then when you start to worry about it, you attract their thoughts and their energies to you, as if they are your own. Wherever you are, there are some people who feel they are living in troubled economic times, and others who feel that times are the best they have ever been. No matter when it is in the economy. I guarantee you during the Depression, in our worst economic times, there were people that thought this is the best ever. You create your prosperity no matter what the economy is like, no matter what country you live in, no matter what city that you live in, no matter what town. Your challenge is to keep your thoughts about your economic future positive and not be affected by what large groups of people are thinking or saying. Even during the worst economic times, there are businesses and people who do quite well. You are the source of your abundance. And you can have a wonderful, positive, and abundant life regardless of the economy or the outside conditions. So say this with me. My choices and possibilities are expanding every day. This gives you the feeling that you have multiple choices and possibilities that are coming to you that give you the wealth that you need and that they are expanding. My choices and possibilities are expanding every day. Since your thoughts create your reality, you can create an even better life for yourself by learning to think in bigger and unlimited ways. Unlimited thinking increases creativity, expands possibilities, draws opportunities to you, and allows you to have more. Unlimited thinking lets you experience in advance the feelings you will have when you have received the abundance you want. And these feelings are the vehicle that bring abundance to you. The feeling is the secret. Use these visions to open your mind to greater possibilities. Unlimited thinking helps you get in touch with the larger picture of your life and links you with the greater vision of your higher self. It helps you build your potential. All great work starts with a vision. Those of you who have children often engage in a process of unlimited thinking for them, weaving around them visions of who they might be and the great things they might accomplish. You help them recognize their ability to create whatever it is best for them. When you are in love, you recognize the potential that lies within the other person and help them create it. Unlimited thinking means having the same wonderful visions for yourself, recognizing and fulfilling your potential. Every time you think of the future, you are creating a possible direction. To unfold your potential, you will want to imagine having your dreams come true. For your dreams and fantasies are showing you your potential. Your dreams are there for a reason. They are guiding you to a higher path here on earth and larger vision of what is possible for you to do. Dare to dream and think big. If you are thinking of starting a business, do not compromise on what you think you can have or do. If you're thinking of serving one client a week, think of serving 5. If you're thinking of starting your work in a year, think about what it would be like to start in a month. Pretend that it is 1 year from today and you are reflecting back on all your accomplishments. Play the game of I remember when. I remember when I was poor. What did you accomplish over the last year? Say this with me. I love and trust my imagination. I love and trust my imagination. To expand your thinking is to develop your imagination. Your imagination is greater in its scope than you might think, for it is God. It is the closest link to your soul. It is not bound by your past programs, beliefs, and fears. Imagination was given to you so you could transcend your physical world. It gives you the ability to step outside of your personal limits and unleash your greatest potential. Your imagination can travel into any dimension or world. It can create unlimited future pathways for you and help you look at the possible outcomes of various choices. Use your imagination and your ability to daydream and fantasize. Do not think, that's impossible, it cannot be done. Think in possibilities rather than thinking of just one thing you could have that would satisfy you. Think of many things. Instead of imagining only one desirable outcome, ask yourself, what is the best possible outcome that can occur? After you have imagined the best possible outcome, push yourself to imagine an even better one. Every time you find yourself imagining something, see if you can expand or fine-tune the picture. Think big. Ask for more than you think you can have. Expand your imagination, enlarge your pictures, and play with new ideas. See if you can go beyond the boundaries you have set for what you think you can have. Say it with me. I am an unlimited being. I can create anything I want. I am an unlimited being and I can create anything I want. When you begin practicing unlimited thinking, you may find that some of your earlier thoughts are still creating your reality. You may still meet the results of your past limited thinking while you're sending out your new unlimited thoughts. Don't be discouraged. This happens all the time. People start imagining and they start imagining for their future. And while they're doing it, they're encountering their past thoughts all the time. Don't be discouraged if you don't see results overnight. Gradually, the old thought patterns will leave and you will experience the results of your new thinking. You have to deal with linear time in this density. Linear time means you have to wait. And that is just part of the process. Patience is a virtue when creating realities. On the earth plane, you learn about manifesting in a linear, sequential way. You get to think about what you want, you get to rethink it, and you get to try it out. You can say, no, this isn't what I really wanted, or next time I think I will ask for something different. You have the opportunity to play with all the things you create. The earth plane is a special place. Third density earth is a special place. It enables you to practice becoming clear on your thoughts before they are manifested all about you. When we move into fourth density, these thoughts will be manifested almost immediately. So we must enjoy this linear progression that we have here. Although you might complain that it takes longer for some things to appear than you want, most of you would be unhappy if you manifested all of the things you thought about instantaneously. By the time you get something, you have usually gone through a process of growth and gaining clarity about what you want. Allow yourself to expand your ideas about what is possible, and do not worry if you do not yet have the skills to create it. As you expand your thinking, your ability to manifest what you're dreaming about will develop as well. The more you expand the horizons of your imagination, opening new territories, and going beyond what you think is possible, the more you open the doorway to unlimited abundance. If you can't believe that something is possible, then you're not going to have it. But if you can have the smallest thought that it might be possible, you are already on your way to creating it. You cannot create something if you do not believe you can have it. Live out your dreams in your mind. Picture or feel yourself getting what you want. Hear the words you will say to others, and the words they will say to you when your dreams come true. Imagine it. Make your imagining so real they feel possible to create rather than wishful, distant fantasies. Allow yourself to create a vision, to daydream and fantasize, and then focus each day on the simple, concrete steps you can take to reach your goal. There will always be practical steps you can take immediately to get there. Sometimes cleaning your house and putting all of your papers in order may be the next step to creating your vision of yourself as a teacher, helping to organize a group of people. So say it with me. I picture abundance for myself and others. Picture yourself having everything you want. A satisfying job, money in the bank, a wonderful relationship. See how you would be a benefit to those around you. Imagine what it would be like if everyone you knew had money and their lives were working. Challenge yourself to ask for even more, not just for yourself, but for all of humanity. For instance, if you have been wanting a better job, picture that everyone who has been wanting one will get one also. If you want to serve in a larger way, such as drawing more students into your classes, imagine that everyone who is asking for a greater opportunity to serve through getting more students is also succeeding. This will teach you that there is true abundance in the universe for everyone, and help you connect your abundance with thoughts of abundance for everyone else. This is not a competition. If somebody is becoming abundant around you, it does not mean they are taking away from your abundance. As you enlarge your thinking to include others, imagine abundance for everyone. You will open up even more ways for abundance to come to you. Unlimited thinking is more than thinking big. It is thinking creatively. It is allowing yourself to imagine having all that you might have. Be open to pleasant surprises, for your higher self may bring you what you want in a bigger and better way than you thought possible, which is what usually happens for me. Trust that you will receive whatever is perfect for you to have. The emotions behind your thoughts determine the speed at which you manifest. If you truly want something, it will come much more rapidly than if you're lukewarm about it. Generate excitement about having what you want. Make it so real in your imagination that you can almost touch it, see it, or feel the feelings you will have when it comes to you. Think of it frequently and with intensity, and also be willing to detach and let it come in whatever way is best. To manifest what you want, intend to create it. In other words, to make up your mind that having what you want is important to you, and that you are willing to put a certain amount of thought and energy into getting it. Your intent to have something directs your energy and focuses it on your goals. You create what you are picturing by concentrating on it with attention and awareness, and keeping it in the back of your mind even when you are involved in other activities. When you hold a steady focus on having something, when your intent to have it is clear and strong, you create what you seek more rapidly. You are alert and able to take advantage of opportunities when they come. You draw things to you with ease and joy. Think of something you want right now. Do you intend to have it? Do you think about it even when you are doing other activities? There may have been times when you really intended to have something and you did anything necessary within your values and integrity to get it. You overcame obstacles. You knew in advance that you were going to get it. You thought about it positively, and you could not wait to have it. On the other hand, when you tried to create something you were not sure you intended to have, you probably gave up as soon as an obstacle appeared to stand in your way. If you think what you want is too far away or hard to get, your intent is not clear. When you have a clear intention to have something, you generate energy that is focused like a laser beam to go out and get what you want. If you intend to have something, you will. So say this with me. My dreams come true. My dreams come true. Now I'm going to give you a simple exercise. You've probably done it. You've probably tried it. Nothing complicated, but let's try this to access you as the source to manifest whatever it is you want. Visualizing is using your imagination to picture what you want in advance of getting it. The more real you can make your expanded, unlimited thoughts, the more easily you can create them. Your imagination is your most powerful energy creating tool. When using your imagination, there are no rules other than being as inventive as you can. You can use your ability to visualize all the time. You make pictures in your mind prior to creating anything. As you pretend that you already have something, you begin to harmonize with it and bring the feeling of having it into your present reality. This feeling begins to draw it to you. Don't worry if you cannot actually picture what you're thinking about, which is the case most of the time. For not all people see a mental image when they imagine something. Some people feel it or have a sense of it, and some people simply think about it. Others make mental pictures of varying degrees of clarity and color. It is not necessary to see mental pictures clearly in order to create something you want. Most people find that visualizing gets easier as they practice. Focusing is holding a thought or picture steadily in your mind without thinking of other things. Concentrating on what you want by focusing steadily on it for several minutes at a time increases the speed with which you draw things to you. The exercise that follows will assist you in relaxing, focusing, and visualizing. It is sort of a basic preparation for working with energy and magnetizing, which I will discuss in future podcasts. So, pick a time when you'll be undisturbed for at least 15 minutes. Create an enjoyable, soothing environment around you. You may want to play some calming, soothing music. Have a favorite small object nearby, something you can hold in your hand, such as a piece of jewelry or a crystal. First of all, find a comfortable sitting position either in a chair or on the floor, which you can easily hold for 10 or 15 minutes if possible. Your spine should be straight to allow good energy flow through your body. Close your eyes and begin breathing calmly and slowly, taking about 20 slow, rhythmic, connected breaths into your upper chest. Twenty breaths. Secondly, relax your body. Feel yourself growing serene and calm and tranquil. In your imagination, travel through your body, relaxing each part. Mentally relax your feet, your legs, your thighs and stomach, your chest and arms and hands, shoulders, neck, head and face. Let your jaw be slightly loose and relax the muscles around your eyes. Feel yourself growing even calmer. Think of a time when you felt great inner peace and bring that feeling into your body now. Now 3, with your eyes closed, think of a room in your house. How do you think of it? Do you see it as if you were looking at a movie screen, or do you feel it as if you're standing in the room and looking at it through your eyes as if you were there? Do you sense the room around you? Is it in color? Can you recreate the arrangement of the furniture? Can you imagine yourself walking around the room? Recall an image or a feeling of the room as vividly as possible for a minute or so, and then let it fade. Now open your eyes and pick up the object you chose earlier. Look at it closely, noticing the color, the shape, the weight, the feel, the texture, as many details as you can. After a few minutes, put the object down, put your hands in the same position they were in when you were holding the object, and close your eyes. Now recreate the image of the object in your mind in as much detail as possible with your eyes closed. Can you picture its color, its shape, weight, texture, and how it felt in your hand? Now think of a small object you want to have that you do not yet have. For this exercise, use something you have seen before. With your eyes closed, picture the object as completely as you can. How would it feel? What color and shape would it have? How would it weigh? Now practice expanding your imagination by taking the object you just visualized and imagining an even better one. How does it feel when you picture having something that is even better than you thought you could have? Of course, if the object you visualized originally is just what you want, you do not need to ask for something better. It is good, however, to practice expanding your imagination. Think of this object you want to bring into your life. Focus on your mind for 1 or 2 minutes. Think of that thing to the exclusion of anything else. If anything comes up, any thoughts come up that you do not want, simply imagine putting them in a bubble and letting them float away. When you feel calm and relaxed and ready to return, bring your attention slowly back into the room. Savor and enjoy your state of calmness and peace. View the world around you from that brighter, clearer perspective. Now, you should evaluate how you did. If you feel calmer and more relaxed or balanced, you have achieved this state of consciousness necessary to magnetize. The calmer and more focused you are in the higher your thoughts, the better your results will be when you magnetize what you want. If you do not feel relaxed and centered, work with this or other meditations until you do. Notice how you visualize things. Do you sense them or see them? Are they in color? How clear are they? Practice until you can experience an inner picture or sense of what you want. Keep on practicing. And if you're satisfied with your ability to visualize and you are able to focus on what you want for several minutes, then you have found what you wanted. And then you can probably move on to greater levels of understanding of reality creation. If you're not able to focus on what you want, play with focusing several more times until you get that. And I promise we'll come back to this very soon with some new exercises. But this is a beginning. And it is all you. You are the source. You don't need anybody else to do anything for you. It is all you. You are the source. I want you to remember that. Everything that you ever wanted is within you, and you are the source of all. So please let me know if any of these techniques worked, this inspires you in any way. Put a like on this video because I want everybody to be abundant, and I want everybody to realize that the source of their abundance is within. Chapter 3: The Money Enigma. There's little likelihood that your life can become fully functioning with prosperity unless you have a positive and creative attitude towards money. It is rare that a day will pass when you will not have some kind of monetary involvement with the world. You may go into the day with the highest intention to walk in the light of truth and service, but if you have not resolved the money enigma, you quickly lose your lofty awareness the moment you dip into your wallet. A survey was once conducted by a research department of the University of Michigan. In essence, they wanted to know what effect money had on the lives of people. 3 of their findings: what do people worry about most? Money. What makes people the happiest? Money. What makes people the unhappiest? Money. So when I have people placing comments on my videos saying, "Brian, you need to stop talking about money," well, if that is the truth of these findings, that it makes people the most happiest and unhappy, and what they worry about the most, we have to deal with this and talk about it. And perhaps you're not going to learn everything you need to know or understand everything in a single episode. You may say these results from this survey do not include you, for your mind is stayed on God as ever-present substance. In the ever-eternal moment, you are always focused on God, and money plays no role. But no matter how lofty your spiritual ideals may be, no matter how many powerful affirmations you can speak, you have to pay your bills. Emerson obviously experienced difficulties with this. He tells of a man who rose to the empyrean heights and dove to the unfathomable depths, but never paid cash. This episode is included in this prosperity study, full well realizing there are some persons who think it is a sacrilege to talk about money in a spiritual context. They are quick to quote scriptures, "Money is the root of all evils." Actually, this is the most misquoted of all Bible passages. What Paul really said is the love of money is the root of all evils. 1 Timothy 6:10. Money is innocent. It is the love of money, the consciousness in which you use money, that is the cause of much limitation. And you could turn it around and say, the right attitude toward money is a root of all kinds of prosperity. It is just such misquotation of the Bible. There are many other instances that has given rise to the confused dualism about money in the religions of the Western world. On the one hand, riches have been condemned as dangerous to man's spiritual growth, while on the other hand, churches have needed money for their support and have welcomed the affluent, on the one hand subjecting them to sermons about the evils of wealth, and on the other hand expecting them to make the substantial gifts that subsidize the church programs. How can money at one and at the same time be a sought-after necessity of life and yet be a handicap to one's spiritual growth? How can money be evil when no one, not even people of God, can do without it? It is the most difficult aspect of third density. For many people, they struggle with this. I may sound like a broken record. I've talked about this in dozens of episodes, but I have a reason for being a broken record, and that's because I can still feel the resistance, and I want you to be okay being wealthy and rich in the right way. Money supported Albert Schweitzer in the steaming jungles of Africa, where he labored unselfishly for the natives. Gandhi, in his extreme poverty, going about the land of India with his loincloth and a little spinning wheel, giving the image of abject poverty, required a lot of money to care for him and his entourage. One of his followers said, "It takes an awful lot of money to keep Gandhi living in poverty." Even Jesus and his disciples were supported by money. This aspect of his ministry is rarely considered, since Jesus has been given the image of a magic worker who would simply pull money out of the air. In the 8th chapter of Luke, there is a very revealing phrase: certain women ministered unto him of their substance. Luke 8:2-3. What could be clearer than that some of his followers were women of means who simply paid much of the expenses? Jesus clearly accepted his fiscal responsibility. Note how he agreed to pay the Romans' head tax that had been levied on his group. He instructed Peter the fisherman to go to the sea and catch a fish, in the mouth of which he would find a gold coin. Traditionalists have viewed this as one of the great miracles of the Bible, seemingly abrogating the economic process. This is an excellent example of the need to understand the contemporary use of idiom and metaphor in order to make an accurate translation from one language and culture to another. In clearly identifiable idiomatic language, Jesus was saying to Peter, "Go out and bring in a catch of fish, sell it in the marketplace, and you will have sufficient money to pay the tax." It is a common kind of idiom. Ranchers in the West often say of a steer, "He's worth $40 on the hoof." In India, it might be said of an ox, "You'll find 30 pieces of silver in his horn." Jesus indicated his willingness to work within the system when he commented, "At this time render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." Matthew 22:21. One thing is certain. In the world, a monetary means of exchange is indispensable. Without money, there could be no civilization. Culture and currency are intimately related. Barter belongs to primitive and savage peoples. People had to develop a symbol that would bind people together in their commercial relationships with the spiritual ideas of faith and credit before there could evolve a civilized society. Through the ages, hundreds of different objects have served as the medium of exchange, including such things as slaves, salt, gunpowder, and the jawbones of pigs. You may have seen pictures of the 7-foot-high pieces of stone money on the South Pacific island of Yap. Wherever any culture has sprung up, you can be sure you will find some form of monetary system. What is money? The economists have had a problem defining it other than in terms of the function it performs. British economist Sir Ralph Hottery says, "Money is one of those concepts which, like a teaspoon or an umbrella, but unlike an earthquake or a buttercup, are definable primarily by the use or purpose which they serve." Money is not real wealth at all. Rather, it is a device for measuring wealth. Note, for instance, that if the Federal Reserve System should increase the quantity of money in the country by dumping $1 billion into circulation overnight, it would not add one thing to the country's wealth. What is money? A piece of paper? Who would stoop down and pick up a dirty piece of paper lying in the gutter? Yet if this dirty piece of paper has the official imprint of the United States government on it, along with figures 100 on its corners, who would not leap upon it and put this dirty paper in his or her pocket as a prized possession? So, then what is money? Money is an enabling symbol. It is a tangible representation of intangible universal substance, as Eric Butterworth calls it, which enables you to provide food, shelter, clothing, entertainment, books, leisure, and security against want. How does it do this? You do not build your house out of paper dollars. You don't eat the coins. Money is an enabling symbol that gives rise to faith and trust, credit and cooperation, which starts a flow of activity. I take $50 and hand it to the grocer and receive food in exchange. The grocer gives the money to the food distributors, and they to the suppliers, and they to the farmer, who uses the money to buy seed and feed. Round and round it goes in a process that we call the economy. But in back of it all comes the basic substance of life, harnessed and directed by the activity of faith. This word substance is the substance of all things, as described in the Science of Getting Rich. Get the positive thought. Money is good. Money is God in action, as Raymond Charles Barker refers to it. Say it with me. Money is good. Money is God in action. Check out my Money is God in Action guided meditation. It's important because it'll change your view of money, and you'll change the way you spend and use it and think about it. Speak these words over a few times. Money is good. Money is God in action. It is not to make an object of getting money or loving money for itself. We simply want to eliminate some of the negatives with which we have surrounded it. Money is good. You don't have to feel guilty about having it. It is a currency or creative flow of divine activity. Money passes through your hands many times a day. Maybe a little money if you should happen to be on welfare or living on Social Security or getting a stipend from your parents, or it may be millions if you're a person of affluence. You are constantly buying and selling and earning and spending. More than you may be aware of, money is an extension of the person who uses it. Your thoughts and feelings color it, making it filthy lucre or blessed divine substance. If you think positively and creatively about your money, you actually multiply its effectiveness. If you criticize and depreciate it, you actually tend to dissipate it and repel it from you. It seems logical to assume that money always represents abundance, but it doesn't. For most persons, at least, most of the time, money is a symbol of lack. We tend to think of it in relationship to what we would like to have or think we should have. For instance, the figure on your paycheck may well symbolize to you injustice. They don't pay me enough. Unappreciation. They're not aware of how valuable I am. And insufficiency. How can I live on this? With all the rising costs and inflation. Something I struggled with for a long time. I was, and still am, an alcoholic. So, in the throes of my alcoholism, I would have opportunities to make money, and there was a deep part of me I wasn't even aware of that said, if I get too much money, I'm going to drink it. So I could go and make $30,000 working for the mortgage company I'm at, but I would purposely not do as well and make just enough, because there was some part of me that knew if I received too much money, then I would drink it all away. And so I pushed money away all the time. I wasn't even aware of it until I had a mentor that showed this to me. And so part of my own prosperity came from finding sobriety and releasing this belief that it would destroy my life. If you were asked, how much do you earn a week? You would probably reply, I only make $200 or $500 or $1,000 a week. But why the only? It is a self-inventory term that is commonly used. People say, I only make. But it invariably represents limitation. How much money do you have on your person? Only $43.22. Why the only? As long as this onlyness consciousness is in any way identified with your money, you are depreciating it. Take stock right now of all your references to money. This may be difficult, but try it. It is often said about some financial commitment, oh, it's only money. It is a subtle put down. It is just flippant attitudes towards money that create resistance, which blocks the flow of the substance current. Note the current gives rise to the word currency. Have you ever noticed the grim expressions on people's faces as they go to their purses or wallets for money to make a payment? What goes through your mind when you have to make a payment? Maybe it's a little uncomfortable. Maybe you have a $150 dinner bill that you have to pay. What goes through your mind when you have to pay it? What do you project from your mind when you make those payments? You buy a $200 suit or something like that. What goes through your mind? It would strongly suggest a negative identification if you're having negative thoughts when you spend money. The need is to turn this around, and I want you, by the end of this episode, to turn this around. Money is good. Money is God in action. Feel good about making contact with the divine current. Handle the currency with the joyous feeling that you're in the flow. If you're making a large payment that feels like it's a lot, I challenge you to do it with joy. I challenge you to do it with joy, no matter how much it is. Take out a dollar bill and hold it in your hands. Bless it. Turn it face up. The side with the black printing. The identifying feature of the dollar on this side is the number 1 or 5 or 10, or so on. The number represents the bill's limitation. It is $1, not 1 penny more. Now turn the bill over to the green side. Focus your attention on that lovely inscription, "In God We Trust." Note what you have done. As you turn the bill over, you turn from limitation to limitlessness, from onlyness, it is only $1, to allness. And say with me, I put my trust in the allness of infinite supply. Remember, your money is an extension of you. It is a symbol of limitation or of limitlessness according to how you think while you use it. When you receive or spend money, think green. As you handle it, keep the green side up. Speaking figuratively, of course. In other words, keep your identity with money as a symbol of limitless God substance. I try not to look at the side that has the amount, unless I have to, but I always try to be looking at the other side where there's that limitlessness. Buy an item at a newsstand and hand the man $1. Render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's. But as you do this, become conscious that you're giving way to the limitless flow of prospering substance. Unto God the things that are God. It is a mental discipline. It is reacting because you are projecting something every time you spend money. And I want you to get into a habit of reacting to your spending money. And this will help you immeasurably in building and maintaining a prosperity consciousness. H.C. Materne had failed in nearly everything he had done. His marriage was broken, his business had failed, and he was down to his very last dollar. He became so desperate that he attempted suicide, but he failed at that too. Then he was struck by the Promethean urge, which is the upward pull of spirit in man. Life is always biased on the side of healing and renewal. If you are patient and open, the light breaks through the dark clouds and comes rushing into your hungry heart. So something happened to Materne. In an amazing turnabout, he stopped looking to externals for help. He no longer looked at money as a goal or as a measuring stick of success. He began seeing money as a current of the divine resource. And the $1 he had was an adequate reminder of that resource. After all, it was the reminder he needed, not Fort Knox. He turned the green side up. In God I trust. Ultimately, into his awareness came an idea that gave rise to a creative business enterprise that made him a great amount of money, enough to have made him a wealthy man had he saved his money. Instead, he gave most of it away as it came. He said, "Since I stopped looking to money, I've been happy and prosperous. Why go back to the old way now?" The first thing Materne had to overcome was the feeling of needing money. Have you had a time of financial stringency and you cried out, "I need money"? It is a confusion of priorities. More importantly, you need faith. You need to believe in your flow of creativity. You need ideas. Actually, it could be said that your money needs you. As long as you have impressed on your money the thought of insufficiency, it will continue to misrepresent you in your time of need. But if you consciously imbue your money with the idea of abundance, it will begin to work for you in a positive way. Suddenly, the seemingly little supply becomes dynamic seed money, giving rise to unbelievable increases. Niagara Falls would be of no use to us without the power plants that line the banks to convert the raw energy into usable electric current that blesses thousands of homes with power. In the same way, your money needs your creative ideas to become of use to you. It needs your faith and your vision. You see, you always have this vital choice. You may not have enough money to meet your need, but you always have within you the inlet that may become the outlet to all there is in God. As you turn the green side up and become centered in the divine flow, you create the condition in consciousness that makes the result inevitable. You are never further than one idea, one belief from all the wealth in the universe. Prosperity books use as examples tycoons such as Henry Ford and Andrew Carnegie, as is discussed in Think and Grow Rich, to illustrate how you too can become a millionaire. The fact is, these people did not set out to make money if you read their stories. In each case, there was the sudden or progressive unfoldment of an idea, a thought, which in turn was translated into automobile plants and steel mills. The real substance, that word I keep on saying, the real substance that made it all possible was ideas, creativity. Ideas are the flowing forth into the mind of the wealth of the universe. And every person has his or her own unique pipeline to the allness, the oneness of infinite mind. Thus, if you want to pattern your life after some tycoon role model, call to mind Paul's great thought and let the same mind that was in Christ Jesus be in you. You have open access in you to the same infinite mind resource as that which flowed so creatively through any person who has amassed great wealth by producing great things. Another interesting facet of the money enigma, the paper money you have in your pocket or purse at one time represented so much gold or silver, so there are many times as much currency as hard metal to back it up. Economists cringe and politicians view with alarm at what some consider the basic cause of inflation. Perhaps it is, but for you it is important to remember that wealth is not in money. Wealth is in ideas, and ideas can be controlled through the discipline of the mind that we teach through this podcast. As an example, suppose that all numbers are made out of little metal pieces and that it is against the law to print numbers for yourself. Every time you need to do a sum in arithmetic, you have to provide yourself with a supply of numbers, arrange them in proper order, and then work out your problem with them. And if the problem is extremely complicated, such as working on your income tax returns, you might have to go to a numbers bank to get a greater supply. That sounds ridiculous. And of course, numbers are not things. They're only ideas, and you can add or subtract or multiply or divide them as often as you like. You can have all the numbers you can use, and you can work out problems in your head without even writing them on paper, for they too are enabling symbols. Note the parallel with money. Money is an enabling symbol, but it symbolizes something that is limitless. If you're experiencing lack, you may go to a friend or to the bank to get a supply of those things we call dollars. It is interesting to note that Jesus went forth without scrip or purse. In other words, he could work the figures in his head. This refers to the rich mentality that attracts substance. As one man said, "Since I became aware that I am an individualized expression of the infinite flow of substance, I feel prosperous at all times." And the most amazing thing is the way money flows to me from all directions. I simply can't keep it away from me. In the business world, there's a common delusion that material capital, usually referred to as principal, is almighty. In other words, money is all important. Nothing else matters. This is completely erroneous. Any successful business venture demonstrates that integrity and service have been the keys to the public confidence which created the success. J.P. Morgan is reputed to have said, when he was asked about his practice of making large business loans on slender credit, "I look at his character before I look at his collateral." In other words, he was more concerned with what the person was worthy of than what he was worth. In every case, the real capital was spiritual principle. The key to any condition of lack is spiritual principle. Poverty is not corrected by dollars, but by non-material substance. You can give the man begging for money $1 or $5 or $10 to buy a cup of coffee, but even if he does buy the cup of coffee and something to eat before the day is out, he will be hungry again. Unless there is a change in his consciousness, unless he awakens to the truth about his own relationship with the universe and gets in tune with his own unique flow of supply from within, nothing has changed. Poverty programs must begin to think hand up instead of hand out. The poverty of any society can be controlled, but only as people are introduced to the idea expressed by Emerson that every person is an inlet and may become an outlet to all there is in God. The prospering element will always be non-material substance, not money, and there can never be a shortage of this substance in the universe. Even within an apparent condition of indigence, the only lack in terms of the principle is the thought of lack. You're always as rich as you think you are, and the only poverty is of the mind. So you can begin to do something about your financial position in life right now by reshaping your attitudes about yourself, about money in general, and about your work or investments as the source of your money in particular. Once again, remember, money is good, money is God in action. Money is directly or indirectly involved in everything we do all day long. So it is imperative that we have a positive attitude about it. Appreciate it, bless it, keep open to its flow. In my episode from Charles Fillmore on prosperity, he gives some important thoughts about handling money positively and creatively. Watch your thoughts when you are handling your money, because your money is attached through your mind to the one source of all substance and all money. When you think of your money, which is visible, as something directly attached to an invisible source that is giving or withholding according to your thought, you have the key to all riches and all lack. Never allow money of any kind or amount to pass through your hands without blessing it, whether it is coming to you or going from you. To bless is an old-fashioned practice that needs to be rediscovered. The word means to confer prosperity or happiness upon. In other words, in handling money on any occasion, be sure to give it the imprint of positive attitudes. The money is a wonderful symbol of God's substance. Give thanks that it is continually pointing you towards the limitlessness of universal supply. Keep the awareness that it is currency, a movement of the divine flow. When it comes to you, give thanks that it has flowed from the infinite through your job or investment. When it goes from you, give thanks that there is no depletion, but actually an increase because you have kept it flowing. It is interesting what we do with symbols. Consider the Christian cross. Originally, the cross had a very dynamic meaning. It was the symbol of overcoming, of victory, pointing ahead to the empty tomb and the great demonstration of the resurrection principle. But as the years passed, it became a symbol of tragedy and pain and humiliation. The simple cross was adorned with the figure of Jesus dying an agonizing death. There is an Oriental adage that says, the teacher points to the truth, the student worships the pointer. Thus, the cross has become an object of worship. This is precisely what all too often happens with money. Money is a symbol of the currency or flow of universal substance. Now we tend to worship the pointer. Money becomes the object of life's search for meaning. Thus, whenever you experience any evidence of the flow of substance in your paycheck through investments, or as you pay your bills, or buy something at the supermarket, bless it. Keep the green side up. Let it suggest to you, in God I trust really. Determine that your money will always be a symbol of abundance, not of limitation. When you are firmly established in a balance of spiritual well-being, there will be a right and natural movement in your affairs wherein substance will flow forth freely in terms of the money to enable you to experience life more abundant. This is something I have worked on for a very long time. It took me a long time to change the way I thought about money. So when I talk to you about this stuff, I understand where you're coming from. I know you're struggling with it. When you have to make a big payment all of a sudden for something regarding to your kid's school or your car or something with your business, and then you have that little flutter in your heart, like, I don't have this to spend. I got to spend it. It's just too much. I can't spend it. I want you to step back and remember this episode. It's the way you spend your money, and I want you to really focus in on what is going on in your mind when you have money in your pocket, when you spend money, and how you spend it, what you think about it. I want you to think about that. There's this relationship with money. We've talked about it on several different levels. We've talked about security. We've talked about investment. We've talked about the way that money flows in money magnetism. And in this particular case, I'm just talking to you about spending money and the enigma of money, because you need to have it to survive. There's no way to avoid it. It is a fundamental part of this reality that we're in. You have to survive. There's nothing that you can do to get around it. There's no reason for you to feel guilty in getting it and obtaining it. But there is a way for you to think about money that will truly bless you in a powerful way and help you on your spiritual journey. And there will be no enigma when it comes to money when you understand it in this way. So go out and prosper and spend your money joyously and happily. When you do this, it's going to send out a signal that, oh, we need to give him or her more money so that we can feel this joy more often. I know that there are people that are listening to my voice right now that are scared, because I can feel it, that are worried, that are stressed about paying their next bill, paying their rent payment, their house payment, whatever it is. I feel your pain. I want to take it away from you for now, for just this little bit. Just give it to me. Send it my way. And I'm sending out love to transform it. I want you to send that to me. And I want you to put in the comments what's going on in your life. If you're struggling with something and you think that this is ridiculous, the things I'm saying, let me think about it. Let me put it in my mind. Put in the comments something that you're imagining to happen with this free flow of money. It's not the money, it's the experience that you want to have. It's the joy that you want to have. Talk to me about what you're struggling with. Tell me about it. Because it's going to stay in the basement and it's going to get moldy and stinky. Bring it out into the light. Let everybody else who's part of this group see your comment, and let us all share with you the love that we have for you, and let us bless you and transform you and see you as prosperous. Chapter 4. Money Magnetism. We've all heard that money is the root of all evil. This piece of folk wisdom is due, no doubt, to the fact that so many people mistakenly imagine that money is the source of all good. For when we expect too much of anything, we eventually find, as with idol worship, that the object of our dependence is not competent to answer our prayers, nor capable of fulfilling our expectations of it. So it's not the money by itself, it's the love of money that is the root of all evil. After all, money is not evil in itself, any more than dynamite is evil. Dynamite can be used constructively to build roads or destructively to demolish buildings. Money similarly can be used to do wonderful things. It is human greed that so often directs money toward evil ends. Money represents, quite simply, a flow of energy. Harm results when money is loved and hoarded for its own sake, for in hoarding it, we block the energy flow. A child once accompanied his parents on an outing to the mountains. With them, he drank cool water from a mountain stream. Loving its fresh taste, he filled a bottle from the stream and took it home with him. There he would sip only a little water each day, wanting to make it last as long as possible. What was his disappointment a few weeks later then to find that the water left in the bottle had become stagnant? Money similarly grows stagnant when we bottle it up. That is to say, hoard it. To attract and magnetize a steady money flow in our lives, we must learn to view money not as a thing merely, but as an expression of energy. Ultimately, as an expression of our energy. Check out my episode on Quo, where they discuss money as energy. And another one that comes to mind is Raymond Charles Barker's God is Money in Action. Money is the blood that flows through God, and it is the way that God helps to answer prayers. With the money that you make, you can remove any mountain or build any building. Anything is possible with money. Developing money magnetism depends to a great extent on understanding how to use money properly. Using money properly depends on realizing that in acquiring money, we don't merely manipulate material forces in our favor. Still less is the acquisition of money a matter of luck. Rather, we attract money to us. The other side of that coin is that the failure to acquire money is essentially an act of repulsion on our part, unconscious to be sure. We may push it from us even while we imagine that we are doing our best to acquire it. Both of these concepts, learning how to attract money and how to put it to the proper use, depend finally on understanding what truly constitutes our needs. That is our own and others' highest good, for it is a law of life that when we waste any resource, we encounter a time finally when we can no longer replenish it. Think of the vast number of forests that have been cut without thought for replanting, of farmland that has been exhausted because its soil was never replenished. Think of the many stories of movie stars who, instead of using their money discriminately, squandered it until at last they were left penniless. What is wealth? Raymond Charles Barker says that wealth is the freedom to do what you want when you want. Most people equate it with investments, with savings, with income, with real property. Yet we've all known people who got by quite happily on very little money. I've known others, by contrast, who seemed barely able to scrape by, even though they may have earned several times as much as the first group. The strange thing is that those who get by on very little often manage to obtain more of this world's goods, to go on more vacations, and to do a great deal in other ways that others with more money never seem to be able to do. Who among these, then, was the more truly wealthy? It isn't merely a matter of how much you have, but rather how well you know how to use what you have. In the last analysis, one is as wealthy or as poor as they think themselves to be. Wealth cannot be equated with some fixed quantity. If one is wealthy in their mind or in their spirit, they may require very few material possessions to be perfectly satisfied with life. If, on the other hand, one considers themselves wealthy only for their material riches, they may be convinced they are poor even if they have $50 million. Perhaps only because some former classmate of his has $90 million. I remember a time around 2008 when an absence of income combined with a determination to change my career led to my having to live on very, very little. During those several months, I learned all sorts of tricks for living inexpensively. I sprouted alfalfa seeds. I trained my palate to enjoy powdered milk, which is much cheaper than regular milk. I took advantage of special sales at the grocery store and saved up coupons, and I concentrated on preparing cheap, high-energy foods like split pea soup, which would last for several days. No doubt one could say that I was poor then, yet I didn't feel particularly poor. I won't go so far as to say that I felt rich, but the important thing is, because I didn't dwell sadly on all the things I lacked, I really wasn't poor. I'll go farther. In every way that really mattered, I was rich. There's the charming story of the American Indian who happily farmed a meager quarter-acre plot. A wealthy neighbor of his befriended him. One day, this friend offered him 5 acres to give him more land to farm. "Thank you for the gesture," the Indian replied, "but if I had more land to work, when would I find the time for singing?" On the opposite side of the coin, I've known people with a great deal of money who could never convince themselves they were even well off. And I recall a certain friend of mine, a scientist and a professor at a university. He owned his own home, his family, and he ate well, dressed well, lived reasonably well, yet he considered himself wretched. His complaint was that he couldn't afford some of the expensive gadgetry he'd seen and enjoyed. Things like state-of-the-art television. And I recall him weeping, I'm poor, I'm poor. Wealth is the consciousness of abundance, and poverty is the consciousness of lack. Wealth and poverty are both states of mind. You are as rich or as poor as you believe yourself to be. As Neville Goddard taught us, our state is what ends up being outpictured in the reality around us. I don't want the people who listen to the podcast to think that I've lured them into this episode on how to attract or magnetize money, only to substitute it for a philosophy of self-deprivation. Money is important in this world. A person who writes books needs money to support himself while he writes. A photographer needs expensive lenses to take the best pictures. There is no field of activity in which money does not figure in some way. Nor do I suppose that I myself could have lived for very long on only $10 a month. Essentially, to my theme, however, is the importance of the right mental attitude, not only for defining the parameters of happiness intelligently, but also for attracting wealth in the first place. The purpose of this episode is to help you to attract money in such a way as not to make it a burden on your peace of mind, but a doorway rather to genuine opportunity. It is to help you to learn how to use money wisely in such a way to acquire the greatest possible benefit for yourself and others. You must really seek security within yourself first. The teachings of Jesus Christ were intended primarily for the salvation of our souls. Nevertheless, because truth remains no matter on what level of reality we seek, many of Jesus' sayings can be applied effectively even on ordinary levels of human life. For example, to him who has shall be given, and he shall have abundance, but from him who does not have, even that which he has shall be taken away. Matthew 13:12. At first glance, this may seem a very unfair teaching, no matter on what level of truth we apply it. If, however, we think of abundance as something one attracts to himself, rather than waiting for it to be doled out to him by a whimsical destiny, an uncertain blessing over which he has no control, then we can see that Jesus is addressing the issue in another spirit altogether. Quite simply, what he was emphasizing was the importance of our own responsibility in the quest for abundance. Abundance, in other words, is something we must draw to us. We must magnetize. Abundance of all kinds, for success too is a kind of abundance. So also is emotional fulfillment. So also are friends. We draw these to us. We can also repel them. A consciousness of abundance attracts abundance. It's really that simple. Though it may help to explain this principle a little further. A consciousness of poverty, on the other hand, attracts poverty. You've probably heard people speak of poverty consciousness. There is negative power in negative attitudes. Our expectations of life, whether positive or negative, determine to a great extent the wealth or poverty, the success or failure, the fulfillment or disappointment that we receive from life. An important point to consider is that we can increase or decrease the influence of these expectations by the intensity which we focus our thoughts and feelings on them. A cornerstone of the teachings of the great spiritual teacher Paramahansa Yogananda is the aphorism, "The greater the will, the greater the flow of energy." Willpower, it is that directs energy of the body and outward from the body towards any object of fulfillment. And the effectiveness of our expectations of life depends on the energy we focus upon them. A person of weak willpower will inevitably be also a person whose energy flow is weak. By contrast, a person of great willpower always finds reserves of inner energy from which they draw the ability to attain their objectives. Willingness generates energy. Unwillingness, on the other hand, depletes one's supply of energy, no matter how much they try to replenish it with sufficient rest and good diet. Energy is indeed the link between mind and body, between divine consciousness and the material universe. Science has demonstrated that matter is energy, essentially. Many leading modern physicists go further and state their belief that energy is a manifestation of consciousness. In this, they concur with the ancient teachings which state that the divine will manifested the material universe through the medium of cosmic energy. When we direct our hand to raise, say, a stone, we do not merely by visualizing it as raising the stone. We also send energy to it by commanding of our will, and we direct the energy to raise the stone. Yogananda created a set of psychophysical exercises to develop a person's awareness of and control over this flow of energy in the body. I have practiced this system for several years and have found it to be enormously beneficial, not only physically but also in its application to the principles being discussed. Even without this system of exercises, one can acquire great power to influence events that more passive people think of as beyond their control. They can exert their power by simply understanding the influence of right attitude over the flow of energy. For energy doesn't merely act upon matter through the muscles of our bodies. It exerts a magnetic force beyond our bodies to attract to us whatever we want, or just as effectively by strong negative expectations what we don't want in our lives. Energy may be compared to electricity. Indeed, electricity is a form of energy. Electricity is a lower manifestation of the same energy as that which moves the body. It is a particular manifestation of the cosmic energy which created the material universe. When electricity flows through a wire, it generates a magnetic field. The stronger the flow, the more powerful this field. Similarly, whenever we will something to happen or to be drawn to us, a ray of energy goes out, projected by the power of our thought or will. The energy in turn generates a magnetic force field. It is this magnetic force that attracts us to the objects of our expectations. Thus, to attract money, we must be confident that we have a right to our fair share of the abundance of the universe. And indeed, we have that right, all of us. Don't be passive in the demands you make on the universe. Don't wait for good fortune to smile on you. Be secure in yourself and know that you yourself are an integral part of the cosmic reality. When you have that consciousness of living already in abundance, then as Jesus said, you will attract more abundance. One thing that's important to understand is not to limit what it is that you want. There's a story I'm reminded of a man who died, was being shown around heaven by St. Peter. They came to what St. Peter called the heavenly junkyard. Here you'll find all the gifts from heaven, he explained, that people on earth rejected. Why, that's impossible, exclaimed the newcomer. Some of these things are beautiful. Look at the Cadillac over there. Who could possibly have rejected that? Well, it's interesting that you should ask about that particular car, replied St. Peter. As it happens, the person who rejected that Cadillac is you. Impossible, protested the other. I'd never refuse such a wonderful gift. All the same, it was you. You see, the Cadillac was ready and waiting to be delivered to you, but every time you prayed for a car, you kept visualizing a little Volkswagen. Most of the books I know that teach people how to actualize their ideas stress the importance of visualizing clearly the exact description, complete to size and shape of the tiny thing they want. Do they want a car? Then see the exact model car they want, its color, its shape, visualize it sitting in their garage, perhaps even with the keys in the ignition. The point of this story, then, is that it is not possible to anticipate in advance all the opportunities life holds in store for us. By demanding one specific opening, we may inadvertently fail to notice another. We've already described money as an energy flow. A flow of any kind is incompatible with rigidity, whether of ideas or of behavior. Dogmatic thinking is brittle thinking. Preconceived notions of how things ought to work may serve us well as long as everything depends and develops along predictable lines. But they betray us whenever we find ourselves confronted with new challenges. A skier will fall if, on finding himself suddenly needing to make a right turn, he finds himself already committed to turning left. In an energy flow, one doesn't think of fixed stopping points. One thinks of continuous movement beyond the known and visible to the unknown and invisible. One thinks not of fixed goals, but of continuous progress, continuous expansion toward ends that are lost in infinity. In my life, I've often had to put this principle to use. Rarely have I found it helpful to have too specifically in mind some physical thing that I wanted. What I visualized rather was the direction I needed to move. Clarity was indeed necessary, but it was necessary for me not to bind clarity in bonds that were too material. I have found this particularly in finding love, that I found greater success by imagining the feeling of love and moving into a loving state without imagining the exact person that I wanted to be with. Had I wanted a car then, I would have done what I have done, visualize clearly the service a car would give me rather than the specific vehicle itself. The principles that we are discussing, a non-material principle, they are predicated on the fact that matter itself is only energy, and on the further concept that energy itself is only a manifestation of consciousness. There have been a few times when I needed specific sums of money. At such times, naturally, I visualized the particular sum needed. However, even then, I didn't visualize the money sitting there in a pile, green $100 bills on my desk, just waiting to be counted. Rather, I visualized the particular purpose this money was meant to serve. I concentrated on the energy flow of which money was a part rather than on the money as a separate reality in itself. The community I used to live in held a rally during which everyone was asked to pledge varying amounts to beautify the downtown area. They were asked to donate specific projects, 100 for a tree, 25 for flowers, and so on. One of the donations requested was $2,000 to improve the road. Looking at that sum, I thought, no one will pledge such a large sum. As it happened, I myself didn't have any money for such a project, but I thought, the roads do need improvement, so let me pledge that amount. I had no idea where the money would come from. Beyond putting my pledge in an envelope, I said nothing about it to anyone. The payment on it was due in 2 weeks. A week later, I still had no money. Where the money would come from, I awoke one morning to find an envelope under my door. It contained a letter from a friend I hadn't seen in a long time who wrote, I was just visiting here. My mother died a few months ago, and I had been wanting to give you something in her name and in gratitude for help that you have given me through the years. Along with this letter was a check for $2,000. If this sort of thing happened only once, you'd chalk it up to coincidence, but I've seen it happen again and again, to the point where coincidence simply has to be ruled out. Some definite principle is at work. This very episode, indeed, is an attempt to present principles that I've tested for many years and proved. Be flexible in your expectations. Otherwise, you may find, even in the realization of your expectations, that what you attract isn't really what you needed, or else turns out to be much less than what you could have had. Be directional in your expectations. Don't think of fixed goals, but rather think in terms of directional development. And as I said earlier, put energy into your creative visualization. Energy itself flows more forcefully when you think of it as a flow without fixed and definite goals. You have to understand that you're not alone on an island by yourself. You are a part of a greater reality. If you remove the strings from a guitar and stretch them between two sticks, then tried to pluck them, you'd only get a very thin sound. Their tonal richness when plucked on a guitar is due to the guitar's sounding board, which augments their sound. The same is true for the human ego. If we think of ourselves as solitary islands in a vast and disinterested ocean, we find ourselves threatened by life, not sustained by it. We may feel that we must claw and scratch our way up any hill of difficulties that we face, and shout ourselves hoarse in the face of massive indifference to achieve even the least goals for ourselves. Thus, people by the time they're 40 are often a spent force, already psychologically exhausted, depleted in energy, ill much of the time, and cynical about their chances for future success, all because they've stretched their egos between two fixed points, say their home and their job, rather than affixing them in greater awareness to the vastness of life and of the universe. Their interests are narrowly focused on I, my, me, and mine. They think in terms only of what they can get from life and how they can serve the self, not of what they can share with life and with others in the great adventure of existence. If all this seems too vague for clear understanding, let's pin it to a specific example. Someone who goes through life thinking only of his own interests is far less likely to attract help from others than one who tries to involve others in his interests. Someone who tries to involve others only in his own interest is less likely to interest them than one who shows an interest also in what interests them. And one who approaches projects only from a standpoint of selfish interest, whether his own or other people's, is less likely to stir a sense of dedication either in himself or in them than one who appeals to high principles and ideals. The broader our vision, the more powerful it will be. I had a little demonstration of this years ago. There was a Pearl Jam concert, and I was very excited to go. I didn't have a ticket, but I thought I could find one, so I arrived at the concert where it was to be held, only to find that the doors were closed and nobody had any tickets available. I had tried to find it everywhere, so I didn't know. Dismayed to find this, and in danger of not being able to go to the concert, I said, "It's my birthday," to the person at the gate, and the official looked deeply with me and said, "All right, come on in, happy birthday." It's a small example, but it illustrates how often when we take broader issues into account, we can open doors that are closed to us as long as we concentrate only on our narrow intentions. You may have read the book or seen the movie The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. On the surface, it's an attractive philosophy. One man standing firm in his convictions, loyal to his ideals, alone against the crowd. But as stated, this philosophy does not work. Yes, we must be true to our ideals. Implicit here, however, is the concept of ideals as something greater than we are. Truth itself is infinitely greater than we are. If truth is the sounding board with which our whole being resonates, then what does it matter if all men rise up against us? What indeed is the entire human race but a swarm of ants before the immensity of truth, timeless, infinite? Great men and women who lived by high principles gained far greater power from their attunement with them than they ever have gained by compromise with the mere opinions and interests of others. What made the Fountainhead so fragile a statement was that its hero, the fearless architect, thought only in terms of his own opinions about architecture, of his own personal desires and fulfillment. A truth must be perceived, it cannot be created. Opinions are altogether different from perception, and desires that exclude the welfare of others are selfish, and therefore by definition small in scope. Ayn Rand's philosophy never rose above the level of egoism, my opinion and desires firmly stated against spineless compromise with the opinions and desires of others. Now, you should write this down. The power to attract money and success of every kind increases in direct proportion to our ability to recognize and attune ourselves to a greater reality than just our own, to a greater level of service than just our own self. When you see someone with great wealth, and we may think, many do, that they own it at the cost of other people's prosperity. One of the assumptions in modern social thought is that there is just so much money to go around. It's limited. If one person has more of it, others must necessarily have less. This line of thinking is typical of the materialistic consciousness by which mankind was until recently ruled, but out of which the human race is now emerging into the new earth. If we think of matter as the fundamental reality, we live perforce in a world of rigid limitations. Inevitably then we see supply of any kind as a fixed quantity, whether it be money or energy or opportunity. If, however, we think of consciousness as the reality that underlies everything, then we see quantity itself as circumscribed by nothing but the limitations of our own thinking. In fact, as is well known, wealth is something we create. It is not merely there, waiting for us to find it and lay claim to it. Thus, we see that it is only that we attract money to us. We attract energy, which then manifests itself in the form of money. And the supply of energy is cosmic in scope. Wealth isn't produced out of the ground or out of a factory. It is produced out of the cosmic ground of being, out of the infinite factory of ideas. In this episode, I haven't even addressed one of the issues that one commonly encounters on how to grow rich, namely to concentrate on making money the way an artist concentrates on creating paintings, to turn money-making, in other words, into a virtual art form. Nor have I paid the usual attention to the accumulation of wealth. The thing is, such an emphasis, though it is indeed a means of acquiring and keeping wealth, is ultimately self-defeating. For one thing, as I pointed out earlier, wealth is much more than money. It is happiness, peace of mind, the richness of fulfilling relationships, a simple and uncluttered life, wisdom, love. To devote too much energy to the quest for money may make one filthy rich, but it won't make one wealthy in the truest sense. For another thing, the excessive accumulation of money deadens one's consciousness of it as energy and heightens one's awareness of it as a fixed material reality, limited in quantity no matter how much one accumulates, and therefore ever in danger of being depleted, stolen, or lost in a market crash. The simple fact is that the more people have, usually the more fearful they become of losing what they have. They accumulate money to gain a sense of security and very often feel less secure in its very possession than they did when they had so little that attachment to what they had was not yet a temptation. The best course where money is concerned is to seek to attract as much of it as one needs, but not to try to become a multimillionaire. The strain isn't worth it. Without balance in everything, including our search for material prosperity, we quickly reach a point of diminishing returns. You can do it. You can attract it. There is a reality where you become a millionaire. You have to look at everything that is a part of that. As long as we have the consciousness of hoarding, of taking for ourselves and never allowing the energy to flow through us to others, we block that energy flow in time. It may cease altogether. A spring that is left unused will eventually cease flowing. The same is true of our spirituality. One who doesn't use his energy creatively finds it flowing in a diminishing proportions and gradually dying. This is what Jesus meant when he said that the person who buried his talent in the ground instead of using it displeased his employer. The moral: if we hoard for ourselves instead of allowing the energy within us to flow outward, we displease the God deep within ourselves. In conversation once with a very rich relative of mine, I remarked how strange it seemed to me that people would spend all their money on themselves. I wasn't thinking of my relative's wealth at the time and had no ulterior motive in saying what I did. Our discussion had simply touched on an expensive house that we'd seen described in the paper. But his reply astonished me. "Well," he exclaimed, "that's a novel thought. The contrast between our two totally opposite attitudes and the surprise occasioned both of us highlighted for me the extent of the difference between the laws of the spirit and those of the world. A person who receives from God the blessing of great wealth, but spends it only on himself, will sooner or later find his wealth being removed from him or its supply drying up. Whatever we are giving in this world, whether money, popularity, or talent, should be taken as an opportunity for service. We were not put here on earth merely to live for ourselves. We were given the blessing of a human body that we might enter into a greater awareness of all life. Materialistic people often think not only of matter, but of energy too, as a limited quantity. The truth is, however, that the more you use your energy, the more you'll find that you generate energy. So many people think, but I've got to save my strength. They are wrong. Yes, of course we need rest periodically. Yes, of course we mustn't overdo. We'd be foolish to drive ourselves to the point where our willpower shuts off, for with unwillingness our energy supply shuts off too. But remember, energy used joyfully and willingly does not exhaust energy. It generates more energy. If you want to earn money, approach it as a focal point for your energy flow and use it to help you generate a greater flow of energy. Remember, money is only a symbol of energy. Approach it as energy, and remember the principle: the greater the will, the greater the flow of energy. There need be no limits to your flow of abundance. The only limits will be those who you place on that flow yourself by the self-erected fence of emotional attachment. Once you learn how to use money rightly, you will find gains on many levels. Your abundance, energy, joy, all will expand. The law of attraction is more accurately a law of magnetism. You are making yourself magnetic to the experiences that you wish to have. You live in a world filled with infinite possibilities. Those possibilities are constantly available to you. The baggage, static, habits, and fears that currently occupy your attention block you from experiencing those possibilities. Clearing the blocks make you magnetic to the new experience you desire. Attempting to attract new things without clearing these blocks can be very frustrating. When you decide that you want something new in your life, people, places, experiences, or things, you are relating to that desire from 4 levels: conscious, subconscious, unconscious, and soul. At the conscious level, you're aware of your desire for something new. At the subconscious level, you're aware of thoughts and feelings that are affecting you as you experience your desire for something new. Examples include, I can't afford it. What will people think? Do I deserve it? I've never managed to have life I want. No one believes in me. At the unconscious level, you're not affected by thoughts and feelings that you're not aware of. A common example of this is the trauma that you've forgotten or blocked out. This often presents as you're acting habitually in a self-sabotaging way without knowing why. At the soul level, you're affected by the plan you made to have certain experiences during this lifetime that facilitate soul growth. This plan was made by you, according to Quo, before you were born. You may be wondering how you can work with the soul and unconscious levels if you have no conscious awareness of them. The way you do this is to move things up the levels. As more and more of your subconscious experiences become conscious, it allows your unconscious experiences and soul level plans to move into your subconscious. Your goal is to have all experiences experienced as consciously as possible, which allows for the fewest blocks between you and your desires. Let's look at an example. Let's say that you have a job interview scheduled. You tell yourself, I'm going to have a great interview. I'm going to have a great interview. I'm going to have a great interview. You're seeing the great interview as something outside of yourself that are pulling in, attracting. In reality, it's your preferred outcome of many possibilities that are available. Your actual experience is being affected by far more than just what you're saying to yourself. Consciously, you're hoping you'll have a great interview. Subconsciously, something very different is going on. Subconsciously, it is likely that you have a great deal of fear and anxiety about how the interview might go. In essence, you're giving yourself 2 very different messages. This crosstalk generates energetic confusion in you. We don't need to explore the unconscious and soul level issues to see that there is something needing to be corrected. Conscious awareness of the subconscious experiences you are having clears this energetic confusion. Rather than focus on, I'm going to have a great interview, allow yourself to explore what you are actually experiencing. When you're not in resistance to what is, you're able to move more and more experiences into the conscious level. Each time you move something up to the conscious level, it becomes an asset for you to use across your life. Now, going back to the interview, if you simply repeat, I'm going to have a great interview, but don't address the underlying truth about it, i.e., I'm really nervous about this interview, then your subconscious nervousness will be magnetizing right alongside the conscious desire. This becomes a sort of competition, which will show up, your conscious desire or your subconscious fear. It's impossible to say which will be louder in you at any moment. What I can say is that if you process your nervousness consciously, then both truths are working for you. It's just like 2 horses pulling a wagon. The wagon moves best when the horses are pulling in the same direction. My truth is that I want to have a great interview, and I'm also nervous about this interview. You're not resisting the truth of your nervousness. You're being conscious about the fact of it. This simple change of perspective can make all the difference in the world. Now that your nervousness is on the table, you free yourself from needing to avoid thinking about it. You may be wondering, how can acknowledging my nervousness be a good thing? Won't that just make me more uncomfortable? Ignoring the nervousness is clearly a liability. Every time you feel nervous, you have to remind yourself to ignore it. Doing this over and over is an exhausting process. By owning I am nervous, you allow yourself to see what changes you may have available. Now, when we say I am, I know that we're acknowledging something, and so if I say I am scared, then that may be creating it. What I recommend is acknowledging it by saying, I am blocking this money from a trauma that I have. I overcome this. I'm becoming more and more able to overcome the traumas and limitations that have existed in the past. Hiding from the subconscious issues results in continuing to ask for your attention. Becoming conscious of your subconscious issues allows you to make choices about how you interact with them, learn more about yourself, and grow. So what I'm saying is, oftentimes I meet people that are struggling with money, and they will say affirmations, but they do not acknowledge the underlying problem. The underlying problem is they were taught as children that money is evil, or they were taught that it's very difficult to make money, or that it's too hard to make money. So I acknowledge that my teachings from the past show that it's hard to make money, and I overcome that by acknowledging and bringing them up. This is a little bit different for everybody, and I suggest that you don't lock it in as a belief system, but you acknowledge it. So there's different ways to go about it. Acknowledge the limitations that you have and vow to release these limitations. Then you'll be pulling yourself towards that future reality that you want. Here's a fun thing that you can try. Get yourself whatever denomination of money that you feel comfortable with. 1s, 5s, 20s, 50s, whatever your equivalent currency is. Pick out whichever one of those feels comfortable to you and put it someplace in your house where you spend a lot of time. On your dresser, on the kitchen counter, the bathroom sink. Don't just stick it on the refrigerator. Pick a place where you have to interact with it, where you have to move the money around when you use that space. Pick it up, move it when you're dusting. Pick it up and move it when you have to make dinner. Pick it up and move it when you have to brush your teeth or wash your face. Is money dirty? Is it nasty? Are you afraid to have it on your kitchen counter with your food? Do you let it get dusty? Do you throw your dirty underwear on top of the dresser? Has it fallen on the floor and you don't care? Did it get in the sink and get wet? How did you treat it? How did you feel about it? What did it bring up in you? This tool will reveal to you how you actually feel about money. It will give you insight. You might want to start off with like $5 and work your way up. You might be precious with 100, but not so precious with 5. Experiment. Let yourself see what happens as you interact with your currency. How do you really feel about it? If you feel like I don't have enough, dig a little deeper. I don't have enough is a cop-out at this point, especially in this exercise, because there's more to learn. You've learned that over and over and over again. It would be like taking the same class every single day of your life. You've learned that you believe you don't have enough. Some of you are going to say, ugh, I don't want that dirty money on my kitchen counter. Or if I leave a $100 bill on the counter, someone's going to take it. That's good to know. Or I'm ashamed of having a $100 bill. I'm ashamed that I have $100. I can't just leave it around. Okay, it might be helpful to write down what you realize. Your response to this exercise is important. Start off with this. On this date, I had a $5 bill on the kitchen counter, and this is how I related to it. And this is how I felt and how I experienced it. Then after a day or 2 or 10, ask yourself, okay, what do I feel about it now? Then get yourself a shiny new $10 bill or a ripped up $10, whatever. Put that on the counter and see what happens. A lot of times just learning what you feel about money will stop it from controlling you. Another exercise is to carry a large amount of money in your pocket and see how it makes you feel. Put $2,000 in your pocket. Just walk around and see how you feel. Do you feel uncomfortable? Does it feel wrong? Are you concerned? Are you worried you're going to lose it? Is it easy to have that money in your pocket? A lot of times, learning what you feel about money will stop it from controlling you, and you can become more magnetic to it. Using an example of the money on the counter, you pass it 3 days in a row, and every time you look at it, you think it's germy and other people's hands have touched it. I hope you can see how that equal sign makes it really hard to attract money into your life. Perhaps every time you walk past a $100 bill, you find yourself thinking, look at me, I'm I'm stuck up so-and-so because I have a $100 bill just laying around when it could be feeding somebody tonight. Wow. Now, you know that having a $100 laying around leaves you feeling like you're a bad person. That's good to know. That energetic makes it really hard to have more abundance than you determine you deserve in any moment, and you can result in you only being able to pay your bills at the last possible moment in order to continue to feel like a good person. What we've seen happen with this is that people say, I didn't know I felt that way. Once they realize how they feel, they can make decisions about how to interact with that habit. Oftentimes you'll discover that an authority figure from your past told you how you should feel about money, and it's not necessarily your opinion. Discovering that can be very eye-opening and a very powerful way to release. I've gotten another comment from several people that have emailed me as a question. They ask, how can I stop wasting money on people or projects that are bottomless pits? I'm wasting it. But I need to find a good cause. So what is a good cause? Are you giving from your abundance, or are you giving from your guilt? Are you giving because somebody in authority told you that you should? Where are you giving from? And how do you avoid all those things? You got to make sure that you are giving is something you can give and not miss. Can I give this and not miss it? Can I give and not miss this money? Sometimes people really fall for the idea that it's appropriate to be of service to others without being of support to themselves first, and we've never seen that work out well. You give support to yourself, and then you give from your abundance, whether it's time, energy, money, underwear, whatever it is. You give it from your abundance, and then that's a true gift. If you give from the sort of, I might have extra this month, but who knows what's going to happen after that? And oh God, I remember being really poor, and it scares me to think about, but I'm poor now, so I should probably give you money right now because, oh God, I feel guilty for not being poor anymore. You can see how this just doesn't go well. Another tool to help you visualize is candle wax. You can share your flame, your emanation, but you cannot give away your wax. Never, never, never. If you give away your wax, you give yourself away, and who you are is diminished. If you're a candle, you can light numerous other candles with your flame, but nobody gets your wax. On some level, we see how energetically very drained because your wax has not been precious to you. That core amount of attention, of rest, of nourishment, of peace, of quiet, of meditation, of walking, dancing, whatever it is that you know feeds you as a person and keeps you whole. Been letting pieces of those things to go to other people because you thought, well, if they're happy, I'll be happy. Or if they're happy, at least I won't be so distracted by their needs. When the truth is, you've gotten yourself drained, and you'll get further drained. So step back and set boundaries. Boundaries don't mean I don't love you anymore. Boundaries mean I have to love myself first so I have extra love to give. I can't give from this place. I have to give from a whole place. The first step is to set boundaries so that people you're giving your wax to don't get any more. And they usually throw fits, so you don't have to deal with that. They'll call you selfish, typically, or they'll call you other terrible bad words. When you drop service mentality and take care of yourself first, don't feel guilty about that. You're able to offer something extraordinary. You can still offer your flame. It's the candle. The candle is lit and the flame is giving off light. It gives off light whether you hide it in a closet or you set it on a windowsill. And when you love yourself well, it's like putting the candle on the windowsill so the people who are driving by see the light as well. You can give your flame to anyone because it still burns even when you share it with others. But when you start giving your wax away, it's all over. So I have one mantra that I want you to repeat. I'm not mentioning the large sums of money mantra because that's a whole other episode. Check out my entering into the large sums of money mindset. And that is the best affirmation I've ever used. But for purposes of this episode, I want you to just say, I am in financial flow and money comes to me in infinite ways. This is so important. Money comes to me in infinite ways. When you have a belief that the only way money comes to you is if you get a paycheck, That's the way money is going to come to you. If you find a quarter on the ground or 10 cents in the laundry or a dollar blowing past you in the breeze, don't take that as something small. Grab a hold of it and acknowledge that money just came to you in an infinite way so that you'll start opening up pathways, the energetic pathways for money to flow to you in unexpected ways. You can say with me, I am in financial flow and money comes to me in infinite ways. And then see what you add on to that. Because you hear not, it doesn't, it won't, it still can't pay my bills being added onto the sentence. You have to really watch that. I am in financial flow and money comes to me in infinite ways. Period. Full stop. And then you see what wants to come up in you. Then you say, I'm tempted to think that it's a lie. Or I'm tempted to believe that it hasn't happened. Or I'm tempted to believe that it doesn't happen to anybody like me. Vocalize the resistance that comes up when you say that affirmation. Now, as you have analyzed the blocks that are coming up, and as you started to understand, I want you to magnetize your money vision. It's 3 simple steps. You follow these steps, you will find success. Now, first of all, hold a vision of what it might be like to be prosperous. Secondly, feel genuine excitement about living your financial dreams come true. And third, take active physical action to help make your dream a reality. Involving your heart and your head and your guts together in alignment as equal participants in this way makes a huge difference. It is easy to see someone who's misaligned, chasing after something his or her heart is obviously not fully into. Yet sometimes we fool ourselves. The key to success in energizing money starts, therefore, with more fully knowing ourselves. Having good alignment between what we think we want, what we emotionally feel involved with, and what we're willing to do gives us a clear sense of what we can believe will be possible. When we know in our heads, hearts, and guts that we are 100% fully intellectually focused, emotionally dedicated, and physically committed to our dreams, we will achieve them. Now, the other things that I would also recommend in magnetizing money from what we've talked about in terms of energy is concentration. Concentration is like focusing diffused beams of light in a single laser ray. Concentration is power. When we can focus the mind pointedly, we are already far on the way to developing a powerful will. The power of will, in fact, lies less in what a person thinks than in what he wants to make happen. Concentrate on your prosperity with inner calmness, without distraction. Concentrate on it. Crystal clarity and concentration seems to be the key. So concentrate on wealth. I don't hear enough discussion of concentration. It's easy to get distracted in this day and age with our phones and televisions and all the stuff that we have to do. Shutting out the mind of all distracting thoughts and impressions. Just focusing and developing concentration on the wealth that you want to create. Focusing positively on one thing at a time. Become absorbed in that thought. Wonderful things will start to happen. Concentration seems to be a powerful way to increase energy. So if you concentrate on money, good things will come to you. So concentrate. This will magnetize the money that you need. So using your concentration, you'll hold a vision of what it might be like to be prosperous. And you concentrate on that vision. Be honest with yourself about how real it is and how much you're concentrating. Concentrate on it. Then, once you have concentrated on your vision, you feel a genuine excitement about living your financial dreams come true, and you concentrate on that. And then you take action, physical action, to make your dream a reality. Other ways to magnetize money are affirmations, The use of affirmation is one tried and true method for growing money, and it is a relatively simple yet highly effective way to help yourself overcome your own unique areas of fears and doubts by creating statements designed to positively override the nagging doubts that otherwise can run roughshod over your hopes and dreams for financial success. Knowing how some of our inner self-talk can effectively flatten our hopes and dreams, canceling out the energy wave required to bring new creations to life, we can overcome the internal negativity by creating personalized affirmations that uniquely address our own particular weak areas. My go-to affirmation is that I am so happy and grateful now. Large sums of money come to me easily and quickly in increasing quantities from multiple sources on a continuous basis, in the best interest of all, with the free will of all, that I get to keep, give, spend, invest, and circulate joyfully. This covers a variety of different issues in the ways that I receive money, in the way I spend it, in the way it comes to me. But there are hundreds of wonderful affirmations, and I have tried to use them all. I have several sleep meditations and other meditations where I've used these affirmations, and I recommend that you try them out and find your own. The key is to find your own. Another thing that you can use is Feng Shui. With Feng Shui, the ancient Chinese system of attending to energies in physical spaces, start by selecting a representative symbol for your prosperity and financial success and place this picture, statue, piece of artwork, or other beautiful and personally meaningful symbol, usually in the southeast corner of a room, acknowledging that your future prosperity is assured. In such visual fashion, provide your subconscious mind with a powerful daily reminder that all is well with your finances. I've created several magical sigils through art that have helped me to enhance my own prosperity that you can also use at www.newearth.art. Another thing that is great is a gratitude prosperity journal, keeping a journal of what you're grateful for each month, what you're dreaming and daydreaming about, including places you'd like to go, people you'd like to meet, things you'd like to do, is a great way to establish a strong connection between what matters most to you and what is happening in your life. I've had fabulous success with such journals, finding that everything I write down comes true as I feel better and better about moving forward to help make my dreams come true. It's effortless, it's easy, it's wonderful. Chapter 5. Letting the money flow. As you grow and become more sensitive to more and more aspects of creating abundance, you will recognize that money flows in and out like ocean waves. You will experience times when the tide is in and times when the tide is out. Your universe is made of energy, and energy moves in waves and cycles. There will be times when your magnetism has a larger result and times when it has a smaller result. Some months you will receive more money than usual, and some months you will have more bills than normal. Some weeks your business may be booming, and other weeks you may have very few customers. There is a natural rhythm to money, just as there is a natural cycle to everything in your life. Every business has an ebb and flow. Every person has cycles in life, times when money is coming in more than it is going out, and times when it is going out more than it is coming in. Your challenge is to not go up and down emotionally with the natural ebb and flow of money in your life. Use these natural cycles in a way that further builds your prosperity. So we need to say this together. Try to memorize this, and we begin with this simple affirmation. Say it with me. Money flows in my life. I am prosperous in my life. Very simple. We acknowledge that money is flowing, and it's flowing in my life. And my life is prosperous. Not just it's flowing, but it's prosperous. So say it with me. Money flows in my life. I am prosperous in my life. There are 4 basic states of flow you might experience. Calm, when money is coming in and going out in equal amounts. Flow, when much money is coming in and then going out. Ebb, when much more money is going out than coming in. And flat, when no money is flowing in or out. Money represents an exchange of energy between you and the outside world. It represents the energy going out from you and the energy coming back in. If you are in a calm or flat state where money is coming in and going out in equal amounts, or there is not any movement, look at where your own energy might not be moving. You want both money and your personal energy to flow. By unblocking your energy, you can create more money in your life. Blocks in money can be caused by places where your energy is not flowing, such as in your physical body, your emotions, or your relationships with other people. If you're in a calm or flat state with money and you want the energy to begin moving, observe your life for a while and ask your higher self to show you where your energy needs to flow more. So let's ask our higher self right now, where does my energy need to flow more? Just sit for a moment and ask yourself, where does my energy need to flow more? Now say this with me. My energy is open and flowing in every area of my life. Sometimes the lack of flow may be in your body. If your body is not as healthy or as energetic as you would like, you can start having more energy by getting in touch with your inner urgings. Your body is always trying to communicate with you about its needs. What whispers have you been receiving from your body? Perhaps it wants you to get more rest, be out in nature more, get more exercise, or change your diet. Follow your inner urgings, and you will gain more physical energy and health. As you gain more flow in this area, it will help money to flow in your life. Take a moment to reflect on your body. Is there anywhere you feel physically blocked? Do you have any inner urges that you are not following, such as changing your diet, getting more exercise, getting a massage, or walking outdoors? What simple step could you take today or tomorrow to help open up that area? Sometimes you may feel emotionally blocked. You may be angry at someone or suppressing feelings that need to be expressed. You can free emotional blocks by having the intent to go higher and by speaking the truth with compassion. Again, follow your inner urgings. Listen to your feelings, honor them, and act upon them. Reflect on your personal relationships. Is there any place where you are putting a lot of energy out and getting very little back? Or are you expecting people to give you without giving back to them? Do you send out love to other people? Do you feel loved? Is your heart open? When you observe an area that feels blocked, you can ask, what specific action can I take to create more flow in this area? It need not be a major act. It can be simple, such as telling a friend something that needs to be said. What small step could you take in the next week or so to open up the energy between you and someone else? It may be as simple as a phone call, a change in your attitude towards someone, or telling someone telepathically that you accept him or her just as he or she is. One area in which you are not happy may affect every other area of your life. The more conscious you become of your energy, the less possible it becomes to sweep under the carpet those areas of your life that are not working. To experience the abundance, aliveness, and growth you seek, it is necessary to do what you can to make every area of your life work. When money is not flowing, it may be time to start new activities that you have wanted to do. Look for things you can do that will bring you joy, aliveness, and energy, because you want to make this money joyfully. I repeatedly affirm to myself that I make, keep, give, spend, invest this money joyfully. So look for things you can do that will bring you joy, aliveness, and energy, because that may be a signal that it's going to be a way for you to make money, and start doing them. As you do, you'll start your energy moving and create a flow of money. So say this with me and repeat this on a regular basis and intone this and enter into this state. And do not forget it. I always have more money coming in than going out. I always have more money coming in than going out. Everyone looks forward to the flow when more money is coming in than going out. You experience this many times during each month. When you receive your paycheck or sum of money, before you spend it, you have started to create a flow. Start by acknowledging that you already have a flow in your life, and that what you want is even more days when more money is coming in than going out. If you acknowledged yourself every time you had even one day of more money coming in than going out, you would find the flow increasing in your life. If you have reached a level where you consistently have an excess of money coming in, congratulate yourself. Be grateful. Be thankful. And feel this thought that you have of congratulating yourself for this money coming in. This is the beginning of this state that you're creating. You have reached a level of mastery of abundance. I promise. Right now, you're a master of abundance. Don't look to the outside world. If you can simply create this feeling of congratulating yourself, you are abundant in this moment right now. Take a moment to appreciate and acknowledge your accomplishment. You are now a master of abundance. If you can feel that, remember that feeling. There are some challenges at this level of mastery. One of the challenges when more money is coming in than going out is to keep your expenses far enough below your increased wealth that when the natural ebb comes, you will still be able to pay your bills. Until you completely master the process of manifesting and can create whatever you want at the moment you want it, you may want to save some of your excess money. It's only temporary. It is easy at any level of wealth to spend more than you have and keep yourself feeling broke. You can be a billionaire and feel broke if you have loans on everything. I have met someone that was almost a billionaire, and when I was talking to him, he did not feel abundant at all. He owed money on everything. He was leveraged to the hilt. And it was not the feeling that I imagined I would have if I was at that level of wealth. Some people do not experience abundance because they spend all the money they make or more. And I have to admit, that's me. I've gone through periods where I spent way too much money on irrelevant and ridiculous stuff, on comic books, CDs, and books. And so I'm not saying that I'm innocent of this, but I've definitely started to understand the flow of money in that regard. Everybody goes through it. So just keep that in mind. Some people do not experience abundance. So you want to experience abundance, and it will increase, and you'll be able to spend that money anyway on those things that you want anyway. But we're at that point where we're going to make sure that we're bringing in more money than going out. Some people might increase their monthly expenses so much that their income goes up. They do not have enough money to meet the bills when the tide goes out. Those who feel wealthy are usually spending less than they make. One guy I knew was making very little, and he began to visualize his monetary success. It's a friend of mine from high school. He had contacted me after several years after following my podcast. And he told me the story of where he was making like $25,000 a year. But he began to visualize his monetary success every day when he woke up and went to sleep. And within 3 years, he drew in and acted upon enough new business ideas to make a huge annual salary. 300 times more, working only 3 days a week. However, in his excitement over having money, he bought a huge new house, a large car, and other expensive items. And he quickly increased his monthly expenses to the point where he needed to earn his new huge annual salary just to meet his payments. Even with his increased income, he still felt poor and pressed for money, which results in a new reflection where the money around you starts to go down. So I want you to say this with me. I allow myself to have more than I ever dreamed possible. I allow myself to have more than I ever dreamed possible. Much of what you want is simply allowing it to happen. And there's certain energies you're not allowing to flow, certain ideas you're not allowing to flow, certain methods of reality creation that you're simply not allowing. There's some part of you that may not be allowing for you to have whatever you dream possible. What is going on there? Do you feel guilty about it? Just continue to say this affirmation until you can break down that thought that might be limiting what you want and not allowing it. So I allow myself to have more than I ever dreamed possible. How good can it get? How good can it get? How much can you really imagine? Imagine making more than you ever dreamed possible. That's an amazing accomplishment. When more money is coming in than going out, when you are getting more business or money than you are expecting, it is a challenge to continue to ask for more. If you say, this is too much, if it continues, I will not be able to handle all the business responsibility or work. You may put the brakes on more tightly than you expect. Then when the natural ebb comes, you might find the money or business less than you want. When you feel you are being inundated by business, work, opportunities, or money, do not put on the brakes. Challenge yourself to ask for more. Indulge in unlimited thinking and expand your imagination. Expand it to what is possible for you to have. When you're in an upward cycle, keep opening to even more. Realize that as more comes in, you will develop new processes, forms, and structures in your life to handle it. You may end up hiring help, changing what you do, and being able to reach more people. I've had times when the business I had was such grueling work that I imagined making less because I didn't want to do the work. Shipping out books, shipping out different items when I had a bunch that I had to do, different places that I had to go. And so then I would not allow myself to receive what I needed. And you can always hire help. You can change what you do. You can become more efficient at it. Eventually you figure it out if you're open to receiving. And as you become more and more abundant, one of your challenges will be to handle all the choices, the opportunities, and abundance that come to you. You will be challenged to grow, reach more people, get your work out in a larger way, and accept more responsibility, power, and abundance. But how can you trust that flow? When can you trust that flow? Is a job or career or situation that used to work no longer working for you? Perhaps you once loved to do what you do now, and it has become a have to or lost its sense of newness and aliveness. I think that's a common thing that happens when people start to do what they love to do. Perhaps you have experienced a drop in sales or clients, drop in views, or a lack of enthusiasm for something you used to enjoy. No matter what level of prosperity and abundance you have achieved, there may come a time when your picture of where you want to be or think you ought to be does not match where you are. This can happen to anyone, those who have millions of dollars and those who wonder where their next meal will come from. It is important to know when it is time to change course. No job, business, or activity will be perfect forever unless you are willing to constantly update it. For as you grow, the things around you need to be revised. Sometimes a simple change will do. Other times, the only way you will be able to go to the next level will be to let go of everything you have and start over with something completely different. So say this with me. I flow with the current. I know that everything happens for my good. There are natural phases to the creation of all things. The first phase is the idea stage. You are brimming with ideas, new thinking, and a desire for change, even though you may not see how you can create it. The next phase is the building phase, when you see ways to put your ideas into action and do so. Manifesting what you have been desiring is exciting. This phase is followed by the completion of what you are building, a leveling off phase during which your ideas are working but are no longer expanding and growing. The next phase is the ending of one cycle and the beginning of the next. You may feel dissatisfied with what you have built. Perhaps it is no longer the vehicle that can take you to your new expanded goals. Many of you think this last phase as a downward cycle. In truth, it is a part of a natural cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. It is the old leaving, paving the way for the new. If things are not working as well as you would like, right now, if you're not happy as you used to be with your career, you may be getting ready to expand and move up to a new level. The job you have now and the skills you use were appropriate to bring you your original goals. If you're now asking for more, thinking in bigger and more expansive ways, you may need a new vehicle to get you where you want to go next. The same job, thoughts, skills, or attitudes will bring you only what you now have. You need to discover new ways of thinking or feeling, new perspectives, skills, and ideas, for you are getting ready to start a new cycle. You have not failed or gone backward. Instead, see yourself as a success. You're getting ready for a new leap forward. No path is ever closed or slowed down unless that is for your higher good. If following your path is a struggle, if it is getting too difficult, take time to re-examine what you're doing. There may be a better way to do things, or something else entirely different may be emerging for you. If one path is giving you difficulty, there is another path you can follow, and it will hold even more joy and abundance and aliveness than the one you are on. So say this with me. I am alert to my opportunities and I use them well. Just saying on a regular basis that I am alert to my opportunities opens your eyes up and makes you aware as you go through the world for new ideas and new things that can help you to make the money that you need or want. Remember that the current of humanity's evolution is a constantly changing course, and that circumstances are always changing. When we shift to the new earth, there's going to be major changes and revolutions on a regular basis. What humanity wants now and what people are excited about now is not the same as it was even a year ago. Even the best of plans must be constantly revised. You'll need to check in and see if your pictures are still in alignment with your inner directions and the direction in which humanity is going. An airplane that is flying to its destination must constantly readjust its flight path to stay on course. You may find that you need to constantly update what you're doing to stay closely aligned with the course of humanity. Once you create something, you will need to learn how to let it grow and evolve. What works for you today may not work for you at a future time without some revision. What you feel guided to do now may not be what you are guided to do during the following month or years. You will need to take risks, try new activities, and stay in touch with your energy. When you are no longer enjoying what you're doing, it is a sign that something new is needed. If this is so, developing the new will bring you more abundance than holding on to the old. You are always changing and growing, and as you stay in touch with what you enjoy doing, you will draw to you the new forms that match who you are in the reflection of the world around you, like a mirror. Creating your life's work does not come from choosing safety and comfort over growth. It comes from choosing and taking actions that help you get to where you want to go. Learn to embrace your challenges with love rather than avoiding them. Start by doing something that is a slight reach for you. Take on a slightly more challenging project than you normally tackle, or learn a new skill. When you do things that make you reach, the rewards are great. You will feel invigorated and energized afterward. Take the level of risk that is comfortable for you and increase it by 1 level. You do not need to take steps that are extremely uncomfortable, for that is not the path of joy. But do increase your willingness to risk as a way of attracting more to you. Now, say this with me. I release anything that is not for my higher good and ask it to release me. Perhaps there's something that you need to release that will move you on your path towards prosperity. Maybe it's a person or thing or business that's not rewarding for you. So say it with me. I release anything that is not for my higher good and ask it to release me. The way you deal with old patterns, leaving determines how much pain or struggle you will experience during this phase. You're going to have to change patterns. If the current pattern has brought about a state of poverty, then you must change the pattern. Be serious about it. If you're serious about your prosperity, you must change the pattern. Sometimes you may merely need to let go of an attitude or belief. Sometimes you may need to release the job you have and find a new one. Releasing the old is a way to attract the new by creating space for it to come into your life. You can leave what you have created joyfully, willingly, and consciously, or you can wait until circumstances reach crisis proportions and you are forced to implement new ideas. If it is time to make changes, but you are reluctant to let go of the old, your soul will help you by creating circumstances in which the old no longer works. You have changed and grown in the process of getting what you wanted. Your goals may be bigger or different now, and the things you created may no longer challenge you the way they did before. Life always seeks a higher order, and once you've achieved one goal, you will usually be looking toward the next goal. Some of you let go easily, and naturally implementing your new ideas and letting go of old forms when it is appropriate. My kids do it better than I do, and it seems like a lot of younger people are very good at letting go of old ideas that don't work for them and breaking patterns very quickly and easily. Some of you keep trying to make the old forms work, putting more and more efforts onto them, until you decide to look at new forms and ideas, starting the cycle all over again. It is the nature of all life to go toward growth and aliveness. Once you've mastered one level, you are ready to go on to the next. You can decide how much discontent and dissatisfaction motivates you to act on your inner messages. Some of you continuously create the jobs and lives you want, constantly striving to give yourselves environments that support your aliveness. You change your circumstances when you hear the whispers, letting go of the old easily and embracing new directions as they emerge. Some of you do not make the changes until you experience discontent or anxiety. If you are in the latter category, your soul may create more and more problems, discomfort, or internal resistance toward your existing job or situation to get you to pay attention to the fact that changes need to be made. Learn to let go of the old or find ways to change things when you stop loving what you are doing and when you are no longer growing and feeling alive from doing it. It is a challenge to love rather than dislike what you are leaving. If you focus on what you want, what you would love to have, and go toward it, you will have it. The more you dislike something, the more you may be stuck with it. The more you dislike your business, the longer you may be in it. One of the principles of the universe is that every situation in your life is teaching you how to love. You cannot leave something until you love it. You are tied to things you do not like. If you hate something, you will be drawn to it again and again, even though the person or form may change until you love it. Once you love it, you are free from it. So say this with me. I love and honor everything I create. I love and honor everything I create. I had a friend start a business of his own and discovered a year later that he did not like it. He had not anticipated the long hours, the lack of money, or the kinds of people he would have to deal with. He wished he was in another business. It was actually real estate, and he found himself working forever and just hated the people he had to work with, and it was terrible. He wished he was in another business. He began avoiding the office and did not return calls. Because the business was not doing well, he went further and further into debt. As his debts increased, he had fewer options about what he could do with his company or his life. One day a friend told him, "You cannot be free of something until you love it." And in desperation, he decided to try loving his business. He returned calls, spent extra time with clients, and spent days getting the company into excellent condition, organizing all the records, implementing cost-effective and time-saving procedures, and much more. Within 2 months, the company began making a profit, and within a year, he had enough money to start another business in a different field, one much more to his liking. Because he loved his first business, it did well and developed a good reputation, and he was able to sell it for a nice profit. So say this with me: I let go easily, trusting that nothing leaves my life unless something better is coming. So you have to follow this flow into having money. Just remember that money is neither good nor bad. It is energy. It is the way the money is used that determines whether or not it is a positive energy that will benefit you and others. If you come from the highest level of integrity with your money, if you make it in ways that benefit people through shifting their consciousness or through serving and making a contribution by giving your best and honoring others and putting attention and consciousness into what you do, you are making a contribution to humanity and to yourself. When you use money in ways that serve your higher purpose and bring you and others joy, you are creating money of light. The more money is made and spent with integrity and light, the more it becomes a force of light for everyone. So say it with me: I have abundance in every area of my life. True abundance in every area. That's what you have. True abundance is having all you need to do your life's work, the tools, the resources, and living environment, and to live a life filled with joy and aliveness. Abundance is not an extravagant, glamorous style of living maintained purely to impress others, or one that does not support your true aliveness, your true abilities as a reality creator. Part of the essence of spirituality is the belief in true abundance of time, love, and energy. You teach others by setting an example. It may be hard, if not impossible, to help others lead abundant lives if you do not have a feeling of abundance about your own life. You do not want living at a survival level and experiencing lack to be the examples you set for others. When you have the right amount of money and money works in your life, people will learn about abundance from your example. Most war and strife come from a belief in scarcity. People who believe in scarcity often try to squeeze more and more out of nature, wasting the planet's resources. If you want to contribute to planetary peace, you can start by believing in abundance for yourself and others. As society begins to believe that there can be abundance for everyone, new discoveries will be made that will provide unlimited energy and resources that do not pollute or deplete the earth, and there will be fewer reasons for war. There truly is the potential for abundance for everyone on the planet if humanity believed in abundance for all. It could be created. Start believing that it is possible for everyone to have abundance. So say it with me: my prosperity prospers others. It is all right to have money. Some of you feel guilty about having money and you push it away and you do not let it flow. Therefore, you are not making more than you're putting out. And you're letting the waves determine everything, especially when you look around and see others living in lack. Some people learn and grow just as much by having a totally materialistic focus as others do by living in poverty. It is not more spiritual to be poor, nor is it better to be rich. If you're worried that it is not spiritual to have money, examine the times in your life when you had money, even if it was just a small amount. Remember how you used your money. You may have been able to help those around you even more. When you felt abundant, you probably felt generous and able to support others in their abundance. So I just want you to let it flow. Let it flow. Remember, money flows in my life. I am prosperous in my life. My energy is open and flowing in every area of my life. I always have more money coming in than going out. I allow myself to have more than I ever dreamed possible. I flow with the current. I know that everything happens for my higher good. I'm alert to my opportunities and I use them well. I release anything that is not for my higher good and ask it to release me. I love and honor everything I create. I let go easily, trusting that nothing leaves my life unless something better is coming. And I have abundance in every area of my life, and my prosperity prospers others. Chapter 6. The Art of Receiving. Many people have wounds and negative beliefs about money. The wounds and the beliefs have different storylines, but their effects and consequences are always the same. They prevent money from flowing effortlessly through your life. We have discovered that money is never the problem. The problem is your unwillingness to receive, which is a byproduct of the way you think about money or about yourself. I came to understand the source of my own and of most people's money problems when reading Catherine Ponder. Catherine Ponder helped me to understand my own state of affairs around money. Receiving is the problem, and you are the solution, is what she taught. The issue is not money. The problem is that you're not willing to receive into your life what you want. The main thing you're unwilling to receive is the greatness of you. Not just the money, but the awesomeness of you. Unwillingness to receive the greatness of you is the problem. I found this intriguing. So what is it going to take for you to receive the greatness of who you are? I was inspired by this idea that what we are willing to receive determines the amount of money we can have in our lives. It is essential to look at what we are unwilling to receive, because this determines the amount of money you are willing to have. If you look deeply, it will become obvious that the willingness to receive everything is essential if you desire to create wealth. It is also indispensable if you wish to keep your wealth. After really pondering this and realizing that my inability to receive was blocking me, then I realized that I was the only one that knew what was stopping me. I would only be able to get the truth of the issue once I acknowledged that receiving is the problem. And I am the solution. So, I want you to ask yourself a question. What about you are you unwilling to receive? If you are willing, that would allow you to have the totality of you. Now begin to look at what you are unwilling to receive in general. Just think about it. I discovered that I was blocking myself from receiving money in the same ways that I was blocking myself from receiving many other things in my life and in my work. Becoming aware of what you are unwilling to receive about yourself will soon become a new frontier for you as you begin to focus on this. The main thing you are unwilling to receive is the greatness of who you are. Your God self, your power. If you are willing to receive the uniqueness and the greatness of you and willing to allow the world and everyone to see the uniqueness and the greatness and awesomeness of you, the world will then gift to you what you truly deserve. Now ask yourself, what would it take for that to happen? You have to have a willingness to perceive and receive yourself differently. This is the beginning of creating what you truly desire in your life. That's the place where you have to begin. As I thought about it, I got insight into how I was unwilling to receive the uniqueness and the greatness of me. Not only was I unwilling to receive my greatness, I was actually rejecting, negating, and denying my own uniqueness. I didn't want to be different or stand out from the crowd. I was doing everything possible to hide my power. I assumed it was virtuous to be modest, humble, and understated. I thought that the only other alternative was to be obnoxious and full of myself, so I didn't allow for me to receive the greatness of myself. I had personally misidentified and misapplied the notions of humility and modesty. I had been taught during my early years by my parents to avoid being conceited, boastful, and self-serving. I was conditioned to turn away from self-acknowledgement and avoid talking about my achievements. I thought it was a good thing to be unassuming and modest about my talents and abilities. I did not want to serve myself, and I was taught by my parents not to do that, and so I confused the issue. So I began to ask myself this question: what am I unwilling to receive about the greatness of me? At first, I felt I was being kind of wrong or immodest and self-centered. And I began to soon learn that I needed to get over myself. This broke down the idea that I needed to conceal my power. This is prior to me doing my podcast or in writing my book. I had knowledge about things, I had services to offer, I had things I could do, but I thought it would be conceited of me to do those things. My reaction was, it's not arrogant to receive the greatness of me? Could I really do that without appearing audacious and conceited? I'd utterly bought into the lie that there would be negative consequences if I were to put myself out there. If I let myself be seen as confident or magnificent or glorious. I had suppressed my confidence and potency because I thought it was improper, obnoxious, and conceited to be powerful. I had bought these lies and limitations as I was growing up, and then I created my life based on them. I was constantly hiding my power, keeping my talents and gifts hidden from others and from myself. Once I became aware of what I was unwilling to receive about myself, I was able to stop pretending that I was weak or pale or uninteresting. I saw that for me to have something glorious and magnificent in my life, I had to develop a more conscious attitude toward my body and myself. I had to be willing to receive myself in totality without judgment. I had to be as unconventional and weird and unusual and outrageous as I truly am, no matter how uncomfortable that might be at first, and especially in regards to what other people think. I had to stop equivocating and choose myself, even though I wanted to avoid being selfish, no matter what. The place where I had to start was the willingness to perceive and receive myself differently. I had to stop stifling and suppressing my talents and abilities. Suppression was the way I used to manipulate and control myself. Freedom began with the willingness to receive the greatness of who I truly am, not just to wishfully think about it, but to actually experience it. This was related to my drinking. I would drink to block out those particular desires or my regrets. I had to truly live who I am right here, right now, instead of thinking about who I am as something outside of me and something that I had to manage or something that I would like to do in the future. When I started receiving the greatness of who I was, then everything in my life started to transform, including my financial situation. Since then, I've had an array of extraordinary experiences and have received money, which have further transformed my view of myself and of my potential. My question is, has anything like this happened to you? How many times Have you refused to receive the greatness of who you truly are because you thought it was inappropriate or improper, because you did not want to be ridiculed? How much more could you have if you were willing to receive the greatness of who you truly are? Acknowledge your unwillingness to receive the greatness of who you truly are, and of all the talents and abilities and awareness that you previously decided you couldn't have. Will you now claim and own them and destroy and uncreate everything that doesn't allow them to exist? One word of warning: if you choose to practice receiving the greatness of who you truly are, you have to be willing to be seen for who you really are. You have to be willing to receive anything from anybody. You have to be willing to receive compliments, accolades, and admiration, as well as criticism, disapproval, and ridicule. You don't have to buy the responses as real. You just have to be willing to receive it all without judging yourself or others. I have made the willingness to receive everything without judgment the guiding principle in my life. I practiced in how I expressed my business, in all different businesses, my book business. If I was experiencing a limitation or a difficulty in my life, whether it had to do with work or family or relationships, with clients or business dealings, or even relationships and interactions with my wife, I know that there has to be something that I'm not willing to receive. One of the great insights I've had using this teaching is that in order to create any kind of limitation, I realize that I have to cut off my receiving. It is only what I have decided I cannot receive that limits what I can have in life. I have learned that if anything in our lives is not working, it is because I am unwilling to perceive, know, be, or receive something. When I notice that I feel limited, I make it a practice to become more receptive and vigilant. I catch myself in the act of resisting or reacting to something and ask myself this question: what am I unwilling to receive here? In practicing this, I discovered that there was not any one particular point of view or theme or subject that I was unwilling to receive. It was a myriad of things. Asking myself, what am I unwilling to receive, has allowed me to become more aware of my fixed points of view about my reality and how wealth can be created. Being open and willing to receive everything with gratitude and without judgment has allowed me to expand my awareness and ability to access infinite possibilities beyond my previous experience. I've been able to create a highly successful business and channel, as well as RealityCon seminars, products, which in turn have created expansion of consciousness through my art. More customers, more money has flowed to me through this process. But more importantly, I have learned to navigate the world with ease and joy and an exuberant expression of life. How does it get better than this? What else is possible? So it brings me to an understanding. It took me a long time, and I still struggle with it, is being willing to receive everything and to lose everything. I have noticed that when I am willing to receive everything and also willing to lose everything, then I expand my capacity to overcome the inevitable obstacles and see things through. The willingness to receive everything without judgment is an art. Its skilled practice takes a great deal of discipline, immense dedication, and powerful determination. I have found that when I am willing to receive everything, I have the benefit of enjoying everything as it is. There is no need to alter or change anything. I advocate a lifelong exploration of the willingness to receive everything without judgment. This practice requires me to live with total awareness. I have discovered that in order to stick with this practice, I have to do 3 things. First of all, develop the discipline to notice the times when I am refusing to receive. And once I started doing that, I realized a lot of times I'm refusing to receive. Secondly, to build the dedication to persevere until greater awareness becomes embedded. And third, to discover within myself the strong determination for a conscious way of being. I've had to step up and become more than what I had been willing to be in the past. This has required the willingness to be more in every respect. I had to stop refusing to be who and what I truly am. I had to be willing to put myself out there in a way that I am not willing to before. I've had to be willing to be controversial and to stir the pot. I've had to defy and defeat and destroy those old erroneous definitions of myself, of each other, and of business in general. Once I made a demand of myself to receive the greatness of us, then our business started to expand and thrive more than I could have imagined. I created more products, more clients, more services, more opportunities, and more income. After I made the willingness to receive everything without judgment the guiding philosophy in my life, my level of perception and clarity and insight took a gigantic leap forward. The willingness to receive everything without judgment is the dynamic power that gives us the audacity, confidence, strength, and courage to do what I want with my life, to see things through, and to overcome the inevitable obstacles. As soon as I chose to practice the willingness to receive everything, I became willing to be more unconventional and controversial in my work. I talked about notions and concepts and practices not often heard about in normal business. My business started to expand exponentially because I was willing to be more. I was willing to do things that shifted other people's thinking. I was willing to receive everything, including judgment and criticism, which was the hardest part for me, no matter what it looked like. One reason I had not started my channel or other aspects of my business was I didn't want judgment or criticism. What are you unwilling to receive? Look at what you're unwilling to receive. In truth, if anything in your life is not working, it's because there's something you're unwilling to receive. You may even discover that you are unwilling to receive money. When I coach people to shift out of their scarcity paradigm into prosperity consciousness, one thing I notice time after time is that their ability to create unlimited amounts of money is conditioned by two factors: the point of view they have about money and a willingness to receive it. I've discovered that the amount of money a person has created in their life is proportionate to the willingness or unwillingness to receive it. Let's put it another way. People's willingness to receive money is conditioned by the point of view they have about how money can flow into their lives. People's ability to receive and create money resides only in the points of view they have bought as true. The common viewpoint that many of you have about money is it is not good to have too much, and it is not a good thing to receive from others. This viewpoint expresses an unwillingness to receive from anywhere. Very often, people's unwillingness to receive directs the course of their behavior and actions. What you constantly focus on plays a key role in facilitating what, when, where, why, and how money can show up in your physical world. An important step in cultivating the willingness to receive everything without judgment is developing the willingness to claim and own the capacity to receive, even though you may have no idea what that means or what will be coming to you. A key part of being willing to receive everything is to stop resisting and reacting to any interaction you or anyone else has. When you catch yourself resisting and reacting, ask yourself the following question: what am I unwilling to receive here? What ideas or viewpoints have I created that are stopping me from receiving? These ideas and viewpoints may seem meaningful, significant, or even sacred to you. It may be challenging for you to actually look at them. Ask yourself, what would it be like to receive from everybody without judgment? What would it be like to receive from everybody without any point of view? The thing that most limited my capacity to receive was judgment. I noticed that whenever I went into judgment about anything, whether it was a positive judgment or a negative judgment, I stopped myself from receiving anything that didn't match that judgment. I discovered that every judgment I had about what money meant to me created parameters around what I could receive. The most limited and absurd judgment I had about money was it's taboo to talk about money. I used to see money as part of something I did not understand. I was brought up to believe that discussing money was offensive and in bad taste. I bought an erroneous point of view that money was a personal subject, like politics, that shouldn't be discussed and certainly shouldn't be taught or talked about in public. I used to feel embarrassed and frustrated and uncomfortable when I had to talk about wealth and money, even on the podcast. From the moment I chose the path of conscious prosperity, I knew that when I resisted thinking or talking about money, then I was declaring to the universe my unwillingness to receive it. Here's the bottom line. When I avoided talking about money or even thinking about it, I was creating barriers to receiving it. My reluctance and resistance was really a receiving issue. Not only that, but it took a huge amount of energy to keep my judgments about money in place. Until I was able to feel good about having money and plenty of it, I would not be able to receive it. Once I recognized that, I asked myself two questions: what I want and what feels best. I realized that I had to choose to be greater than I had been willing to be. I made a demand of myself. I chose to stop putting up barriers to receiving money and to claim and own my ability to talk about money with ease. That decision started the process of becoming excited and wholehearted about seeing the value of me, my life, and my work. I chose to be elated about the way I could help people benefit from my services and products in whatever business that I was in. You are the only one who knows what is stopping you from receiving money. You can use the questions I've given you to help discover the points of view that are preventing you from receiving unlimited amounts of money. So ask yourself, what am I absolutely unwilling to receive that if I were willing would manifest as total abundance? What am I unwilling to receive that would allow more money into my life? What are the defining elements of my reality with money? If I had a lot of money, what would I be that I am currently unwilling to be? Now, the willingness to do something is not the same as actually doing it. Are you willing to do whatever it takes to create a huge amount of money? If I ask you that question, and of course, when I just made that statement, most of you responded, of course. So if I were to ask you, would you kill someone for money? Or would you do prostitution for money? Most of you would respond with a firm conviction, no. You choose prostitution as an example, as most people have a lot of judgment attached to it. They will often react to a question like this in an unconscious, judgmental manner. This example shows that we often misidentify the willingness to do something with the actual doing it. When you say you would not do something, whatever it may be, it indicates that you have a judgment that is wrong, bad, improper, or indecent. However, when you are willing to do something, you let go of all your points of view about it and truly choose. If the decision to not do prostitution is made from choice, then it is a conscious choice. If it is made from a fixed point of view and unwillingness to receive all the judgments and everything else that might be associated with prostitution, then it is an unconscious choice. This is an example to illustrate the difference between conscious choice and unconscious choice. Meaning, the unconscious choice is, no way, I would never do that. Or the conscious choice is, I'd be willing to prostitute, but choose not to. I want you to learn to make the conscious choice that it is in the best interest of all and with the free will of all, not the unconscious choice. Here are some questions that will help you to look at your decisions regarding what you're not willing to receive money for or what you would not be willing to do for money. Please give this a try. Is there anything you would not be willing to do for money? What kind of work or activity can you not imagine yourself doing? What projections, expectations, and judgments do you have that create an I can't do it mentality? I'm not telling you to be a prostitute or a hitman. I'm telling you to be aware that there are things that you would not do for money. And oftentimes, some of those judgments are unconscious. And if they're unconscious, it can affect other things. When we are willing to receive everything, then we release attachment to the emotions, events, or judgments that obstruct our awareness, so we have a greater clarity about what is possible. I'm not saying that you have to make unfortunate choices to be open to receive. I'm just asking you to think about these things. I'm asking you to open your mind to receive. Why should you deliberately open your mind to receive? Because most of us have endured a narrow existence for no good reason. We have blocked our good from getting through to us in the process. There's nothing divine about what Catherine Ponder calls pinched existence. There's nothing divine about a narrow, limited way of life. It proves nothing but the foolishness and ignorance of man who actually lives in a universe of lavish abundance. Anyone who lives in a pinched, narrow existence is not expressing their true nature. They are only cheating themselves. The word receive means to accept. Psychologists tell us that we can have anything we can mentally accept, but that we must mentally accept it first. A great part of the art of receiving is to accept the good you want mentally rather than fighting it mentally. Catherine Ponder tells of meeting a young businessman at a book autographing party. They asked, "Are all of those success stories in your books factual? Aren't some of them fabricated?" "Why do you ask?" she said. "Because they sound too good to be true." "Just how long have you been reading about the power of prosperous thinking?" Ponder inquired. "Oh, only about a month," he said. This sort of explained his disbelief. He was still conditioned by the limited beliefs of the world that he had not yet learned. Nothing is too good to be true. Have you found yourself saying, "There's no way I'm going to get that. It's not going to happen. It's impossible"? Every success story that you hear from Neville Goddard or Joseph Murphy or Catherine Ponder, there are scores of even more. All those success stories, and there are thousands now that we've documented, are the results of prosperous thinking. And they're so numerous, there's no way we could ever relate them all. They're in the millions and billions, right? So nothing is too good to be true. Nothing is too wonderful to happen. Nothing is too good to last. Open your mind to receive by telling God what you want instead of constantly telling people. Telling people what you want can dissipate your good, because God is the source of your supply, not people. Although people, ideas, and opportunities are all channels of your supply, God is the source because He or she creates those ideas and opportunities. Through the law of attraction, He helps attract the appropriate people and circumstances to you to help expedite your ideas and opportunities through which your good can come to pass. So another statement that you can say, "I do not depend on persons or conditions for my good. God is the source of my supply, and God provides His own amazing channels of good to me now." Giving is a part of receiving. Giving is really the first step in receiving. When you want to receive, then I recommend that you give. You start to understand the dynamics of receiving by the way that people receive from you. We've talked about giving in other episodes. You can give to God, you can give to yourself, and you can give to others. All of them are the same. When you do this, get ready to receive. You can get ready to receive by preparing to receive. There are those who say, "I give, but I do not expect to receive," and they do not receive. This is tough. Jesus teaches us to give without expecting to receive, right? Catherine Ponder does teach that you should be open to receiving as you give. She gives a story of a woman who said, "I teach a prosperity class in my home, but I do not take an offering. I give, but I do not believe I should expect to receive." And she didn't. She resented not receiving. She should have resented not receiving because she was unbalancing the law of increase by giving and not by opening the way to receive. So don't cheat yourself because you don't think it's appropriate. It is okay for you to receive, and you can charge handsomely for what you do. Another thing that you need to let go of is the false idea that your receiving stops anyone else's receiving. There's more than enough to go around. There is no competition. And by receiving, you're not taking anything from anyone. We live in a lavish universe, and there is plenty for all. Catherine Ponder recommends that after you pray, after you meditate, that you prepare to receive. Speak the word of receiving. This is how she said it. When you daily declare that you are receiving, your words make a believer out of your subconscious mind, which then starts working with you to help make it so. So declare daily, I am receiving. I'm receiving now. I'm receiving all the wealth that the universe has for me. All that is mine by divine right now comes to me, speedily, richly, freely. I am receiving now. So after speaking the word of receiving, declare that you have received it. As we learn from Neville Goddard, assume that it has happened. So we can take that teaching and learn that we will declare that we have received it, and then we release it. Assume that greater good is always yours since you have claimed it on the inner plane of your mind. I believe this helps the good appear on the outer plane as visible. So when you've reached this point where you have prepared yourself to receive, then also say, it is finished, it is done, I give thanks that I have received, and that my good appears in rich, appropriate form under divine timing. What is it that you're not willing to receive? What is it that you have not received because you blocked it? Open yourself to the channels that are available to you to receive. In order to drink the water, you have to open your mouth and let the water in. And money is the same thing. You have to be okay with it. You have to accept it, and you have to receive it. So the next time that you go to dinner and someone says, hey, let me get the bill, thank them. And accept what they are offering you to receive it. You're not doing anything wrong. It's okay. Just do it once. Get into the mindset that it's okay to receive. You're not being given any charity, something my dad might teach. Don't accept any charity. You got to work hard for what you receive, right? A lot of you have this belief. And because of that, you have this idea that you can't receive money easily. You got to work hard for it. So when people come along and say, I want to give this to you, you refuse to receive it because of some deep teaching that you had in your past. You will have whatever amount of prosperity you're willing to receive. Open yourself to receiving. Lay the groundwork to receiving what it is you want, and let it flow to you. Chapter 7: How to Acquire a Prosperity Consciousness. Imagine what your life would be like if you were truly prosperous. Imagine you had more than enough of everything you need, and the means to get everything that you want. Health, happiness, wealth, success. This is all beginning in your imagination. Imagine all these things flowing to you in a steady stream. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower, but never stopping on a continuous basis as long as you live. How would you feel if your life was like that? If you can imagine such a scenario, if you can conjure up such a feeling, however vague it might be, then you have everything that you need to create prosperity in your life. Because the truth is, prosperity is available to anyone who imagines it. No matter what your age, or where you live, or how much education you have, you, the person listening to me right now, I'm talking to you directly, you can become prosperous starting right now. Your prosperity does not depend on economic conditions, your parents. You can become prosperous in good times and bad. It doesn't matter how much money you have now, or how many people you know, or how hard you work. To become prosperous, you don't need investment capital or to know the right people. To become prosperous, you don't have to work hard. In fact, you may not have to work at all. Many people have become prosperous without doing a minute of what is commonly known as work. Does this surprise you? Well, it's just the beginning. Before you finish this episode, you may be even more surprised to learn that prosperity isn't what you think it is. It can't be found where you've been looking, and it is not created in the way that you believe it. Before you finish this episode, you may have to throw away all your old notions about prosperity. That's okay. Because if you're not already prosperous, then your old notions haven't done much for you. On the other hand, if you're already prosperous, this episode will help you make your prosperity permanent, growing exponentially. What if you're not prosperous and you just can't imagine being that way? What if poverty, scarcity, and struggle are so much a part of your life, you can't picture living without them? Listen to this anyway. By the time you're done, that mindset can change. And for your sake, I hope it does. Because I want to show you how to acquire a prosperity mindset. Because if you can't imagine what it's like to be prosperous, you'll spend the rest of your life taking orders from someone who can. For most people, the word prosperity has almost the same meaning as the word money. In fact, a desire for more money may be what sparked your interest in this episode. If so, that's fine. It's a good place to start. If prosperity means money, then as Americans, we should be able to measure prosperity merely by the counting of our dollars. I mean, look at the United States. Since World War II, we've made more money than ever. More and more people have more money and they're buying more things. Has that led to prosperity? Why is it that when people win the lottery, that the majority of them will fail? There's an article in the Psychonomy Journal stating that winning the lottery is the worst thing that could ever happen to you. The report provides evidence that a sudden overdose of money can produce a diminished sense of reality. In large enough infusions, instant wealth can cause severe mental impairment and even death. Scientists at the Center for Psychiatric and Economic Fusion in Palo Alto, California, have dubbed this phenomenon post-cash syndrome, or PCS. Individual instances of PCS are frightening. One $2 million winner in Georgia went from being a mild-mannered computer technician to a wild-spending, obnoxious drunk who eventually offed himself by jumping from the top of his house into an empty whale-shaped swimming pool. Obviously, that's an extreme example. There are many more reports of people who spent and borrowed so heavily they had to sign over all the rights to all their future lottery checks just to get relief from the constant badgering by their creditors. For numerous lottery winners, the changes brought about by their sudden wealth led to physical illnesses, divorces, and estrangement from their families. Others, who realized they had no stomach for managing large amounts of money, simply gave it away rather than suffer the anxiety of dealing with it. The most unfortunate phenomenon is that some of the lucky ones allow the wealth to sap their personal drive. They lose their motivation and just drift through life. I strongly believe that my higher self has stopped me from winning lotteries because I'm very good at manifesting, simply because I would lose my motivation. So far, looking at prosperity has yielded us more questions than answers. Why have some people stayed poor even though we are becoming more wealthy as a country? Is there a difference between people who become prosperous and people who don't? An internal difference? Are there ways to measure prosperity other than by counting money and possessions? Can prosperity do more harm than good? Why does it elude some people even after they come into a substantial amount of money? If you are like most people, when someone mentions the word prosperity, you think of money, financial wealth, or material possessions. That's understandable. Even the dictionary casts its definition in those terms. My dictionary says it means successful, flourishing, or thriving condition, especially in financial respects. I suspect people think of prosperity in terms of money for the simple reason that money is measurable. You can count it. There is no faster or more accurate way to identify a successful, flourishing, or thriving condition than by just calculating it in dollars and cents. But does that mean the words prosperity and money are synonymous? We need to look at two types of people, one rich, the other poor. The first type, the rich, includes those who, like lottery winners and inheritors of wealth, because of the speed with which they attained their wealth. The instant rich. Both varieties of instant rich have two things in common. They either possess or have the rights to a great deal of money, and they did little or nothing to earn it. Now, reliable statistics about these people are hard to come by, but we do have plenty of verified reports of how most lottery winners handle their sudden wealth. They take lavish vacations, buy luxury cars, give friends and family gifts of cash, and spend themselves into holes they can never dig out of. As for their heirs of the wealthy, ask any attorney who's handled their money. You'll hear about alcoholism, drug addiction, chronic depression, family strife, all characteristics of people who feel unhappy, unfulfilled, and worthless. I'm not saying the suddenly wealthy are doomed to a life of waste and unhappiness. Some instant rich are able to increase their wealth, benefit society, and build happy, productive, service-oriented lives. For those people, money and prosperity go hand in hand. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people for whom money means only conflict and pain. Lottery winners who have huge incomes but spend so much they're always broke. Scions who look rich but feel poor because they fear that if the money ever ran out, they wouldn't know how to make more. The second group of people are those we might call the productive poor. We've all met them. The people that live in your neighborhood, that take pride in their property. They get dressed, they groom themselves. They put on their best outfits when they go to church. The neighborhood that they're in has an air of happiness and well-being about it. There's no crime. People are friendly and visit with one another on their front porches. The divorce rate is low. Families stay together. To even the most casual observer, the people in this neighborhood appear prosperous in every way. They eat well. They bought what they needed. They pay cash for their houses. They live free of debt. Yet most of them might be factory hands or doing some semi-skilled labor in an auto plant or some small machine shop. Now, are those people more prosperous than the ones that win the lottery? Studying the lifestyles of different people teaches us that the essence of prosperity is not money. If it were, all people with money would be prosperous, and all those without it would not be. The essence of prosperity is abundance. What is abundance? The dictionary says it's an extremely plentiful or over-sufficient quantity or supply. The essence of abundance is creation. Abundance and therefore prosperity doesn't just happen. You can't win it or inherit it. You have to create it. Even the abundance of nature was created, not by man, of course, but it was created. The productive poor in a neighborhood have prosperity because they create it. They made it happen. Their prosperity comes from something they carried around inside themselves, not from the money they carried in their pockets. What is the something that produced their prosperity? True prosperity can't be equated with money. So how do you know if you have it? And if you have it, how do you measure it? To get a true picture of prosperity, you must examine the relationships you have developed with the things you need and want. Some of the things you need, like food or clothing, are easy to account for, but others, like love, satisfying relationships, rewarding work, a sense of security, self-esteem, can't be measured. A calculator will do you no good in figuring, for example, your pride in accomplishment. Yet, if you had no pride in accomplishment, you could hardly call yourself prosperous. As for the things you want, again, some are easily measured, like the number of classic Mustangs in your car collection or the number of vintage wines in your cellar. But suppose one of those things you want is simply to be happy. How do you measure that? To define your own prosperity, you have to face the fact that much of it can't be measured, and indeed doesn't have to be. Henry Ward Beecher wrote, "It is the heart that makes a man rich. He is rich according to what he is, not according to what he has." If you're getting what you need, material, emotionally, and spiritually, you're prosperous, and you know it. You can learn life's most valuable lesson about prosperity without ever going near a bank or brokerage house, without ever earning or investing a penny. Go find a piece of vacant land. It can be as close as your own backyard. If you live in a city, you might have to walk a few blocks to find a suitable plot. Actually, any land will be suitable. Barren, weedy, littered, it doesn't matter. Clean it up, remove the bottles and cans, pull the weeds, dig it out, and throw away the rocks, pieces of wood, and other debris. Now decide what you'd like to see growing there. Let's say you choose something easy like beans. Go to a nursery or garden shop and ask the clerk what you have to do to make beans grow in this dirt. You'll probably be told you have to turn the soil to aerate it, to add soil builder or fertilizer, plant seeds a certain distance apart at a certain time. If you do all these things, you'll be rewarded with one of the most marvelous miracles of nature, an abundant crop of nutritious food, where just a few months earlier a barren weed lot had been. Your little plot of beans will be in successful, flourishing, or thriving condition. It will be prosperous. But where did that prosperity come from? From you? Did you teach the soil how to turn seeds into beans? Of course not. The soil already knew. It had the ability to produce prosperity before you ever came along. All you did was set up the conditions necessary to make the prosperity happen. The something that creates prosperity is in the soil itself. That fertile soil, that is prosperity consciousness. And that is the key in understanding how to acquire it. What makes the lesson of the soil so valuable is that it applies to people too. As human beings, you and me, all of us, are born with prosperity consciousness. As Wayne Dyer says, we already have everything we need to experience a lifetime of prosperity. The ingredients are already a part of us before we even start. Or as he says, truly you are not going to get it at all. You are it already. When you were born, no matter what the circumstances, you had the right to be prosperous. Nowhere was it written that you must be poor or unhappy or deprived of anything you can aspire to. I know there are countries in the world that have laws that aim to limit people's opportunity to become prosperous, but laws can't prevent anyone from leaving such countries if they earnestly want to and finding a place where they can prosper. In fact, the more people's prosperity consciousness is suppressed, the more ardent becomes their desire to escape the suppression and create the life they want. The right to be prosperous is something that you carry with you from the womb. and no one can take it away from you. You had it on the day you were born. You have it this moment today. If you live in a country that gives you the opportunity to develop your prosperity, be grateful. For you, putting the secret to work will be easy every step of the way. Not only do you have the right to prosperity in your life, you have the means to achieve it. You have a brain. Maybe not the smartest or fastest in the world, but if yours works well enough to read and understand, it's more than adequate to help you create your prosperity. Plenty of people have become prosperous with a lot less brain power than you possess right now. You also have health. It may not be perfect, but if your health permits you to employ any amount of sustained physical or mental effort, as you are in listening to this episode, it provides you the means to produce prosperity. If you have a working brain and marginal health, you have the means. On top of that, you were born with ability, the ability to learn, the ability to communicate, the ability to create, the ability to find or produce an environment that supports your prosperity. All of these abilities are as much a part of you as the hair that sprouts from under your skin. And you don't have to go out looking for these abilities. You brought them along with you. So you ask, well, Brian is saying all this. Why am I not already prosperous? That's a good question. If prosperity is part of our natural makeup, if it's imbued in everyone before they are born, we should all be prosperous, shouldn't we? By this same reasoning, all cultivated land should be overflowing with rich crops, but it's not. The natural prosperity of the soil can be thwarted by withholding water or nutrients or allowing weeds and pests to intervene. Just as farmers can sabotage their crops, people can sabotage their prosperity. Even though prosperity is natural, it's short-circuited, impeded, stopped in a plethora of ways. We all know this, but we don't always know why. Given that prosperity is our birthright, why would we not want to enjoy and increase it? Why would we want to produce every enjoyable condition in our lives? Good health, nurturing friendships, happy marriages. I don't pretend to know what motivates people at the deepest levels, but it doesn't take a degree in psychology to observe that many people believe themselves unworthy of prosperity. Many others consider prosperity to be evil. Some are actually afraid of prosperity, believing that if they increase what they have, they will lose their friends, incur the jealousy of their relatives and coworkers, and doom their soul to eternal purgatory. I know there are people listening to me now that will make comments that money is the root of all evil, that prosperity is the root of all evil, and that talking about prosperity is misguided and service to self. The reason I know that is because that happens every time I have an episode on prosperity. So if you're not already prosperous, any or all of these explanations could apply to you, and you may have to get to the root of them before you're able to fully open yourself to the prosperity you naturally deserve. How you go about doing that is beyond the scope of this short episode. Here and now, it's enough for you to know that if prosperity has been eluding you, it's not because you don't have the right, the means, or the ability to achieve it. All of that has been with you from the day you drew your first breath. If you're a farmer, it would be pointless for you to throw the seeds onto hard, dry ground and then sit and wait for results. If you did that, you'd be a poor farmer. Yet, that's exactly how most people approach their efforts at achieving prosperity through reality creation techniques. A lot of people, they buy lottery tickets, they gamble on horse races or football games, they scramble madly to make money before they know how to handle it, manage it, enjoy it, or keep it. In the financial sense, they're poor farmers. No wonder they produce poor financial crops. If you don't have the right prosperity consciousness, if you haven't properly prepared your financial soil and money comes to you as in a winning ticket or inheritance, you'll soon lose the money or find that it makes you miserable. On the other hand, if you develop your prosperity consciousness, it will produce a condition that creates abundance in your life. And the most exciting part is that it matters little what specific things you do to create that abundance. You can work or play or dance or sing. You can study or not. You can put out a little effort or a lot. It doesn't matter. The degree of your prosperity depends more on the state of your consciousness, the fertile nature of the soil, than it does on the specific action you take. So we know that prosperity doesn't come from money. We know that prosperity consciousness, the right means and ability to produce prosperity, is an inborn part of you. And to become prosperous, you must develop your prosperity consciousness, just as a farmer develops its soil. And once you develop your consciousness properly, prosperity will come, and it will hardly matter what you actually do to get it. So the question is, do you really want prosperity? Even though prosperity consciousness is a natural part of you, even though you were born to be prosperous, your prosperity won't come to you automatically. If you want prosperity, you cannot wait for it to happen. You must create it. And before you can create it, you must truly, earnestly want it. Your desire must be clear. It must be intense. The clearer and more intense your desire, the more likely you are to make it real. To know if you genuinely want prosperity, you need a complete mental picture of it. Then you must see yourself in that picture. If you can't imagine what prosperity is like, and if you can't imagine yourself experiencing it, your chances of creating it are small. What does prosperity look like? Well, if you regularly watch episodes of Cribs, or Real Housewives, or Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous on television, you might think that prosperity consists of sitting around on yachts, sipping tall drinks, or jetting off to Cannes for the film festival, or popping over to Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills for a facial and a massage. While few live that way, the truth is most prosperous people work, cook, raise their families, take care of their homes, and do all the things everybody else does. The difference is they do them at a different level of consciousness. If you search on YouTube, you can find a seminar conducted by Marshall Thurber, a man who had become a millionaire while he was quite young. And he would say, "People are constantly asking me what it feels like to be a millionaire. Well, I'll show you right now." Now, watching this seminar, you might get excited because everybody wants to know that feeling. He would say, "Sit back in your chair and close your eyes. Now take a deep breath and let it out," he said. "There, that's what it is to be a millionaire. That's what it feels like." People, of course, laugh. Being rich doesn't feel any different from anything else. He went on to tell the story of what happened the day he first realized his personal net worth totaled over $1 million. I went downstairs to breakfast and my wife said, "Marshall, take out the garbage." I thought, wait a minute, I'm a millionaire. Millionaires shouldn't have to take out the garbage. Nevertheless, the garbage needed to be taken out, and since there was no one else there to do it, he did it. The garbage, he explained, taught him the best lesson he could have learned. Being rich doesn't exempt you from dealing with all the little things you must deal with in life. When your prosperity consciousness changes, in many aspects your life will stay the same. You'll still have the same problems to solve. You'll still get stuck in traffic. You still have good days and bad days. In short, you will still be human. But in many more important ways, your life will be dramatically different. You'll live in a neighborhood that's better maintained and more attractive than the one you live in now. The homes might be larger. If you live in an apartment, the building will be more tastefully decorated, and the front door will more likely to be attended. You'll drive to work in a car that's newer and runs more reliably than your current one. If you don't drive to work, maybe you'll have a personal driver or an Uber rather than taking the bus or the train. You'll dress differently. Your clothes will cost more, look better, and last longer. You might get your hair done, although I wouldn't know about that. And because you'll be in a more prominent position, you'll probably keep it groomed more carefully. In your free time, you may be doing many of the same things you do now, but with different people. When you're prosperous, you won't have as much in common with people you spend time with now. You want to do it with people who look, dress, and act more like you do. You'll spend a lot of time thinking about money. Of course, you may do that already, but when you're prosperous, you have a lot of money to deal with, so you won't have to focus on making ends meet. As Johnny Carson said, the thing money gives you is the freedom of not worrying about money. Instead of worrying, you'll be reading financial journals, considering investments, talking to advisors, generally trying to preserve, protect, and increase your assets. Prosperity involves a lot more than money, so the non-financial aspects of a prosperous life are much more different. When you become completely prosperous, you'll put an end to relationships that don't support and nurture you. You'll distance yourself from the people in your life who've been draining you emotionally. You'll become closer to those who practice the prosperity principle of give and take. It may bother you to lose touch with people you've known for a long time that will judge you for your prosperity. Bree Seeley talks about that in my interview with her, that people became angered by her prosperity. But once you see how much they have been taking from you, you'll realize that losing those relationships are not costing you. In fact, it's paying off. Prosperous, nurturing people are more fun to be around. When you're prosperous, you'll waste less time on useless activities. Maybe you'll watch a little bit less TV reruns, and maybe you won't read the tabloids. You'll view life as being full of valuable opportunities and fascinating information. You'll soon grow impatient with things that give you little or no value. When you're prosperous, you'll be healthier. Knowing you're a person of high worth, you'll be drawn to foods, exercise, and health habits that enhance your worth. Now, this is not a 100% accurate picture of prosperity. This is me giving you a general idea that it's not what you think, and a better idea of how it might go for you. Does it sound radically different from the life you're living now? Every opportunity to increase your wealth has a price. Maybe more people will be talking to you, and you might have to do more speaking events, whatever it is related to your prosperity. There's going to be some ultimate effect by it. I meet people that enter a prosperity mindset, they have some success, and then they leave that prosperity mindset. So part of this is learning how to create permanent prosperity. Mike Hernacki says, the secret to permanent prosperity is to be prosperous. You must deliver value and accept value in return. To be permanently prosperous, you must continue delivering and accepting value for the rest of your life. That's it. That's the secret. It is an ongoing, continuous process. You must look at prosperity as becoming permanent, not a situational thing where you're paying your rent next month. This is a continuous thing. It's a part of the large sums of money mindset. Money comes to you easily and quickly on a continuous basis. That's the key. The continuous basis, the continuing prosperity is what we are aiming for. So if it's money that you want, you must create value for people, because only people can give you money. If you grow beans, what you really want is money, then you must find people who value beans. When you deliver beans to such people, they appreciate the beans' value, they'll give you money in return. It's that simple. You can create value by doing your job exceptionally well. You're not just paid to be there, you're paid to do something. You are literally surrounded by opportunities to create value. These golden opportunities are everywhere, and they're popping up all the time. To become prosperous, you must keep your eyes open for them and take advantage when they come along. But don't make the mistake of keeping your accomplishments a secret. When you do create value, make sure it's noticed, not by bragging or selfishly clamoring for attention, but by making sure the message gets to people who are in a position to return value to you. It's that simple. It's not complicated. If you want to live successfully, just becoming prosperous isn't enough. You have to make it permanent as a part of your life, part of your everyday life. You're not achieving something in a single moment. It is a continuing process. That is the key. You can really do a lot for yourself if you talk to people that are prosperous. If you meet somebody that's prosperous, conduct a little research on your own. When you encounter someone whom you consider prosperous, ask them if they came to it by choice rather than by luck or accident. Keep asking people until you feel you've gotten a representative sampling. I predict that overwhelmingly they'll say it was a matter of choice. Few, if any, will say they lucked into their prosperous circumstances. On the other hand, ask people who are not prosperous if they reached that point by choice. What did they do? I predict many of them will attribute their situation to something outside of themselves. They'll say they had bad luck, they didn't know the right people, they grew up in a poor household, they had a disadvantaged background, they'll have a lack of opportunity. They will be convinced that external forces control them, and they'll argue vehemently, "This is not my fault." And then they will feel sorry for themselves. When I hear that, I don't necessarily disagree, but I know that they're in that poverty mindset, because if you are in a world where you easily can find reasons outside of yourself for the situation that you're in, because we can always do that. The outside world is always a cause and effect machine. Denying your own internal power, you are saying that you don't have the power to change it. Life has dealt you with some bad hands. That's fine. Let's forget about the past. Right now, this minute, if your prosperity is built around your past, it will never be your own, just a product of your environment. Here's the point. Prosperity is a matter of choice. It always has been. If you haven't recognized it before, that's regrettable. You've missed a lot. People have become prosperous coming from the worst possible situations, and people have found poverty coming from the best possible situations. People have lost everything when very rich, and people have gained everything when very poor. It's all about their consciousness of prosperity. That is the key. So you've been raising your prosperity consciousness. You've come to fully understand the secret that you provide value. And you know the path that you've chosen is going to be different than what you've been doing. You are ready to begin. What is the first step? The first step is all mental. It's not physical. There's no physical movement required. Whatever you get in life, you have to create. Whether it's a job or an education or a relationship or a business. You can't wait for anyone to give it to you, for help to come along. You've just been hanging around marking time, hoping that something magical will happen for you. Accept reality. You have to make your own reality. You have to make your own breaks. The essence of prosperity is abundance, and we've learned that. And the essence of abundance is creation. You must create in order to prosper, and you don't create by waiting around for something to happen. You create by reaching down inside yourself and finding something that has value, something you can deliver to people that will serve them in some way. The second step then is to create value out of what you know, or what you can do, or what you are. If you don't know anything, it can be of value to people. You can learn. Value can be created in any place, in any town, no matter what. It can be created in any way. It can be created in any economic environment. There are examples throughout history. I could spend entire episodes on this. How do we continue to develop and acquire this prosperity consciousness? Donald Curtis, one of my very favorite New Thought authors, said that feeling must come first. If you actually feel rich, you have a deep inner conviction that you will always have all that you need, it will be so. You may remember what I said earlier, that most people equate prosperity with money because it's easy to measure. For the same reason, I'm going to suggest that in the beginning you focus on developing your prosperity consciousness as a way of building your material wealth rather than other kinds of abundance. Not that non-material things aren't just as important. In fact, many are more so. It's just that with money, you'll see the results more easily and dramatically. You'll learn the lessons of prosperity more quickly, and you'll more readily apply them to the non-material aspects of your life. Whenever you're making a change, it's better to choose the path that holds the highest potential for success. Because if you succeed early and often, you immediately begin reinforcing your new success pattern. You get a good, fast start, and a good start can be half the journey. That being said, let's go back to something we learned earlier, that prosperity and money are not the same thing. Prosperity can include money and usually involves money, but it does not automatically result when money appears, and so many lottery winners have already learned. Therefore, it's pointless for you to try to create prosperity in your life simply by making more money. Money is outside yourself. Prosperity is within. Money comes from other people. Prosperity comes from you. Develop your prosperity consciousness and money will come in abundance. Turn your soil, aerate it, fertilize it, water it, plant seeds, tend your garden, and the crops will come in abundance. Rather than trying to create prosperity by making more money, do what you need to do to become more prosperous within yourself. If you've never experienced prosperity, you probably don't know what it feels like. Even though you're born with prosperity consciousness, you may not recognize it within yourself. So the first thing that comes to mind that I've talked about in several episodes on the podcast is modeling. Modeling is quite magical. It's a technique that was developed in neuro-linguistic program. You can model prosperous people, and you can understand very fine things like patterns, habits, rituals, even ways of speech that will help you to develop your prosperity consciousness. People have done this forever. Athletes and dancers have looked to other athletes or dancers to learn the secrets and ways, techniques that they use to become masterful at their field. All you need is to find somebody that is prosperous that you know of, and you need to model them. You can use this to develop your prosperity consciousness, no matter at what level you now find yourself. Start by choosing an appropriate model or models. Observe people closely. You can watch YouTube videos, especially those who have an air of prosperity about them. In other words, people who seem to be operating at the level you aspire to. What is it about them that looks prosperous? How do they act and speak? What kind of attitude do they project? How do they dress? How do they take care of their hair, complexion, fingernails, makeup? Are their clothes clean and pressed? Are their shoes shined? At work, find an excuse to go to the floor or section where the executives work. Notice how the people there keep their desks, meeting rooms, and conference areas. For the most part, are the workspaces cleaner, more organized? Do the desktops of the highest ranking people give you the impression of calm, control, and self-assurance? The feeling that these people know what they're doing. Visit a prosperous looking area in your town. Remember, it doesn't have to be a neighborhood in which the people make a lot of money, as we've seen. You can be prosperous even when you don't have a lot of money. Notice the way the people who live there take care of things. Notice the lawns, the shrubs, the flowers, how they're maintained. Do you see paint peeling or shutters falling off? Is there garbage spilling out of the trash cans or strewn all over the sidewalk? Why is it when I go to a poor neighborhood, it's the little things I notice? The way that food is just thrown on the ground or the dust in the air. Once you've thoroughly observed and analyzed the appearance and activities of prosperous people, look at these elements in yourself and compare. Be honest. Make the changes to model yourself after them. Is your haircut washed, styled, or is it flying off in several directions? Is it similar to those prosperous people? Look at your hands, your fingernails. Look at your house, your clothes, whatever it is. Look around your work area. Is it similar to those prosperous people? Go through this exercise for the place you live, for the car you drive, for every aspect of your life. Look at as many prosperous people as you can and model their habits, behaviors, activities, and ways of speech. I do believe that if you can dress for success, if you have a nice change of clothes, at least once a week, walk around in something super luxurious or deluxe to give you that feeling. Now, for me personally, wearing my t-shirt and shorts is a sign of prosperity because I don't have to work. I have worked in a job where I wear a tie and a suit every day, and my idea of prosperity was to not have to wear those things. So when I wake up in my pajamas and walk downstairs to my office, I am in a state of prosperity. That's for me because I'm modeling people that I find to be prosperous, that are free to do what they want when they want. Some people are not at that level of consciousness, and it helps them to change their level of consciousness by dressing up, as Napoleon Hill explains in his book on the laws of success. To change your clothes will change your life. We can't do an episode on prosperity consciousness without discussing giving, but you have to give before you can get. It's a part of the consciousness of prosperity. If you feel you cannot give, you don't have prosperity. Because if you're prosperous, you have an abundance of the things you have in life. You are able to give them away without worry or concern. So you must create value and then be in a position of abundance to give. This can be more than just giving money, but it is a state of mind. Giving is a state of mind. So you have to give in order to get. If you give, just do it. No strings attached. Don't do it just for some magical way of receiving money. It is a part of your consciousness. But do it with conviction that you'll one day in some way get back much more. Do it, and you'll have a life of ever-growing, ever-expanding prosperity. I can't entirely prove this to you. I can give you many examples of people who have used this principle successfully, but I can promise you, as you sow, so shall you reap. In modern times, what goes around comes around. Those who deny the validity of what you give is what you get will always learn the lesson in the harshest of ways. But when you look at really prosperous people, they are givers. You can give. You must add this to your mindset in order for you to acquire the prosperity consciousness. One thing that happens when you gain some level of prosperity is the idea that in your mind you say, I'm going to lose this. It's going to go away. I have found in particular with alcoholics or addicts, there's this mentality that it's too good to be true syndrome. And this is something I have suffered with, and I'm still suffering with. If you continually in a process are in a state or consciousness of prosperity, it will never go away because it is always coming from within you and not without. You are the source of your supply. It cannot go away as long as you're doing the things I'm talking about. Modeling, acting in a conscious, prosperous way. It doesn't go away. Accept who you are and accept that this is your consciousness. When people suffer major financial setbacks, it's because they lost touch with their prosperity consciousness. Why and how they happen to suffer the loss will vary greatly. But if you were to talk to them, you would discover that at some point they lost that consciousness of prosperity. That's what I have found. Now, some of you out there, you might even hate prosperity. This is a shocking thing. But I find there is a small number of people that literally hate prosperity. There might be some part of you that's afraid of lounging on the beach. Can you imagine a more boring life than just lounging aimlessly on an isolated strip of sand for months at a time? That is not prosperity. So you've created images in your mind of what prosperity would be. Making money is not an end in itself. Check out my episode, It's Only Money. Having money is not necessarily enjoyable, and being wealthy can be miserable. If money made people happy, every rich person would be ecstatic. And we know that's not so, but I will say most rich people are happy. But there are definitely people that are rich that are not happy. The truth is, anything that puts distance between you and what you really want has the potential to make you unhappy. If it's important to you to spend time with your family and your new promotion keeps you away from the family, how much good has the promotion actually done? If you enjoy bowling with guys from the plant, your newly achieved affluence takes you out of their league, did you lose more than you gained? So build prosperity out of experiences. Only experiences that contribute to your prosperity are those that leave you better off, healthier, happier, and more fulfilled. Continue to think in experiential terms and don't create a negative image of prosperity in your mind. Prosperity gives you the choice to do what you want. You are not stuck in any particular life. Now, one of the great writers of prosperity is Charles Fillmore, and I do plan on reading his book called Prosperity, which is just so amazingly good. And within it, there are some pretty amazing affirmations. Now, I go to affirmations here at the end because I believe that you can create a prosperity consciousness through the use of affirmation. It gives you something to do to change the thoughts that are in your mind. By giving yourself powerful affirmations on a regular basis, it's a reminder to correct your ways of thinking. As Charles Fillmore says, think prosperity, talk prosperity, not in general, but in specific terms, not as something for the other fellow, but as your very own right. Deny every appearance of failure, stand by your guns, and affirm supply, support, and success in the very face of question and doubt. Then give thanks for plenty in all your affairs, knowing for a certainty that your good is now being fulfilled in spirit, in mind, and manifestation. And so you can think prosperity by affirmation. If you're in those moments where you're doubting your prosperity, give yourself some key phrases that you can use. For instance, you can use Fillmore's affirmation, I have unbounded faith in the all-present spiritual substance, increasing and multiplying at my work. For those that are Christian, some people are triggered by using Christ in affirmations, but you can say, Jesus Christ is now here, raising me to his consciousness of the omnipresent, all-providing God substance, and my prosperity is assured. Ultimately, when you read books on prosperity consciousness, you are continually reminded that the source of your supply is God. And if you reaffirm this with affirmation, it helps you tap into your source, saying that God is the source of my substance, and I am a tributary of that stream, a channel of expression. Blessing the substance increases its flow. You can say that. You can understand that aspect. Everybody comes at this a little bit differently. But you can remember these things, that you can say, I am rich in mind and in manifestation. My favorite is the large sums of money affirmation, which is, I'm so happy and grateful now. Large sums of money come to me easily and quickly in increasing quantities from multiple sources on a continuous basis, in the best interest of all, with the free will of all, that I get to keep, give, spend, invest, and circulate joyfully. Everybody should have their own affirmation or a set of affirmations that you rely upon. You can say it while you're riding your bike, while you're driving your car, while you're going for a walk, in those off times, to give that extra bit of momentum to your thought processes, to give you that prosperity mindset. You are a channel of the divine source, and you are thus the source of your supply. And by using the power of your words and invocation, you can create a prosperity consciousness. So prosperity is not just about money. Prosperity is a mindset that comes from within. And if you can tune into this prosperity using different methods and techniques, you can create a wonderful life. Having a lot of money doesn't mean that you'll be prosperous. You can create this prosperity on a daily basis by a process of thinking and believing, by tuning in and modeling other prosperous people and providing value to others. And in doing so, you will have the most wonderfully prosperous and abundant life. There are still a variety of additional ways that you can acquire prosperity consciousness that we have talked about on the channel. And to review, you can do guided meditations on prosperity, and you will have an amazing ability to start to access this prosperity consciousness. I have found through deep sleep meditations and different varieties of programming from meditation, I have been able to cultivate a prosperity consciousness. Another important step to cultivate and activate prosperity consciousness is become addicted to feeling good. Feel good. Begin to resonate with that feeling of prosperity. And that feeling is a feeling of joy, of bliss, of just feeling good. Staying in that vibration. The feeling is the secret. The third is just have an attitude of gratitude all the time. Just be grateful for all the blessings that you've had. That is a part of the feeling of prosperity, is being grateful. Develop that attitude. Keep a journal. Continuously remind yourself. Express gratitude for what you desire. Prosperity is a way of being. Contemplate who you need to be, what beliefs, intentions, and habits you need to practice and integrate. Deliberately and consciously practice them daily to integrate them into your neurology until it becomes your dominant way of being. You must find clarity. Take time every day and continue to get clarity on your vision, your whys, you're feeling it, giving thanks for having it. Use visual images, use vision boards, video vision boards. Create slideshows or Pinterest boards filled with images of what prosperity will look like in your life and business. Cultivate the images that you can get. Go through different magazines, prosperity journals and magazines. There's some amazing stuff out there. And imagine yourself in these places, doing the activities, playing golf, jet skiing, going on that cruise, skiing, whatever it is. Do those activities. Interact with whom you would love to. And most importantly, feel the feelings that make it real to your subconscious mind. Daydream, driving that Lamborghini. There is nothing wrong with imagining luxury and wealth. It is your duty to be prosperous, and it is your duty to do that. To enter into all states and be aware of them. That is what you're doing, is you're tasting these states, and this state is important to you and understanding it. Feel the feelings of it. Create daily rituals that you can follow for yourself on a regular basis that are designed around your definition of prosperity, which you have clarified and you have thought about and you have visualized and you have contemplated and you have been grateful for and you have been guided through meditation with. All those things work together. All of it flows together. Every single bit of information. Make it your focus. Make it your guide. Make it your underlying primary intention in life to reach this prosperity. It is your duty to do this. You can do this. The means are there if you understand what it is that you are trying to do. If you can define and understand prosperity for what it truly is, that is around experiences, joys, happiness, and service given, value added. That's where true prosperity comes from. It's about what you give, not what you get. Chapter 8. How to reverse financial adversity. One of the most difficult aspects of third density in our current economy is when you suddenly have some terrible financial adversity and how to deal with that. With what we understand so far about reality creation and the law of attraction, this is very difficult. If you lose your job, you're naturally going to be scared and worried and anxious, and all kinds of negative emotions are going to come up, and that's going to create similar circumstances, and it becomes a wave of misfortune. So we have to figure out how to deal with financial adversity, because all of us will deal with it on some level at some point in time. You lose a job, your stocks plummet, your house has some damage, car breaks down, you end up having to go bankrupt. All kinds of things will happen. So how do we reverse financial adversity? How do we not only deal with it, but how can we reverse it? It is sometimes said of a person that one is into the market. Usually this indicates the person has an investment portfolio of stocks and bonds. In a very real sense, we are all into the market. Or unless we are living as a hermit in a cave, we require goods and services in order to live and source of income to make it possible, which is very much affected by fluctuations of the economy. It is being increasingly acknowledged that economics is basically a psychological phenomenon. If everybody says there's inflation and then inflation starts going up because people are worried about the prices, it's all psychological. Government agencies may release statistics and charts indicating fluctuations of the workforce, business activity, interest rates, and the gross national product. Very impressive. Conveniently, nothing is said about the cause. This is because it is a mystical process dealing with the trends of thoughts of we the people. The economy, as far as we are concerned, will always be about us, about what we make it, how we decree it, and what we expect it to be. In the conversations at the bridge table, during coffee breaks, and just about everywhere people pass the time of the day, the major items of discussion are job security, the deficit, interest rates, the presidency, the erosion of the value of the dollar, and the price of food at the supermarket. If the consensus is that something awful is happening, then something is happening right there. For the economy is little more than a barometer that registers the highs and lows of consciousness. Wherever two or three are gathered together in an interaction of minds, a very real energy force is projected into the world. Sometimes we call it a pendulum. Sometimes it's just simply group thought. And if it happens to be a prayer group or a positive discussion group, then there is healing or prosperity influence. If it is the sharing of negativity, as is so often the case, the majority of the time, that consciousness goes forth as a beacon of darkness, adding to the weakening of the economy. Many analysts have searched for causes for fluctuations of the stock market. Perhaps they need to look no further than right here in our hearts. There was an article on the front page of the Wall Street Journal some years ago that said, "Positive thinking is the way out of our economic malaise." It went on to decry the excessive pessimism that is now engulfing us. It quoted the president of a large corporation as urging business leaders to adopt a more positive attitude to help dispel fears of impending economic doom and to restore confidence in the American people. It is easy to let such advice go right over our heads, just agreeing, yes, that is something they should do. However, you are the leader of your business affairs, and as a student of truth and of the mind, you should become a leader in all conversational groupings. Thus, whenever the discussion turns to the high cost of things and the lagging business of your employer and the frightening cycles of inflation and recession, don't acquiesce in negative conclusions. Don't say, oh, it's all because of so-and-so, and that's how it is. It's conspiracy. It's all doom and apocalypse. What are you contributing when you do that? Position yourself squarely on the side of the prosperity potential and let something good be said. People may be talking about supply-side economics. Perhaps what is needed is truth-side economics. You can find something positive to say and to think about what's going on no matter what. And people will thrive in terrible economies. And you contribute to the economy by your very thought and the words that you say, and by the news that you digest and then regurgitate to others. Psalm 1:1-3 has a great prosperity lesson for contemporary times. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. The psalmist clearly states that if you refuse to agree with the gossip of negative people, the counsel of the wicked, and keep yourself in tune with the divine law of prosperity, then you can be certain that substance will flow as easily to you as substance flows to the tree planted by the river of water. This is a very important realization. You don't have to ride the wave of what is happening in the news to determine whether or not you are prosperous. You are the source. The great discovery of new insight in truth is that consciousness is the key to all things, not some things, all things which happen to us. Certainly the key to personal prosperity. The starting point in changing your life from financial reverses to an experience of abundance is the realization that you can change your life by altering your thoughts. I've stated this over and over again in a million different ways, but it doesn't change what's going on. And I have had a lot of people come to me that say, Brian, with the economy the way it is, or with these new regulations or the quarantine or blah, 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 it's just made it so I can't do what I want to do. It's so tough. The economy is struggling. I won't be able to make what I want to make. You must begin by taking responsibility for your own life. Nobody else is responsible. You begin by taking responsibility. As long as you're hung up on paranoid thoughts such as, it is what they are. It is happening in Washington. Office politics. The IRS is going to take me down. They hired so many, it's guaranteed. I must give up now. Admit to yourself that your present experience, even the conditions of your bank account, reflects your present level of awareness. You are not the victim of circumstances. Consciousness creates circumstances, or at least sets the climate in which they happen. When you establish yourself in this awareness, then you are in a position to change things, because if the cause is in you, in your level of consciousness, then the cure can be affected by changing your thoughts, by altering the cause. If, however, the cause is out there in people or circumstances, then there is little you can do. It's just one of those things. Again, the need is not to find the way to get something, but to alter the inner state of mind that have been blocking the natural flow of substance and light into your life. It may be reflected in a salary increase, or it could result in some investment dividends. Essentially, it will come through consciousness. Now, we live in a world of many cross currents of consciousness. If we are honest, we will admit that we are not always able to sustain positive attitudes in all circumstances. Negativity sometimes floods the mind, and there seems little we can do about it. Thus, for one reason or another, things sometimes go wrong. Perhaps it is a job that hasn't worked out. Maybe it is a sudden need for financing in a tight money market, or an unexpected loss in a heavily dependent on investment. In every attempt in life, there must be the possibility of success and failure. We must have the stability and the perspective to deal with both success and failure in spiritual poise. You see, to become too elated with success and too crushed by defeat is indicative of an imbalance in consciousness. In every setback, we are buoyed up with the realization that nothing is ever a complete loss. There's always some gain, some growth, and in every success, we should be humbled with the realization that without the action of forces greater than ourselves, we could not have succeeded. What are you placing importance on? Are you placing importance on economic events or political events? Is that how you're determining your own prosperity? There may be a portion of you that is against the politics of what's going on, so you want the economy to crumble, and so you're rooting against your own prosperity? Have you had the thought, oh, it would be so terrible if our economy did well, because then so-and-so would be more successful? Life is fundamentally a matter of growing, a growth experience. Missing the mark, as Neville Goddard likes to say, is the one sin, is one of the ways in which we learn to hit the target. Failure is a vital part of achieving success. We have erroneously thought of success as getting there, while actually success is earning the right to be there. And earning means learning. Setbacks, even failures, may be an important part of that learning. This may include a stock that didn't perform as expected, a cryptocurrency that went down in price, a brief fling in a business that failed, or even an occasional experience of unemployment. They are all ways in which we earn the right to achieve the prosperity and success that we all dream about. Any education that prepares people only for success and not for coping with the frustration of things going wrong is sadly deficient. It simply succeeds in inhibiting a large number of people from attempting ventures where failure is a possibility, which severely cripples this creativity and imagination. I meet so many people that are so afraid of failure, they simply never begin that business or that project that would give them the prosperity that they would easily acquire. One of the most challenging reverses that we ever have to deal with is unemployment. I've had to deal with it. And I am pretty sure many of the people that are listening to this have had to deal with it. The important thing is, it is not being unemployed or even being employed that makes the difference in our lives, but how we accept these conditions, how we react to them, the attitudes, the feelings, the general tone of our consciousness as we face the experience. I like to say everything is working to my advantage. You can try my meditation. Everything is working to my advantage. And I try to program this reaction to unfortunate circumstances in my life. It's one way to get me out of the reactive mode that happens so easily when unfortunate financial adversity occurs in my life. There are some employed people who live in constant fear of being laid off, and there are people out of work who have complete confidence that it is a transition which will lead inevitably to betterment. The people who have jobs and are constantly afraid they will be dismissed are already blocking their flow. They are setting a time bomb that will go off at some future point. Perhaps not in the actual loss of their jobs, but in some frustration in the job or in some kind of financial stringency. The sad thing is that many persons who are unemployed have actually become unemployable because they have allowed the idea of lack and inactivity to become established in their consciousness. Unemployment and the self-pity and bitterness associated with it becomes an obsession that blocks the activity of re-employment or the reinfusion of the substance flow. The first need is not to find a job, but to change the self-image, to resign from enlistment in the army of the unemployed. Don't see yourself as unemployed, but as ready for work. As long as you're unemployed, you will tend to identify with the Labor Department statistics showing things to be so bad that it might even be foolish to look for work. However, if you're ready for work, you are in an entirely different ballgame. I've met people that won't go look for a job because, the statistics show that there is a lot of joblessness right now and jobs don't look good. They look to the statistics that they hear on TV to determine whether or not they're going to get a job. If you should be out of work, then you really have a job, the most important and challenging job you have ever had. The job is to get work. Set about this job as you would any other job. Get up early, pack your lunch, get neatly dressed, set off enthusiastically and expectantly in your work of finding a job. Look forward to it. Be happy. A new opportunity is on the way. The important thing is work at it. See it as a challenge to your faith and determine to grow through the experience. Don't listen to the advice of negative Nancys and creep hangers, what Psalm 1 calls the counsel of the wicked. They will be singing their perpetual dirge. No jobs to be had. Recession is inevitable. At your age, you'll never get a job, and so on. You are a whole person in a whole universe. You are an individualized expression of God, an individualized expression of the creative flow. There is something you can do that no one can do quite as uniquely as you. Somewhere there is a need for that special contribution. You are needed. Even as you have a need, if you lose sight of this awareness, you abdicate from the universe. As you sit thinking, if I could only find a job, some employer is at that very moment thinking, if I could only locate the right person for this opening. Keep that vision of the orderly universe. It is not a miracle that is needed to create a job for you, but an expression of divine order in bringing you together in that which is looking for you. There is a divine universal mind counterpart for every human need. There's an answer for every problem, substance for every financial requirement, a job for every willing worker. The economic indicators will not tell you this. The welfare agencies will not tell you this. You will need to tell it to yourself. For economics is a spiritual process. As far as your experience in the marketplace is concerned, you make the difference. You are the source. There is an innocuous phrase used often in the Bible. It came to pass. It has a subtle inference that it can be extremely meaningful to you. The problem or financial reversal did not come into your life to stay. It came to pass. Whatever the challenge, refuse to be panic-stricken. I know that you're panicking. There's someone out here that hears my voice that is panicking right now. Don't panic. Life has not ended for you. It flows on in a healing and prospering stream. In the face of any challenge, affirm, I accept the reality of the situation, but not its permanence. The experience is there to be met. There is no use hiding your head in the sand. However, determine to meet it on your terms. Don't let the outer happening squeeze you into its box, but open your mind to the flow of wisdom and love and good judgment with which you can deal masterfully with it. It has come to pass. Accept it, but accept it as a changing experience that is on its way out. Something better is on the way for you. For instance, in meeting the experience of unemployment, normally there is fear, self-pity, and a sense of insecurity. It is important to understand that this comes from a subtle acceptance of the permanence of the condition. If you hold to the thought that it has come to pass, seeing it as a moving experience, suddenly your confidence is restored, along with your feeling of oneness with the divine flow. In the study of truth, we talk often about the power of words. It is important to put into verbal form only those statements that you really want to see manifest in your life. Certainly, we are all too permissive in the things that we say about financial conditions in the world. Sometimes the difficulty is in the repeated use of words that could be replaced with some which have a more positive suggestion. For instance, the word problem. You may say, I have this problem. Immediately the mind turns to dark meanings and impassable obstacles and impossible people. A much better word to employ when referring to some kind of challenge is project. Note what happens when you say, I have this project. It makes all the difference in the world. The word project suggests a positive endeavor of development. There's a tendency to deal with a problem with tension and strain, and the only miracle can save me now, consciousness. We tackle a project such as putting a man on the moon with vigor and imagination, and in the conviction that it will be done. What projects do you have before you in your life? If you make a list of problems, you might well wring your hands and feel terrible about your burden, but a list of projects, it even has an exciting ring. Can't you just see yourself rubbing your hands in enthusiasm, eager to commence and expectant of a positive outworking? Take a careful look at the challenges you are facing: a possible layoff, an important career decision, the inability to make ends meet on your current income. If you identify these as your problems, there is a tendency to see them as static and burdensome, and with a feeling of resentment and self-pity. And in the quest for solutions, you will invariably be looking for help or advice from people or for some miracle of God. In other words, you are looking for someone, even God, to shoulder the responsibility, but it simply won't work. However, see the challenges as projects, and you tune in on a whole different flow of consciousness. You are faced with some opportunities to grow, but you feel secure in the awareness that, in the main, the answers will unfold from within. There's a sense of lightness, a clear horizon, and of confident expectancy. It is the same so-called trouble, but your attitude is different, and according to your thoughts, your faith, and your feeling, it will be done unto you. It is a mystic teaching that is ages old, that comes from multiple books that I've read on this channel. Old books like Think and Grow Rich are still amazingly relevant. Whenever you are faced with a knotty financial dilemma, you always have a clear choice of how you will deal with it, how you will react. If you brood over the letdown, the disappointment in a job, or some complete collapse of a financial involvement, you simply magnify it out of all proportion. It is like taking a pebble off the beach and holding it close to your eyes. It may be a small stone, but held close enough, it can completely screen your view. Hold it at proper viewing distance, and it can be examined and properly dealt with. Drop it at your feet, and it can become a part of a stone path. The psalmist says, "Thou hast put all things under his feet." Psalms 8:6. The loss of a job or the failure of some important financial project held too closely in consciousness may appear to be the end of everything. As one man said when he was passed over for promotion to a higher position, "My life is over, I just can't go on." Because he allowed this experience to obscure all else, he brooded for months and became so lethargic in his work that he very nearly lost the position he did have. Fortunately, in time, he came to his senses, realizing that by reason of his immature reaction, he proved his unworthiness for the greater responsibility. Life did go on, and later he was picked for a higher post, much more suited to his creative ability, so it proved to be a growth experience. It has been said that there is a little paranoia in everyone. Thus, when some untoward thing occurs, it is not at all unusual for us to react in a way that implies that the universe is picking on us. Why did this happen to me? How could they do this? One man said of his company that laid him off after 20 years of employment, "They mined my life and completely made a bum out of me." Can't you just see him walking down the railroad tracks, carrying his possessions in a red bandana tied to the end of his stick over his shoulder? Poor man. They ruined his life. Of course, it is a total delusion. No one can ruin your life. You are always responsible for the way you accept things that happen to you. You are the source. The incident is external. The reaction is always your own. A financial crisis may have occurred, and it may appear that you are at the bottom financially, but it is still out there. You are still an inlet and may become an outlet to all there is in God. You may have been fired from your job, but no one can ever fire you from the universe. You are still God's living enterprise, and God cannot fail. All that really counts is what is happening within you. How are you reacting to the experience? Where is your faith? Within you is a limitless, unborn potential of creativity and substance, and the present experience can be your great opportunity to give birth to it. Thus, if you will, the tragedy can become a blessing. The disadvantage can become an advantage. The failure can become an opportunity, and the disappointment can become God's appointment. When you are grounded in the field of limitless substance, then you may be broke, but you can never be poor. It is a marvelous awareness to hold on. You live in the wisdom and substance of infinite mind. You may be out of work, but you cannot be out of flow of creativity. You may have a difficulty, but you are forever one with the guiding light of spirit by which you can go through the experience and even grow through it. Shakespeare had this in mind when he said, in As You Like It, "Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like the toad ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in its head. And this our life exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything." You can learn a helpful lesson from the lowly oyster. He's normally a very placid fellow, but occasionally little grains of sand work their way inside his shell and begin irritating him. Naturally, he tries to get rid of them, but when he discovers he can't do this, he settles down and produces one of the most priceless and beautiful things in the world. He turns the irritation into a pearl. So no matter what the difficulty, the loss, the financial adversity, if you are feeling negative, get busy pearling. By the all things work together for good principle, by the everything works to your advantage principle, any experience of life can become the best thing that ever happened to you. Haven't you said or heard someone say, "I was certainly upset about that challenge, but now as I see it in retrospect, it was the best thing that could have happened to me"? Every major financial adversity that I have faced has been the best thing that has ever happened to me. It is occasionally said of alcoholism or drug addiction or bankruptcy or unemployment, but why wait? Why not accept the possibility right when the crisis occurs? Why not pick out the most difficult thing facing you right now and say this with me? Affirm this with me. Say this when you reach that point. I know that this is the best thing that could happen to me, for I know that in the happening there is revealed a new lesson to learn and some new growth to experience. I know that within me is an unborn possibility of limitless potentialities, and this is my opportunity to begin to give birth to new ideas, new strength, and new vision. I accept the reality of the difficulty, but not its permanence. I am not at the end of anything. I am simply between opportunities, between jobs. I know that in the movement of it has come to pass, something wonderful is on its way, far surpassing anything I have ever known before me. And if I should feel the slightest irritation of fear or anxiety, I will say to myself, all right, let's get busy pearling. Everything is working to my advantage. Something wonderful is happening for me now. I know that may sound glib, for some of you that are listening to this going through something very difficult right now, some sort of financial adversity. I know that it may sound so ridiculous. In certain states of mind, it does. But I promise you, if you give it time and you look back on it, you'll know that I was right. Accept the reality of this situation, but not its permanence. Everything is going to work out. Everything's going to work out for you. And in many cases, the adversity that you face is a signal for something that can help you to make money. When I have lost jobs, I found other businesses, or the loss of the job gave me insight into a new business that I needed, and I would never have been able to start that business without the loss of that job or that terrible opportunity or the loss of my investment. Be excited for adversity, because it may mean a huge transformation in your life, and it may lead you to true prosperity, because true prosperity is the freedom to do whatever you want whenever you want. And if you're concerned or worried about some financial adversity, then you haven't reached that point yet. So let it go. Move on and find the advantage in the situation that you're in. And let's get busy pearling. Chapter 9. The Integral Laws of Prosperity. I say you ought to be rich. You have no right to be poor. To live and not be rich is a misfortune, and it is doubly a misfortune because you could have been rich just as well as being poor. We ought to get rich if we can by honorable methods, and these are the only methods that sweep us quickly toward the goal of riches. Please note, the word rich means having abundance of good or living a fuller, more satisfying life. Indeed, you are prosperous to the degree that you are experiencing peace, health, happiness, and plenty in the world. There are honorable methods that can carry you quickly toward that goal. It is easier to accomplish than you may now think. That too is the shocking truth about prosperity. It's not that difficult. We start with the most basic law of prosperity. It goes by many names. We can call it the law of assumption, as Neville Goddard calls it. That whatever state that you assume is real will become reality. Or, in the words of Solomon, as a man thinketh within himself, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Or Job, thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and light shall shine upon thy way. Through your thoughts, you hold the key to every situation and contain within yourself that transforming and regenerative agency by which you may make yourself what you will yourself to be. There's amazing potential that is untapped at this point. This is the law of laws. Another name for this law given by Catherine Ponder is the law of radiation and attraction. It's not just the law of attraction, it's the law of radiation and attraction. Emerson called it the law of compensation and said that it was life's basic law. It is very much like the law of prosperity as radiation and attraction, that what you radiate outward in your thoughts, feelings, mental pictures, and words, you attract into your life and affairs. But you cannot get something for nothing. The reason why there is still poverty in this universe of lavish abundance is that many people still do not understand this basic law of life. They do not yet realize they must radiate in order to attract, and that what they do radiate, they constantly attract. Most people still have to learn that they cannot get something for nothing, but must give before receiving or must sow before reaping. In referring to the law of assumption, this radiation is an ultimate believing in your reality and those around you in prosperity. It's the only way. It is a radiation. When you assume that you're prosperous, you give your energy, your money, easily. It's not a handout. It's just what you do when you feel prosperous. It's a natural part of that state that you're in. And as you radiate this prosperity, it comes back to you. Now, it's not just money. There is always something to give. Somebody can ask, how can this person give that's in such lack? And it's just not true. You always have something that you can give, something that you can radiate. At the most basic level, it is your love and light that is within you and is eternal, and you have unlimited amounts of it. But it radiates out into more applicable things in your behavior and activities and the thing you do. You cannot get something for nothing, but that you can have the best of everything when you give full measure for the good you wish to receive. Radiate, and you will attract. Emerson might have been describing this law, giving and receiving, or radiation and attraction, when he wrote, "Great hearts send forth steadily the secret forces that incessantly draw great events." And who are the great hearts? Those people who dare to think and radiate great prosperity thoughts and expectancies of success instead of failure, trouble, and limitation. There's nothing great, unusual, or praiseworthy about failure or trouble or limitation. Anyone can experience those things by following the line of least resistance and by entertaining the usual failure thoughts that one constantly hears every day. Of course, you've heard somebody say, everything happens to me. I just can't win. It's a tough world. Everyone else gets the breaks. Each of us are constantly using the law of radiation and attraction, whether we are aware of it or not. But if you wish to enjoy more prosperity in your life, you have to consciously, boldly, and deliberately take hold of your thoughts and feelings and redirect them toward prosperity and success. It is up to you to dare to choose and radiate outward through your thinking what you really wish to experience in life, rather than to get bogged down in unpleasant or failure experiences of the moment. These conditions can change as quickly as you can change your thinking about them. So we understand that all things can be accomplished within the mind first. Your mind is your divine power for good. It's up to you, in this wonderful new earth, to claim your spiritual dominion of great good over everything and to dare to subdue, change, or reform your world as you wish. But you have to be deliberate. You have to radiate deliberately in order to attract the good you desire. Otherwise, you get into a limited trend of thought and produce limited results. What you do radiate or deliberately entertain mentally, you constantly attract. It may not appear that this law works in this exact way when you look at people who seem to be succeeding who apparently do not deserve it. But in due season, their health, wealth, and happiness crumble if it is not supported by a firm foundation of right thought and feeling. You are a magnet. Each of us is a magnet. And as a magnet, you do not have to force success and prosperity to yourself. Instead, you develop that exalted, expectant, prosperous, grateful state of mind that is a magnet for all good things of the universe to hasten to you, rather than entertaining the tense, critical, anxious, depressed, unforgiving, possessive state of mind that is a magnet for all kinds of trouble and failure. The next major law of prosperity that I have learned always works and is always in play is the vacuum law of prosperity. And of course, you've heard the phrase, nature abhors a vacuum. It is particularly true in the realm of prosperity. The vacuum law of prosperity is one of the most powerful, though It takes bold, daring faith to set it into operation, as well as a sense of adventure and expectation to reap its full benefits. When a person is honestly trying to be prosperous, is thinking along prosperous lines, and still fails, it is usually because he needs to invoke the vacuum law of prosperity. Now, here's an example of this. When I was struggling with my finances and didn't have enough money, and had a cheap couch that I didn't want to get rid of because I needed a couch, but I definitely needed a couch. And this one was broken, falling apart, it smelled, it was terrible. And I had read about the vacuum law of prosperity, so I just got rid of it. Didn't have enough to get a new couch, but just got rid of it. And there was just this empty vacuum in my living room. And then, for a little bit, I sat on the floor. And then somebody I knew pretty well said they had to move, and they had an absolutely amazing couch that they were willing just to give to me. So I was able to put that right there in the space that had become a vacuum. Basically, the vacuum law of prosperity is this: if you want greater prosperity in your life, start forming a vacuum to receive it. In other words, get rid of what you don't want to make room for what you do want. You're not going to find a girlfriend if you're already married. There has to be a vacuum. If there are clothes in the closet or furniture in your home or office that no longer seem right to you, if there are people among your acquaintances and friends that no longer seem congenial, begin moving the tangible and intangibles out of your life in the faith that you can have what you really want and desire. Often it is difficult to know what you do want until you get rid of what you do not want. Whenever you dare to form a vacuum, the substance of the universe then rushes in to fill that empty space. This applies on the spiritual, mental, and physical planes of life. A very, very powerful example of this is the person that is super sick, that you find in the hospital, and they have gone everywhere. They don't know why, but they're getting weaker and weaker, and their body is filled with poison and nothing to dissolve it of some kind. And then this person realizes the vacuum law, that there is something within them that they had to let go of. They were holding deep hatred or anger for a family member or friend. And then once they release that anger that's within them, within the vacuum comes the light and substance to heal them. Happens all the time. You can use forgiveness as a technique to form a vacuum for whatever good your life seems to need just now. Just sit for half an hour and mentally forgive everyone that you are out of harmony with, or feel badly toward, or are concerned about. If you've accused anyone of injustice, if you've discussed anyone unkindly, if you've criticized or gossiped about anyone, if you're legally involved with anyone, mentally ask their forgiveness. Subconsciously, they will respond. In like manner, if you've accused yourself of failure or mistake, forgive yourself. Forgiveness forms a vacuum that will undam your prosperity and success. Mentally declare to others, God's forgiving love has set us free. Divine love now produces perfect results, and all is again well between us. I behold you with the eyes of love, and I glory in your success, prosperity, and complete good. You can find that affirmation in Catherine Ponder's book on the divine laws of prosperity. She also says to declare, I am forgiven and governed by God's love alone, and all is well. And when you release stuff, it's magnetic. It really is. If you're clinging to a thought of how troublesome a situation is, and you have to make it right, you're constantly worrying about or thinking about, or if you're really, really identified with a specific person and you can't let it go, is sometimes by releasing them, it becomes magnetic. So just say, I fully and freely release you. I completely lose you and let you go. So far as I'm concerned, you have served your purpose in my wardrobe, and I no longer need you. You are now in your perfect place and watch them come towards you as you release them. A lot of times people are holding some idea of someone within their own mind, and there's no space for the actual relationship, the person that's really there, that wants to spend time with you, because you have this ideal person that you have that is filling up the space. When you look at this, there's something that's blocking you or struggling with. What is it you can let go of to create a vacuum for this thing to come to you? The next law is the creative law of prosperity. Now that you've formed a vacuum, you're ready to fill this vacuum with rich and new, good, through the creative law of prosperity. The creative law of prosperity concerns 3 basic steps. First, have a plan, write out your desires, and constantly expand that plan. And secondly, mentally image that plan and those plans' desire as fulfilled. Constantly affirm their perfect fulfillment. The first step really in the creative law of prosperity is desire and the ability to do something constructive about that desire. The creative law of prosperity is taking your ideas, your intentions, and creating with them. Creating a new business, a piece of art, something that you have to create. That's what it is. The law of creative prosperity is to take your deep-seated desires and instead of suppressing them and acting like they're impossible dreams, express them constructively through deciding what they really are, and then doing something very simple but very powerful about them. Write them down. Make a list. Draw up some kind of potential plan that you can change and revise. Many people work hard at prosperity in external ways, but they miss the mark because they're afraid to get definite in their thoughts and desires. They want to live better and have more money, but they never get definite in their desires about how they want to live better or how much more money they need. In fact, many people hesitate to get definite, fearing they are telling God what to do. But as Emile Coué once wrote, desire is God tapping at the door of your mind, trying to give you greater good. If you suppress those deep desires, they have no constructive outlet and often turn into destructive channels expressed as neurotic tendencies or phobias or tension, and then can find outlets as alcoholism or mental illness or some sort of addiction or imbalance. The power of writing out one's desires and plans has been proved to me multiple times. Everything I've written, you may not achieve them in a couple years, but I've put them up around my desk, and then I sometimes will just completely forget about them, and I'll look back on them and see that everything that I had written down has come to pass. So prosperity is the result of deliberate thought and action. There's nothing hit and miss about prosperous living. It is a planned result, just as a bridge or building is a planned result. Without deliberate, prosperous plans, there will be no prosperous results on a consistent, permanent basis. I was a part of a business group, and I was told to write down my plans for 6 months. And then we all came back and looked at our plans. It was amazing how many people had achieved results based on the plans that we had written out. The next law is the imaging law of prosperity. So at this point, you've created a vacuum, you've learned about radiating and attracting, and you understand that anything that you want prosperously must come through creative law, where you plan on it and take action towards it. Once you've made your lists and worked them daily and changing and expanding and revising them, there's another step you're ready to take. At this point, the imaging power of the mind, which has an almost magical power, should be invoked to work for you. We are told in this modern age, by authorities who are making a study of the mind, that man can create anything he can imagine, that the mental image does make the conditions and experiences of man's life and affairs, that man's only limitation lies in the negative use of his imagination. In other words, if there is a failure and lack in your life, it is because you first imagined it in your mind. You first set up life's limitations in your mind, And it is likewise in mind that you can begin dissolving those limitations and remaking your life into what you wish to be. It was really Neville Goddard, for me personally, that declared that imagination is the strongest force, that imagination is God, and it is stronger than willpower, and that when the imagination and will are in conflict, the imagination always wins out. Imagination is key. So if you're hoping for greater good in your life, you should begin to form the mental image of it in your mind. Your reasoning power may tell you that it can never be, but that doesn't matter. Your will may say your dream is too big to come true, that it is impossible to fulfill. But if you just dare to continue imaging it anyway, then your imagination will go to work for you to produce the visible result you have been imaging. And in due time, your will can work for you also, whatever the mind is taught to expect, that it will build, produce, and bring forth for you. History has proved this many times. In many cases, perhaps you recall the facts connected with the Peloponnesian War of ancient Greece. This war was significant because it lasted for 27 years. You'll probably remember why it is believed to have lasted so long. Historians say that both sides lacked purpose or strategy. They had no particular plan for victory, and so they just drifted along indefinitely, never quite losing yet never quite winning the war, just fighting. Finally, a Spartan of foresight and ability, obviously a man who knew how to image victory and success, appeared on the scene, went into action, and led his side to victory. Historians write that in one single hour he brought the long war to an end. How did he do it? Was it through the battle and bloodshed? No, it wasn't. Instead, he led the enemy to believe that they had his ships and men cornered at the entrance of the Dardanelles. There he waited patiently for 4 days until the enemy became sure of themselves, thinking that his silence signified weakness and ability to fight. And on the 5th day, when they sent most of their crew ashore to get food, Admiral Lysander suddenly came to life, sailed out, and captured almost the entire fleet of 180 ships without a single blow. When you use the all-powerful imaging power of the mind to envision your good, you are using the indirect method that will secure the victory over life's problems. Everything is created mentally first. Wherever you are at, look out your window or wherever you can see, and everything there is created in your mind. So you can create images of whatever it is you want. You can create images to travel, for beauty, whatever it is that you image, it will form in your mind, and then it will form in your imagination, and then form in the reality around you. The next law of prosperity is the prosperity law of command. The prosperity law of command is your key to dominion. The word command means to have authority or control. Through an attitude of authority, you can take control of the good which you wish to experience in life. Many people look up at life as though it is a mountain towering over their insignificance. The law of command helps you to move up to the summit and look out over your world with a feeling of authority and control, which then produces like results. The secret of the law of command is this: a positive assertion of the good you wish to experience is often all that is needed to turn the tide of events to produce good for you swiftly and easily. It's amazing how fast doors open to us when we dare to take control of a situation and command our high expectations to manifest themselves. But there's nothing new about the law of command. In Genesis, we are told that Jehovah created the earth by commanding, "Let there be," and there was. Actually, the law of command is one of the easiest to use. After having made lists of your desires and after having mentally imaged them as fulfilled, it is then time to release the substance of them into words of decree and command, which can move the ethers into action. What you decree, you get. As the Bible promises, "For thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and light shall shine upon thy ways." Job 22:28. We talk about this a little bit more in the episode on You Are the Word, I Am the Word, in the discussion from Paul Selig's wonderful book, Word I Am Word, we discussed the power of our command and our voice to create the world around us. This really gets into affirmation, something that Neville Goddard does not emphasize, but I am a big believer in, which has powerfully changed my own life. If you were ever to say to yourself, I'd give my right arm if I could blank. Oh, woe unto you that make such a decree, because you will lose your right arm in some weird accident. Every word you use that comes out of your mouth is powerful. There is no joke. Your subconscious does not have a sense of humor. So when you make certain jokes or somebody says, oh, I was just joking, understand that those words have meaning and change your vibration. Affirmations are a form of command. They're a form of decree. Your daily practice of verbal and silent affirmations is the simplest way to invoke the law of command to create good. In fact, the use of affirmation is such a simple way of bringing forth prosperity that many people mistrust it, looking for a more complicated path to prosperity. The word affirm means to make firm. Through verbally affirming or declaring the good you want rather than continuing to talk about what you don't want, you begin to make firm in the mind and in the invisible ethers the good you desire. As you continue to affirm the desired good, it rushes forth as a visible result. You make worlds with your words. Never underestimate the power of words. You make your world with your words, as did Jehovah in the beginning. But if you do not like the world you have previously made with words of discord, lack, limitation, and hard times, you can begin building a new world of limitless good and prosperity by changing your words of commands and decree. So we can start with a very simple command, one that Catherine Ponder recommends again. Everything and everybody prospers me now, and I prosper everything and everybody now. By daily, consistently using this, you will change your life. I have recommended this for people that didn't want to do the large sums of money because maybe it was too long. And they use everything and everybody prospers me now. And I prosper everything and everybody now. And I had a friend that did it that suddenly got an inheritance that he had no idea of the person that gave it to him. Everything and everybody prospers me now. Command your good to appear. If you see something that you want, make a decree that it is yours. You have this power. When you open your mouth and you vibrate words into this existence and you think towards it, creating a vacuum for it, radiating and attracting what it is that you want, then your prosperity will come as you decree it. So for instance, if you wanted some clothes, you'd say, I give thanks that I am beautifully and appropriately clothed with the rich substance of God. Or for a beautiful, comfortable home, I give thanks that I am beautifully and appropriately housed with the rich substance of God. Those are some examples that you can use. You get better at it, you become more refined at it, you make longer affirmations that end up becoming what are called treatments. But everything that you declare with your words is super powerful and will change in accordance to what you decree. This is not a new law. Jesus often used the law of command, as did many of the great people of the Bible. He proved the power of command when he said to the fig tree, let there be no fruit from thee henceforward forever. And the passage further reads, immediately the fig tree withered away. Matthew 21:19. When Jesus was tempted in the wilderness 3 times, he met the challenge through the law of positive assertion. Each time the devil tried to tempt him, he used strong positive statements from the scriptures until he finally put the devil in his place by declaring, get thee hence, Satan. That is a powerful statement of command to use upon a worrisome situation. You will sometimes find that when you have used the law of command and have not yet got the results desired, perhaps you have been too gentle in your use of words. When Jesus raised Lazarus from the dead, he did not use gentle methods. The passage reads, he cried out with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. In like manner, to try to use gentle methods on glaring, ungentle appearances of poverty and failure is as ineffective as trying to speak English to a Frenchman who does not understand English. You can use affirmations to solve your problems. They can work wonders. So, what is your affirmation that you're using right now? You should have a go-to one, but whatever it is, decree your prosperity. The next law is the law of increase, the prosperity law of increase. The use of the law of increase is easy and pleasant. It consists first in establishing and maintaining an attitude of rich increase towards everything and everybody. In other words, let your main thought when thinking of yourself and others by the thought of riches, prosperity, success, and victorious good be of increase. Just by thinking of yourself and others as rich, successful, prosperous, victorious, you make it so. As you contact others by email, or in a message board, or telephone, or in person, let your thought about them be one of increased good. Just by giving them the benefit of your rich thoughts is a giant step in helping them to become that way. They may not be consciously aware of your prosperous thinking about them, but they will subconsciously receive and be richly blessed. Often they will respond to you in some rich and happy way. All people are seeking an increase in food or clothes, better homes, more beauty, knowledge, leisure, pleasure, luxury, more satisfaction in their work. And rightly so, for it is a divine desire. Thus, the normal desire for increased good should not be condemned or suppressed. It is divine and can be lifted to divine levels of expression through the spiritual laws of prosperous thinking. How wonderful to use the law of increase rather than the negative law of decrease. Often when people criticize, condemn, and belittle others, they do not realize that through the law of mind action and the law of increase, they are asking for the same things to happen to them. Never waste your time giving yourself or others the thought of decrease. You can invoke the law of increase in a simple number of ways. You should speak the law of increase about yourself and others boldly and positively. You should look and act out the law of increase. You should write out notes of increase in image and affirm rich increase. Don't think or talk or act any way but prosperously. Do not allow others to talk to you in any way but prosperously. Do not read anything or take anything seriously that is printed or said that seems contrary to prosperous thinking. If you mix up your trend of thought, you set up cross currents that neutralize your efforts for prosperity in order to be permanently prosperous. It's important that the law of increase is saying that you must have something to increase it. So whatever you have, you can increase. As Jesus shows when he feeds the loaves and the fishes, he has some loaves and fishes with him and he increases them. If you have oil in your house, it will be increased with more oil that you can sell. Charles Fillmore showed us how to use the law of increase, and those about us may be using the law of decrease. The spiritual substance from which comes all visible wealth is never depleted. It is right with you all the time in response to your faith in it and your demands upon it. It is not affected by our ignorant talk of hard times, though we are affected because our thoughts and words govern our demonstration. The unfailing resource is always ready to give. Pour your living words of faith into the omnipresent ethers, and you will be prospered, even though all the banks in the world close their doors. Turn the great energy of your thinking upon plenty ideas, and you will have plenty regardless of what men about you are saying or doing. Another prosperity law is the law of love and goodwill. You can certainly make the argument that the greatest prosperity law of all is the prosperity law of love and impersonal goodwill. Life is a process of giving and receiving love in its many phases, and that is those individuals who are not living in the stream of love that feel its lack as a difficulty in mind, body, or affairs. Love can be both personal and impersonal. On the personal level, you can generate love as the expression of devotion, tenderness, kindness, approval, and appreciation. Love on the impersonal level is the ability to get along with other people or goodwill toward all others without personal attachment. You can affirm, I love all people and all people love me without attachment. This love, it works wonders. For instance, if you have a business situation where you have an unruly customer or somebody is going to leave and regular business customer, just sit and send them love. Watch what happens. In my own case, when I've had similar situations, going to lose a customer when I was in a business where that was important, then I would send them love, and almost every time they would come back or something would change. How do you generate love? You can understand love as a stream of energy, as a thought. You can affirm love. You know what love is in its many phases, and that is what we're learning on this planet. Some people feel guilty about their desire for love in its many faces. The time has come for you to realize that you should express the desire for love from within, outward, toward God, yourself, and your fellow man. A loving Father can only do for you what He can do through you. It is through your own thoughts, feelings, and expectations that love is born. You are the love in the moment. That is why you're here. And it will always prosper you to express that love. People are attracted to love, and money is attracted to love. In almost every case, money is attracted to love. So you just say to yourself now, I let divine love now be made alive in me. I am now deliberately and joyously radiating divine love to myself, my world, and to all mankind. And by doing it, you'll become prosperous. You'll become free. You'll have greater energy. More interesting people will come into your life, and greater events that come to you. It's the coolest thing. Just say, I love you to the people around you. Let the divine love be made alive in you now. Love and goodwill are always victorious, and there are practical results. Harvard scientists have discovered that you can actually bombard people, situations, and conditions with love, thereby producing miraculous changes. They predicted that turning on love might soon become a universal prescription for healing the world's ills. There's practical result-getting power in generating and turning on love. Catherine Ponder tells of a story of a friend witnessing her complexion clear up after daily thinking of it in meditation and gently loving it with the thought of beauty and radiance. Her skin now is radiantly clean and beautiful. Divine love gives you greater health, greater wealth. It gives you all things. The whole universe is made up of love. It is the substance which fills the vacuum. That love is prosperous. Another law that should be mentioned is the law of self-confidence. A stockbroker reported that he had studied the prosperity laws from every angle, and that he had observed the many prosperous-minded people who buy and sell stocks. That he had read many biographies of successful people, and that from these observations and studies he had decided that if prosperity could be described in one expression, it would be self-confidence, which means faith in one's innate abilities and talents, and faith in God's help to develop them. Psychologists state there's a tremendous power in self-confidence which doubles your powers and multiplies your abilities. After gaining confidence in the laws of prosperity and using them in my work, my income zoomed upward. I have a little secret. I wasn't very confident for a long time, even when I started my channel. As I become more confident, I notice there's greater prosperity. And as I meet more prosperous people, I notice they have great self-confidence. Not arrogance, self-confidence. The most important secret of self-confidence is that courses are given and books are written to help you attain self-confidence, and yet you already have it. It is a part of your spiritual nature, which you were endowed when you created in the image and likeness of God. The psalmist reminds you that you were made little lower than the angels and crowned with glory and honor, and the master psychologist declared, "It is not written, ye are gods." The truth that we are born with confidence can be viewed by the actions and reactions of most children before they become filled with the fears, phobias, and inhibitions of thought. Children have the delightful habit of confidently saying and doing whatever they feel led to say and do. A brilliant child who has no self-confidence does not possess half the potential for living successfully as does the average child with a good degree of self-confidence. You must have self-confidence to succeed. That's my own observation. I've never met somebody that was successful that didn't have some level of self-confidence. Yes, we all question ourselves and we feel like fakes and all those things, but deep down there is a self-confidence. Self-confidence dissolves inferiority. It builds confident thoughts before sleeping. That level of state that you're in, that is prosperous, that is grateful, is also confident. We're trying to define the state that we want to assume, and it has to include confidence. You can use affirmations to develop your confidence. You can stand firm in it. Your confident thinking, you can change it. We know that from the law of command that what we say is so. So start to command yourself to have greater levels of consciousness. The final law of prosperity that I wanted to mention is the prosperity law of persistence. Jesus was describing the power of persistence when he declared, "No man, having put his hand to the plow and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God." In other words, when you realize that prosperity is your divine heritage, you should persist in claiming it. Former President Calvin Coolidge stated, "Nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Education will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent." When discouragement tries to beset you, when it seems as though your efforts towards success have been in vain, remember to hold on to the statement that nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. It's your can-do attitude. The prosperity law of persistence might easily be described as the can-do attitude. Many people have just the opposite approach, the can't-do attitude, which is guarantee for failure. As you observe successful people about you, you will discover that they have cultivated the habit of persisting in the face of apparent failure so that they seem to enjoy insurance against it. No matter how many times they experience setbacks, they persist toward their goal and they inevitably achieve it. There's nothing halfway, lukewarm, or half-hearted about persistence. It is bold, daring, fearless. It does not hesitate, but goes after what it wants and keeps plugging until it gets results. A good command that you can give yourself, a good affirmation: I am not discouraged, I'm persistent, and I go forward. I am on the way up. And Jesus spoke of putting your hand to the plow and not looking back. He was describing the mighty power of persistence. A plow is an implement used to cut up, turn up, or break up the soil for planting. Your persistence is your mental plow, which helps you to break up those old failure attitudes of mind which have previously kept success from you. Once you've broken up the feelings of defeat, you are then ready to launch forth with that can-do attitude that will surely show you how to succeed. When it comes to prosperity, don't take no as an answer. Somebody says you can't be prosperous, you can tell them no and persist. Our entire history is made up of men that were steadily told no over and over again, that kept on pushing. They went that extra mile and they succeeded. When you use inner methods of persistence, external persistence is not often needed. When you learn the power of prosperous thinking, you learn how to work things out in your mental attitudes first, rather than expend effort in running hither and you attempting to manipulate an outer desired result. The inner will produce the outer, but you must persistently produce the inner first. So persistence can be just in the way that you image and the way you radiate and attract. Nothing more than that. Persist in inner preparations, in inner thought and guidance. The inner realm of thought controls all outer actions. And then declare right now, it is my divine destiny to succeed, and it is God's business to help me. I expect and claim His divine help now. Persistence works both ways. We've all used persistence to fail when we should have used it to succeed. If you persist in expecting and talking failure, there is no power in heaven or earth that can prevent failure from appearing in your world. You can use any one of these laws by themselves. You can just be persistent and find prosperity. You can just have self-confidence and find prosperity. You can just have love and goodwill and you will find prosperity. You can use the law of increase or the law of command or the basic law of prosperity, radiating and attracting, the law of assumption. If you just use any one of those laws, but when you use them all together, you become unstoppable. Each of these laws, and there are many, many others. There's some great videos that you can find. Bob Proctor has one of the best that goes through the many laws of prosperity, and they all are applicable and powerful. These are just a couple in my own experience and through research guided by a couple of different New Thought authors, including Catherine Ponder and Bob Proctor, that are using these laws that I've used in my life that resonate with me. There are other amazing laws, so please share them in the comments if there are other laws of prosperity that you can share with us. It will only add to the conversation. These are some basic ones. So, if you have an understanding, the basic law of prosperity of radiating and attracting, that is a start. Then there's the vacuum law. Whenever there's a vacuum, it will be filled. There's the creative law. By being creative and being specific and knowing your desires and creating a plan, then you begin to create prosperity. There's the imaging law, where you can use imaging in your mind first, visualizing in your mind what you want and image it into existence. There's the law of command. By decreeing what it is you want, whatever it is that you decree will come to you. You have the power of the word at all times. There's the prosperity law of love and goodwill. And as you radiate love, it will come back to you and it will become prosperous in your life. There's the prosperity law of self-confidence. By being confident in what you do, you will alight your inner powers to do the things that you want to do. And then there is the law of persistence. If you persist towards your goal, no matter what you are told, you will receive it. When put together, all of these things will create an amazingly prosperous life for you. Chapter 10. You are prosperous. My words are designed to inspire you, to reprogram you, so that when you're done listening, you will suddenly feel a change, a complete transformation in the way you think. And over time, you will see a complete transformation in the world around you. And you will be prosperous. You have this amazing power within you. And using my words, I am tapping in to the incredible power of your imagination to create an abundant and prosperous life. Imagine a reality where every morning greets you with a promise, a whisper of potential that says, today you are richer in ways you've yet to discover. When I say prosperous, as what images flash through your mind? Towering skyscrapers, the chime of stock market bells, the crisp rustle of currency. That's a trailer, a sneak peek into the epic we're about to unfold. But here's the twist. Prosperity isn't just about your bank balance. It's about richness in life, a richness that permeates every interaction, every thought, every single breath. Let's dismantle the old statues, the outdated monuments we've built around the concept of prosperity. It's not a one-dimensional figure carved out of green paper. It's a multifaceted, dynamic force. It's the electricity that powers innovation, the warmth that nurtures relationships, and the fuel that propels you towards realizing your wildest dreams. As we deconstruct these old paradigms, we will reconstruct a new vision. Picture this: prosperity as a landscape, vast and varied. In one corner, financial abundance, yes, but look beyond. There's a field blooming with health and vitality, a river flowing with creativity and passion, a forest echoing with deep, meaningful connections. How do we navigate this landscape? It starts with the mind. The mind, that mysterious frontier where thoughts are born, where dreams are woven, where the impossible is broken down to I'm possible. It's the cradle of abundance. But here's the secret. It's not just about positive thinking. It's about positive transforming. It's about shifting your narrative from I wish to I will, from maybe someday to starting today. This is where our imagine if scenarios come into play. When I use the words imagine if, I'm asking you to open your mind to the vast potentials available to you, to daydream, to encompass and assume your wish fulfilled. Imagine if each thought you had was a seed that could grow into a tree of abundance. What would you plant? How would you nurture these seeds? With each imagine if, you're tilling the soil of your subconscious, preparing it for a harvest of prosperity. The journey to prosperity is the journey of life, a journey unlike any other, a path, and my words are redefining the very essence of prosperity and abundance in your life. Imagine embarking on an adventure where each word that I speak to you is a step closer to a reality brimming with wealth, not just financially, but in every facet of your existence. As you immerse yourself in these words, feel the subtle shift in the air, the gentle turning of the tide within you, signifying the beginning of something extraordinary. This is not just a passive experience. It's an awakening, a gentle unfolding of the abundant potential that has been patiently waiting within you, while the wisdom encapsulated in these words might seem like a simple narrative. Let me assure you, within each word, pause, and breath, I have woven a unique tapestry of transformative insights. The essence of this episode is not to instruct, but to guide, not to dictate, but to inspire. It's about unlocking and nurturing a state of absolute prosperity, of absolute opulence that transcends the mere accumulation of wealth, reaching deeply into the realms of personal fulfillment, joy, and inner peace. As you venture through the next few minutes, allow yourself to be open to the subtle yet profound shifts in perception. Let the words resonate, not just in your mind, but in the very core of your being. What resistance do you feel to my words? The act of listening becomes an act of transformation, a magical incantation that draws out the most vibrant, prosperous version of you. So take a deep breath, and let's begin this journey together, a path where each word, each sentence is a stepping stone to a life lived in profound abundance, to a life in which you are prosperous. As you listen, imagine you are embarking on a journey through the very essence of prosperity. Often in the whisper of the wind or the murmur of a stream, you will find the richest conversations. Have you ever wondered what prosperity truly means? It's a word that dances on the tongues of many, often clad in the shimmering robes of wealth and material abundance. Yet, could it be that prosperity in its truest form wears a guise more subtle, more nuanced? Think back to a moment when you felt utterly content, not because your pockets were full, but because your heart was. In that fleeting instant, did you not feel a wealth, a prosperity that the richest gold could not procure? Prosperity is this thread of experiences, relationships, achievements, and financial stability too. It's the pattern they form together that creates the magnificent picture. Now let me ask you, when was the last time you allowed yourself to envision prosperity, not as a distant shore, but as the ground beneath your feet, the air caressing your face? What if this very moment holds the key to a prosperity so profound, so encompassing, that every breath becomes a testament to abundance? Allow the words to resonate, to stir a dialogue within you. This is an awakening to the possibility that prosperity is not something you chase, but something you invite, allow, embrace, give permission to, and embody. In this harmonious space, let's unravel the layers. Let's delve into the heart of prosperity. It's a path less trodden, where each step is an exploration, each thought a seed sown in the fertile soil of possibilities. Are you ready to be prosperous? Are you ready to see prosperity not just as a dream to chase, but as a reality to live, to breathe, to be? Welcome to your awakening. Imagine just for a moment walking through a dense forest with the fragrance of life, where every step on the earth feels like a soft, affirming nod from the universe. In this space, thoughts about prosperity seem to float in the air, as tangible as the light that filters through the leaves. It is here, in this setting, that we unravel our own beliefs about what it means to truly prosper. Often we've been told that prosperity is a number in a bank account, a particular car in the driveway, or a specific address where our house stands. But what if that's only a fragment of the picture, a single leaf on a vast and ancient tree of abundance? What if prosperity isn't something you can quantify or hold, but is instead something you feel, experience, and live every moment of your day? And when you live and feel and experience it in the moment, then the financial abundance naturally reflects itself in the environment around you. Have you ever considered that maybe, just maybe, prosperity is a morning where the coffee tastes unusually perfect, or an unexpected message from an old friend? Could it be that these moments, often overlooked or brushed aside, are whispering the secrets of true abundance to us? Let's gently challenge the old narratives. What if prosperity isn't about having more, but about being more deeply connected to ourselves, to others, and the world around us? What if the richest person isn't the one with the most, but the one who needs the least because their life is already brimming with richness in ways that matter? I established these things at the beginning because I'm going to ask for you to imagine financial abundance. But before you do that, you must acknowledge that that is not your primary goal. Your goal is another kind of prosperity that wealth can bring to you. But it is beyond that. My words are like seeds, and they grow landscapes in your mind. They create worlds of despair or gardens of bliss, depending on how you choose to arrange them. This is the power of all language, the magic of thought woven into the very fabric of your reality. Consider for a moment the stories you tell yourself daily. Aren't they just a series of words strung together to create meaning, to make sense of your experiences? What if you could rearrange these words like rearranging furniture in a room to create a new space, a new reality of abundance and prosperity? Imagine a story where the protagonist, much like you, discovers the alchemy of transforming leaden thoughts into golden possibilities through the mere power of language. Imagine the gentle caress of morning sunlight as it invites the world to awaken. This light, delicate yet powerful, transforms the landscape. In a similar manner, your words and thoughts cast light upon your life, shaping reality in subtle yet profound ways. Each word is like the humble seed, seemingly insignificant, yet within it lies the blueprint of life, the potential for growth, for transformation. Your thoughts, much like seeds, contain within them the power to grow, to shape your reality. When you plant seeds of prosperity and positivity in the fertile soil of your mind, you set the stage for a harvest of abundance. Whisper with me, my thoughts shape my reality, and I choose prosperity. Feel the power of these words. Let them resonate with you, a mantra of transformation and growth. Language is the garden in which your thoughts blossom. It is the space where your inner world meets the outer, where the seeds of your thoughts take root and grow into the realities you experience. And each word you speak, each sentence you construct, and each sentence you listen to is an act of creation, a manifestation of your innermost thoughts and desires. Join me in saying right now, my words are the architects of my prosperity. See your words building the life you desire, brick by brick, thought by thought, creating a structure strong, resilient, and full of abundance. Your life is a narrative, a story you tell yourself and others, and these stories are powerful. They shape your perceptions, your beliefs, and ultimately your actions. When you choose stories of prosperity, of success and abundance, you tune your mind to the frequency of prosperity and opportunity. Together right now, let's declare, my story is one of unending prosperity. I am prosperous as you know what I want you to say. Hear your story unfold, a tale of triumph, of overcoming, of achieving everything you've ever desired. In this symphony of language and thought, affirmations are the chorus, the repeated refrain that reinforces our intentions, strengthens our beliefs, and guides our actions. These are not mere words, they are commitments, promises we make to ourselves, vows to uphold the vision of the life we wish to lead. With conviction, affirm with me, I am the embodiment of prosperity, and my life is a reflection of my thoughts and words. Feel the truth of these words. Let them fill you with confidence and understanding that with certainty, with an unshakable belief in your own power, you will manifest prosperity. Envision yourself stepping into a world where each day begins with the promise of limitless potential. Imagine if every morning you woke up to the gentle sound of ocean waves, your luxurious retreat overlooking a serene azure sea. The air is crisp and filled with the scent of blooming flowers from your sprawling gardens, a paradise sculpted by your own design. Picture yourself walking through the opulent halls of your mansion, each room a testament to your achievements and refined taste. The walls adorned with exquisite art, each piece a conversation with history and culture. Imagine if your evenings were spent hosting gatherings with influential and inspiring individuals, sharing insights and laughter under the soft glow of crystal chandeliers. When I say the words imagine if, I am inviting you to access your inner power, to imagine your reality. And when you do this, you are communing with your divine power to alter the universe itself. Consider the joy of choosing your next destination, not out of necessity, but from the sheer pleasure of exploration. Imagine if your world was a variety of experiences, each a journey to exotic lands, each a memory of flavors and sights and sounds, each a story of discovery. Think of the peace that comes with financial security, not just for yourself, but for your loved ones too. You can gain this financial security from being joyful in the moment and broadcasting a feeling of joy and richness. Imagine if your prosperity was a wellspring nurturing not only your dreams but also providing for the future of those you hold dear. Your legacy a fortress of stability and generosity, a testament to a life well lived and a fortune well managed. Immerse yourself in these visions. Daydream about it. Allow the abundance to resonate within you. With each breath, feel the notes of prosperity reverberate through your being, crafting a narrative of wealth, comfort, and fulfillment. This is your life, your symphony, a masterpiece composed by your deepest desires and highest aspirations. Say this with me. I am a magnet for prosperity. Abundance flows towards me in a never-ending stream. Feel the power of these words intertwine with the essence of who you are, leading you to the very daydreams and wonderful imaginings that I am speaking of right now, activating this reality within you. Envision yourself standing at the edge of a vast, tranquil ocean. This is no ordinary ocean. It is an endless expanse of financial abundance and prosperity. The gentle waves lapping at your feet are currents of wealth, flowing endlessly towards you. Imagine, if you will, the feeling of standing here with the knowledge that this ocean is yours. Every wave brings a new surge of financial freedom. Each ripple a testament to your limitless prosperity. How does the sand feel under your feet, knowing it is lined with the gold of endless opportunities? Let's sail on this ocean together. Picture yourself on a luxurious yacht crafted from your deepest desires for wealth. Each part of this yacht represents a facet of your financial success. The sails billowing in the wind are your ambitions reaching your fullest potential. The sturdy deck beneath you symbolizes the solid foundation of your financial security. As you glide over these waters of wealth, imagine the destinations you will reach. Perhaps a secluded island, an embodiment of your ultimate financial goals, a place where you can bask in the achievements of your hard work and smart decisions. Think of walking along its shores where every grain of sand is a sparkling diamond, each reflecting the success you have achieved. Picture the people you would invite to this island, the lives you could touch with your prosperity. Your wealth is not just a personal triumph, it's a vessel for positive change, for generosity, and for making a difference in the world. Can you imagine if? Can you allow your imagination to fully activate the potentials available to you? Imagine if you woke up every morning to the serene views of the ocean from the balcony of your luxurious beachfront villa, the warm breeze gently reminding you of your limitless prosperity. Imagine if you had the freedom to travel first class to any destination in the world at a moment's notice, experiencing diverse cultures and the finest luxuries without a second thought about the cost. Imagine if you could explore the streets of the world's most enchanting cities, staying in penthouses with views that take your breath away. Every experience more exquisite than the last. Imagine if you had the ability to transform your wildest dreams into reality, whether it's owning a collection of the world's most sought-after cars or having a personal chef preparing gourmet meals for you every day. Imagine if your days were filled with choices about how to enjoy your wealth, whether it's on private yachts, in exclusive clubs, or simply the peace of unworried, leisurely days spent in the company of loved ones in sheer opulence. Imagine if your success not only secured your own future, but also the futures of your loved ones, providing not just wealth, but education, experiences, and freedom to pursue their dreams with your full support. Imagine if every financial decision you made turned into gold. Your investment always prospering, your ventures always succeeding, your wealth continuously multiplying, granting you an almost magical Midas touch. Imagine if every step you took, every decision you made led you to discover a new source of income, as if the universe itself was conspiring to fill your life with wealth and abundance. Envision your bank account as a reservoir of prosperity, constantly replenished by streams of income from diverse and fulfilling sources, each adding to a flow that never ceases. Picture a lifestyle where luxury and comfort are not just occasional treats, but everyday norms, where the finest experiences and the most exquisite items are within effortless reach. Imagine if your wealth not only secured your future, but also allowed you to shape the futures of others, offering service, support, opportunities, and empowerment to those who dream of following in your footsteps. See financial freedom as your constant companion, allowing you to explore, expand, and experiment, free from the constraints that bind others to a life of limitation. Imagine if your success story became a source of inspiration and a case study in prosperity, teaching and motivating others to embark on their own journeys of financial abundance. Picture a life where your wealth grows, not just for the sake of accumulation, but as a testament to your savvy decisions and positive energy that you've poured into every endeavor. Imagine if your capacity for wealth was boundless, allowing you to constantly surpass your own records, reaching new heights of financial success. Envision your life leaving a lasting legacy, creating impacts and institutions that will continue to flourish, spreading prosperity and opportunity long after your time. Imagine if every financial goal you set not only met but exceeded your expectations, turning your life into a continuous celebration of achievements and milestones. Imagine if as you wake each morning you find your life infused with an ever-increasing flow of prosperity. Visualize your bank notifications pinging, each one a testament to the abundant wealth flowing effortlessly into your life. Each alert a cheerful reminder of the universe's generosity, signaling the arrival of funds from diverse, unexpected sources. Picture a life where every glance at your financial statements brings a delighted smile to your face. Imagine the numbers climbing, a visual symphony of growth, each digit dancing to the rhythm of your continuous success. This isn't just growth, it's exponential expansion. a testament to the limitless potential of your financial landscape. Envision a scenario where your mailbox, once a mundane pit stop in your daily routine, becomes a treasure trove of good news. Each envelope a bearer of opportunities, offers, and rewards, each more lucrative and heartening than the last. It's as if the universe has conspired to fill your path with golden opportunities, each step you take a leap towards greater wealth. Contemplate a reality where every phone call is a harbinger of prosperity. With each ring, your heart swells with anticipation, knowing that on the other end awaits news of success, be it a new venture, a profitable investment, or an unexpected windfall. These aren't just conversations, they're melodic notes of your financial symphony, each one harmonizing perfectly with your life's prosperous score. Imagine if your ventures, each chosen with care and nurtured with passion, bear fruit, more luscious than you ever anticipated. Projects that not only succeeded but exceed your wildest expectations, creating a cycle of wealth that fuels itself, growing larger and more bountiful with each triumph. See a life where your financial success is a beacon, a glowing testament to the power of positive intention and unwavering belief. Your life, just being who you are, is a service to the whole world because you live by an example that creates prosperity just by your very existence. A life where the abundance you experience is not just for your benefit, but a source of inspiration and upliftment for all around you, creating a ripple effect of prosperity that enriches the lives of everyone it touches. Imagine if every morning you awaken to the news of your investments multiplying, bringing you not just double but triple the prosperity you dreamed of. Visualize walking into your favorite store or browsing your preferred online marketplace, knowing you could purchase anything you desire, not out of whimsy, but with the joy of knowing there's more than enough. Imagine if the concept of a budget was just a choice, not a necessity, and your financial planning was about growth and distribution, not limitation and restraint. Consider the freedom of making decisions, not based on costs, but on desires, values, and the ability to enrich not just your life, but the lives of those around you. Envision a life where financial concerns are replaced by financial creativity, where each dollar is not just a currency, but a building block for a future of unprecedented prosperity. All of this financial prosperity is available to you when you let go of the idea that your prosperity has to be financial. I know that sounds like a quandary or a contradiction, but when you project a feeling of true prosperity in this moment right now, and you become aware of the joy of the rich experiences in your life, this feeling and projection creates an incredible prosperity in which you are prosperous AF. Consider the traits you admire, the qualities that resonate with your vision of prosperity. You will seek out individuals who embody these characteristics. But remember, this is not about what you can gain. Prosperous relationships are symbiotic. They thrive on mutual support, and you are attracting people into your life that allow for this wonderful prosperity. Close your eyes for a moment and breathe in the essence of a life where prosperity blooms in every corner of your existence. This isn't merely about the abundance in your bank account or the luxury in your living. It's about the richness in your relationships, wealth in your well-being, and the opulence in your outlook. Imagine waking up each day with a heart brimming with gratitude, a mind buzzing with creative vigor, and a spirit dancing in harmony with the universe. Picture the smiles you inspire, the lives you touch, and the difference you make simply by being the most prosperous version of yourself. But let's not stop there. Envision this prosperity as a radiant light emanating from you and reaching out, touching lives, transforming destinies, and reshaping realities. It's a vision grand in its scale, magnificent in its impact. And as you open your eyes, let's contemplate the ripple effect, the phenomenon where your personal prosperity becomes a catalyst, a force that propels positive change far beyond the confines of your immediate world. Consider this: every act of kindness, every gesture of generosity, every word of encouragement you offer sets in motion a wave of energy. This energy doesn't just stop at the doorstep of your life. It travels, it multiplies, it transforms, it touches lives, and it comes back to you, creating the abundance that is inevitably yours. Your prosperity can become the seed of innovation in your community, a beacon of hope in times of despair, a testament to what's possible when we dare to dream and dare to act. Whether it's through the business you build, the art you create, or the causes you champion, your prosperity can be a force for good, a catalyst for change, and a bridge to a future where abundance is not the privilege of a few, but the heritage of all. Embrace this vision, live this truth, and watch as your life becomes not just a story of success, but a legacy of impact, a saga of transformation, and a symphony of boundless, beautiful, and benevolent prosperity. And remember, in this grand dance of life, your prosperity is not just your triumph, it's your gift to the world, a gift that keeps on giving today, tomorrow, and beyond. Maybe tonight, as you drift into sleep, you'll dream of that map of your canvas and wake up with a new perspective, noticing opportunities you hadn't seen before. It's amazing how your dreams can sometimes reveal paths you might otherwise miss when you're awake. Maybe when you walk away from this podcast, you will continue to have powerful, positive thoughts, no matter what is going on in your life. No matter how much debt you have or what rent payment you might have, you will start to have new ideas and be motivated in powerful ways with a knowing, with a connection to your higher self that will guide you on the path of true and absolute prosperity. Because right now, in this very moment, you are prosperous. Chapter 11. Your riches are inevitable. At the end of Endgame, one of my favorite movies, Thanos, the major bad guy, believes that he has all the power stones in his glove. He begins to snap his fingers, which would lead to the destruction of half the universe. And he says, "I am inevitable." Fortunately, his glove doesn't work properly. But we can see in these words that he had this affirmation that had guided him to this point. And after I saw that recently, I started to sit with those words, and they became very powerful. And I began to think about the sort of prosperity and riches that I see for everybody that listens to this podcast. These words are your truth. Your riches are inevitable. I've designed this episode to place you into a deep trance state. This is an activation, and if you listen to this whole episode, you'll come out of it completely transformed, knowing full well that your riches and prosperity are inevitable. These words, heavy with certainty and power, resonate far beyond their origin, to be inevitable, reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Imagine, if you will, the power of inevitability. Feel the weight of this word, its undeniable presence. It's like the rising sun, the ebb and flow of the tides, or the unfurling petals of a bloom. Inevitable. This isn't just a concept. It's a living, breathing essence of the universe. It's the rhythm that beats in your heart. It's the rhythm that beats in the heart of every dream, every aspiration. Your dreams, your aspirations. As you listen to these words, allow yourself to be drawn into a space of infinite possibility. It's a space where the conventional boundaries of reality blur, where the extraordinary becomes the norm. Here in this moment, in this space, with my words, your deepest desires don't just flicker with hope. They burn with the inevitability of a star's destiny. Now let your mind wander, gently, effortlessly. Picture the tapestry of your life, each thread representing a choice, a moment, a turning point. See how these threads weave together, creating a pattern unique to you. Feel the texture of this tapestry. Notice how some threads shimmer with potential while others are yet to reveal their true colors. In this moment, as you listen, you are beginning a journey. It's not a journey measured in miles or years, but in transformation, evolution, understanding, and realization. With each word, each sentence, as I speak, you are moving deeper into a heightened state of awareness. A state where the whispers of your inner wisdom become clear and resonant. Together, let's embark on a journey with openness, with curiosity. Imagine my words flowing through you like a gentle stream. Let my voice be an anchor. Each word carries the essence of transformation. Each word is a stepping stone leading you to a place of profound discovery. And as you step on these stones, feel yourself becoming lighter, more attuned to the melody of your true potential. In this journey, we won't be shackled by the mundane or the ordinary. Instead, we will draw inspiration from the unconventional, from the places and beings that challenge our perceptions, that invite us to look beyond the veil of the ordinary. Like Thanos, with his unwavering conviction, we'll embrace the power of inevitability. But unlike Thanos, our quest isn't for control or dominion. Our quest is for something far more precious. It's for the realization of our deepest, most authentic selves. It's for the awakening of a prosperity that resonates not just in material wealth, but in richness of spirit, in abundance of joy, in the limitless expanse of our potential. So as these words wrap around you like a warm, comforting blanket, feel yourself opening up to the journey. Feel the excitement of embarking on a path less traveled, a path that leads to the heart of your inevitable prosperity. Your riches in all their forms are waiting for you, just beyond the horizon of your belief. Embrace this journey. Embrace your destiny. For like the unwavering path of the planets, your riches, your fulfillment, your truest self are inevitable. In the quiet, reflective space of your mind, where thoughts dance and weave, there lies a subtle yet profound power, the power of words. Words, you see, are not mere sounds or letters strung together. They are the architects of reality, the sculptors of the subconscious. They have the power to uplift, to transform, to create worlds within worlds. Let's delve into this enchanting realm, exploring how the very words you choose become the anchors of your prosperity. Understand each word I use is a vessel carrying with it an energy, a vibration that resonates through the depths of your being. Prosperity, abundance, wealth. Feel these words as they echo in your mind. Their vibrations, like ripples on the surface of a still lake. Notice how they feel, how they evoke images, sensations, emotions. This is the dance of language and consciousness, a dance that shapes our perception of what is and what can be. As you listen, let your mind be a canvas. And these words, the brushstrokes, painting a picture of boundless prosperity. With each word, a stroke of color, a nuance of light and shadow, creating a landscape rich with possibility. This is no ordinary painting. It's a living, breathing vision of your life's potential, a reflection of your innate capacity for abundance. Understand the art of anchoring these powerful words to your everyday experience. I am anchoring them to your consciousness as I speak. Anchoring in its essence is about creating a link, a connection between a word and a feeling, a thought, an outcome. It's like planting a seed in the fertile soil of your mind, a seed that is growing right now as I speak, flourishing and bearing the fruits of prosperity. Begin by selecting words that resonate with you, words that sing of wealth and abundance. And as you repeat these words, allow yourself to fully experience the feelings they evoke. Feel the warmth of abundance as it wraps around you. The strength of prosperity as it fills your being. The joy of wealth as it lifts your spirits with each repetition. These words become more deeply rooted in your subconscious, intertwining with your thoughts, your beliefs, your very essence. Incorporate these words into your daily rituals. Let them be the first thoughts that greet you in the morning. the last whispers that accompany you into the realm of dreams. Write them, speak them, sing them. Let them be your companions along the journey of life, gentle guides leading you towards a future rich with potential. It is inevitable. As you continue to anchor these words of prosperity, you may notice in this moment a subtle shift. At first, like the light of dawn, your thoughts begin to mirror these words, your actions to align with them. Opportunities that once seemed distant are drawing closer to you, more tangible, more attainable. Find yourself moving through the world with a new sense of purpose, a new confidence in the inevitability of your success. In this state of heightened awareness, where words are seeds of your future, remember that you are the master of your destiny, the artist of your life's canvas. With each word, each thought, each action, you are creating a masterpiece, a life abundant in prosperity, rich in fulfillment, overflowing with the boundless treasures of the universe. Embrace this power, this wondrous alchemy of language and intention, for in the realm of words lies the key to unlocking your inner power, to awakening the prosperity that has always been yours to claim. It's a journey of transformation, of realization, of stepping into the fullness of your inevitable potential. Let the power of these words be your guide, your beacon, leading you to the shores of a life abundant, a life where prosperity is not just a dream, but an exquisite, inevitable reality. You are infinitely potential. This isn't a mere poetic notion, but a reality waiting to be embraced. A vast ocean of possibility resides within you. Let us explore this boundless landscape of the self, uncovering the limitless capacity that pulses in the heart of your being. Envision for a moment the universe, endless, ever expanding, filled with wonders beyond comprehension. Now, imagine that this universe is not just around you, but within you. Your potential is like this universe, boundless, infinite, a wellspring of possibilities waiting to be discovered. Each thought you think, each step you take is a star in this inner cosmos, a spark of the infinite potential that defines you. Consider the tale of a woman once shackled by doubt, who found within her the strength to build an empire from a single brilliant idea. Her journey wasn't just about creating wealth or success. It was about discovering the depth of her own capabilities, about realizing the only limits that existed were those she placed upon herself. Or think of the young inventor whose dreams stretched far beyond the confines of his small workshop. Each invention, each failure, a stepping stone, a star in his expanded universe of potential. His story is not one of immediate triumph, but of perseverance, of unwavering belief in the infinite capacity of his mind and spirit. His riches were inevitable. These stories, and countless others, are not anomalies. They are echoes of a truth that resides in you. Your life, your journey is another such story, waiting to be written, waiting to be lived. Within you lies the same infinite potential, the same boundless capacity for greatness. As you hear my words, as you listen, let this understanding seep into your consciousness. Like the gentle flow of a river nourishing the land, feel the barriers of doubt and limitation dissolve, washed away by the clear waters of your own limitless potential. Allow yourself to dream, to imagine the heights that you can reach, the wonders you can achieve. This realization is not an end, but a beginning, the first step on a journey of self-discovery and empowerment. It's a journey that calls for courage, for faith in yourself, for the willingness to explore the uncharted territories of your soul. And as you embark on this journey, remember that each step you take expands the horizons of this potential. Each choice you make adds another star to your inner cosmos. In this space of limitless potential where you exist right now, there are no boundaries, no ceilings to your capabilities. The dreams you dare to dream, the aspirations you dare to hold, are but glimpses of what you can truly accomplish. Your potential is like a seed containing within it the blueprint of a tree vast and majestic, waiting only for the nourishment of your belief, your action, your unwavering resolve. Embrace this journey with an open heart, with your mind attuned to the boundless possibilities that lie within you. Let each day be a step towards realizing the fullness of your prosperity, the fullness of your potential, each moment an opportunity to expand the universe within you. For in you lies not just the capacity for greatness, but the promise of a life lived in full, resplendent glory of infinite potential, for this is inevitable. Here in this space of possibility and promise, we explore the essence of a wealth mindset, the key to unlocking doors to large sums of money in abundance. This is not just about wealth in the monetary sense. It's about cultivating a mindset that embraces and attracts prosperity in all its forms. Begin by envisioning wealth, not as a distant, elusive dream, but as a close, tangible reality. Imagine large sums of money flowing to you as natural and effortless as the river flows to the sea. This visualization is more than a mere exercise. It's a powerful tool in reshaping your subconscious, in aligning your inner world with the abundance that awaits in the outer world. As you immerse yourself in this vision, understand that the journey to wealth begins with overcoming limiting beliefs. These beliefs are often rooted in past experiences and societal narratives. They act like chains, holding you back from the riches that are rightfully yours. It's time now, in this moment, as you hear my voice, to break these chains, to free yourself from the shackles of doubt and scarcity. Acknowledge these limiting beliefs, hear them, understand them, but do not let them define you. Instead, let them be the fuel that ignites your transformation. With each limiting thought that arises, counter it with an affirmation of abundance. I am worthy of wealth. prosperity flows to me effortlessly. I am a magnet for financial abundance. I am so happy and grateful now that large sums of money come to me easily and quickly in increasing quantities from multiple sources on a continuous basis in the best interest of all, that I get to keep, give, spend, invest, and circulate joyfully. Let these affirmations be your mantra, your constant companions on the journey to wealth. These words, these affirmations are not just sounds or phrases, they are seeds of your future prosperity. I am planting them in the fertile soil of your mind. Water them with belief and action, and watch as they grow into a lush garden of abundance. With each repetition, feel the truth of these affirmations resonate deeper within you, rewiring your thoughts, reshaping your reality. Visualize not just the wealth, but the life that comes with it. Picture the freedom, the joy, the opportunities that large sums of money will bring. See yourself living the life you've always dreamed of. A life rich in experiences, in generosity, in fulfillment. What you see in your mind's eye as I speak of these things is a bridge between your current reality and the reality you are creating. A beacon guiding you towards the shores of prosperity. In this process of visualizing and affirming, patience is key. Just as a seed does not sprout overnight, your wealth will take time to fully blossom. But with each passing day, with each step on this path, you are moving closer to your goal, to a life where wealth and abundance are not just possibilities, but inevitabilities. So embrace this journey with an open heart and a resolute spirit. Let go of the fears and doubts that have held you back up to this point. Give yourself permission, for I give you permission, to step forward with the knowledge that you are capable, deserving, and ready for the wealth that is coming your way. Aren't you excited? Cultivate your wealth mindset like a master gardener tending to his precious plants. And soon, you will reap the harvest of your efforts. It is inevitable. Large sums of money, prosperity, and a life of abundance that you have always dreamed of. Remember, the path to prosperity is not just a journey. It's a transformation, a metamorphosis of your soul. As you walk this path, know that you are not alone. The universe itself is conspiring to bring you the wealth and abundance you seek. All you need to do is open your heart, believe in your infinite potential, and step forward into the bright, prosperous future that awaits. Right now, I unlock a moment of revelation within you. A profound understanding that acquiring wealth need not be a struggle, but can be an effortless dance with the universe. I invite you to shift your perspective, to see the acquisition of wealth not as a mountain to be laboriously climbed, but as a river flowing naturally and abundantly in your life. Imagine, if you will, a world where wealth flows to you easily as the sun rises in the morning, as effortlessly as the stars light up the night sky. This is not a fantasy, but a reality that awaits when you align yourself with the rhythm of abundance. In this space, acquiring wealth is not a battle. It's not a competition. It's a harmonious journey, a path where each step brings you closer to the prosperity you seek. Open yourself to the possibilities of passive income. It's the income that flows to you whether you're working, sleeping, or enjoying the precious moments of your life. Affirm that your money comes to you whether you're working, sleeping, or playing. Create streams of income that sustain and grow independent of your active efforts. Visualize these streams of income as tributaries flowing into the river of your financial well-being. Each stream, whether it's an investment, a business venture, or any form of passive income, adds to the flow, increasing your wealth without increasing your workload. See these streams multiplying, expanding as you tap into the vast reservoir of opportunities available in the world today. Now let's infuse this vision with the belief that money is effortless. Money is energy, a resource that flows in the universe as abundant and accessible as air. Release any notions of struggle or difficulty associated with acquiring wealth. Feel the ease and grace with which money comes to you when you shift your mindset to one of ease and effortlessness. You align yourself with the abundance of the universe. Wealth flows to you with a natural, rhythmic ease. Remember, the art of effortless wealth is also an art of balance. Continue to engage in activities that bring joy and fulfillment and a sense of purpose. Wealth is not about financial abundance, it's about enriching all aspects of your life. So as you move forward, let your steps be light and your heart open to the endless possibilities that await. Trust the natural flow of abundance. Believe in the ease of acquiring wealth and watch as doors open and opportunities arise. The path to effortless wealth is not a path of toil and struggle. It's a path of joy, ease, and abundance. Remember, the universe is abundant, and its abundance is yours to claim. As you align yourself with this truth, as you embrace the art of effortless wealth, you find that wealth does not just come to you, it flows through you, a never-ending stream of abundance, ease, and prosperity. This is your new reality, a reality where wealth is easy, quick, and joyously effortless. Your financial resources are not static, but dynamic and ever-growing, pulsating with the rhythm of increasing abundance. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast, fertile field. This field represents your financial potential, a land of untold riches that stretches far beyond the horizon. Now imagine this field beginning to flourish, crops growing taller, richer, more bountiful with each passing day. This is the essence of your financial growth, a constant, ever-increasing bounty that is yours to harvest. In this fertile landscape, the principles of financial growth and investment are like sun and rain, nurturing your field, ensuring a rich harvest. These principles are not complex formulas or elusive secrets. They are simple truths, as old and reliable as the earth itself. Invest wisely, diversify your portfolio, let your investments compound, and watch as your wealth grows in increasing quantities. This growth is not just a matter of mechanics, it's a mindset, a way of being. It's an understanding that in the universe's grand design, abundance is not limited but limitless. Embrace this mindset, and you will see opportunities for growth everywhere, in every venture, in every moment of life. Begin to set escalating financial goals. Not static targets, but stepping stones on a path that lead ever upwards. Set your goals, reach them, and then set them higher. Each goal achieved is a celebration, a testament to your growing financial prowess, but it is also a signal to aim even higher, to expand the boundaries of your financial dreams. As you set these goals, feel the thrill of the chase, the exhilaration of each milestone reached. With every goal achieved, feel your confidence swell. Your belief in your financial acumen deepens. This is not just about numbers and figures. It's a journey of self-discovery, of realizing your true capacity for wealth and abundance. Remember that your financial growth is a reflection of your inner growth. As you expand, always increasing your mindset, as you embrace the principles of wise investment and goal setting, your external wealth will mirror this expansion. You're not just growing your wealth, you are growing as a person, as a force of abundance in the universe. Let my words be a beacon, guiding you towards a future where your financial growth knows no bounds, where your wealth expands in increasing quantities, effortlessly, joyously. Believe in this vision. Feel its reality. And know that in the abundant universe there is no limit to what you can achieve. Embrace this truth. Let it infuse every aspect of your being. Money is always increasing in every way, in every venture. This is not just a hope or a wish, it's your new reality. A reality where financial growth is constant, ever present, and as real as the air you breathe. Step into this reality and watch the universe conspire to bring your financial dreams to life in increasing quantities in endless abundance. Begin to see your world as a world where the streams of income flow to you from various directions, each stream bringing its own unique melody of abundance. Imagine standing at the confluence of mighty rivers, each river originating from a different source, each merging into a powerful, unstoppable current. This confluence is the symbol of your financial life, enriched and strengthened by multiple sources of income. Each river, each stream, represents a different avenue of wealth flowing to you, filling your life with abundance and security. There are countless paths to prosperity, numerous streams waiting to be discovered and harnessed. Open your mind, your heart, to the possibility of these multiple sources. To believe, truly believe they are not just possible, but already flowing towards you right now in this moment. Feel the shift in your perspective. No longer are you confined to a single source of income, a single path to financial security. Now, you see opportunities everywhere, in investments, in businesses, in creative endeavors. Each opportunity is a potential stream of income, a new river to add to your confluence of wealth. In this reality where wealth flows from multiple sources, there is a sense of ease, a sense of security. You're no longer dependent on a single source. Your financial well-being is supported by many pillars, each strong and stable. This diversification not only enhances your wealth, but brings you peace of mind, the knowledge that your prosperity is founded on solid, varied ground. Feel this reality in your bones, in your soul. Envision the abundance flowing to you from all directions. See the streams of income converging, creating a reservoir of wealth that is deep, vast, and ever replenishing. See this vision. There is no fear, no uncertainty, only the calm assurance that your wealth is diversified, secure, and constantly expanding. As you explore this concept, let yourself be inspired. Let your imagination run wild with the possibilities. Believe in a world where multiple streams of income are not just a dream, but a tangible, achievable reality. Embrace your abundant universe. There are infinite sources of wealth. You have the power, the right, the destiny to tap into these sources. Your financial journey is not a path of limitation, but a journey of endless possibilities. A journey where wealth flows to you from multiple sources, enriching your life, filling it with abundance and joy. This is your new reality, a reality where diversifying your wealth is not just a strategy, but a way of life, a path to enduring, expansive prosperity. It is inevitable. This wealth is ever flowing and nourishes every aspect of your life. It is continuous. Imagine your wealth as a magnificent tree in a lush garden. This tree, with its strong roots and sprawling branches, didn't just appear overnight. It grew steadily and surely from a tiny seed, nurtured by the elements, cared for with patience and foresight. Your journey is like this tree, requiring not just the initial planting, but continuous nurturing, a commitment to long-term growth and sustainability. In this garden of your financial life, sustainability is key. It's about creating a balance, ensuring that your wealth doesn't just peak and then wither, but continues to grow to thrive year after year. This means managing your resources wisely, investing in avenues that promise not just immediate returns, but long-term growth. It's about seeing the bigger picture, understanding that true wealth is wealth that lasts, that supports not just you, but the generations to come. Let's not forget another crucial element in this garden: you, the gardener. Your well-being is as important as the wealth you accumulate. There's little joy in a bountiful harvest if the gardener is too weary to enjoy it. So as you focus on sustaining your wealth, remember to sustain yourself. Balance is the principle of life. Feel this balance in every decision you make, every step you take on your financial journey. With every investment, every growth opportunity, ask yourself, does this align with my long-term vision? Does this contribute to my well-being and that of my community? This is not just wealth management, it's life management, a holistic approach to prosperity. As you embrace this approach, let yourself feel the security and peace that comes with knowing your wealth is not just a fleeting moment of success, but a continuous, enduring reality. Picture yourself in the future, looking back at the path you've traveled, seeing not just the peaks of achievement, but the steady, unbroken line of sustained growth and prosperity. This is not a race to be won, but a journey to be savored, a journey where the goal is not just to reach a destination, but to enjoy every step, every moment along the way. It's about creating a legacy that is enduring as the stars, a legacy that supports not just your own dreams, but the dreams of those who follow. As you continue on this path, remember that true prosperity is a balance between growing your wealth and nurturing your soul, between achieving success and maintaining well-being. This is the art of sustaining wealth on a continuous basis, a harmony that leads to a life of not just financial abundance, but of deep, lasting fulfillment. This is your journey, a journey of prosperity for all, a journey that you are destined to travel with grace, wisdom, and joy. There is a deeper dimension of wealth creation, where ethics and prosperity intertwine, creating a tapestry of abundance that benefits not just yourself, but the world at large. This journey into ethical wealth is about understanding that true prosperity extends beyond personal gain, reaching into the heart of your shared humanity. Imagine wealth as a radiant light. It beams, reaching far and wide. When this light is guided by ethics, it illuminates paths not just for yourself, but for others, casting a glow that nurtures and supports and uplifts, Ethical wealth is not just about accumulation, but about contribution, about ensuring that your pursuit of wealth uplifts and enriches the lives around you. This realm is graced by the presence of those who have not only amassed fortunes, but have used the wealth to forge paths of positive change. Consider the stories of philanthropic billionaires and visionaries who saw in their wealth not just a personal milestone, but a means to benefit humanity. These luminaries of prosperity understood that true wealth carries a responsibility, a duty to give back, to use their resources for the greater good. Their journeys are beacons of inspiration, showing you that ethical wealth is not just a concept, but a living, breathing reality. They demonstrate that when wealth is guided by a moral compass, it becomes a powerful force for positive change and service to others. These case studies are not just tales of financial success. These are also stories of transformation, of how wealth, when aligned with ethical principles, can uplift communities, advance human knowledge, and pave the way for a better world in the best interest of all. As you contemplate the role in your own wealth creation, let this understanding seep into your consciousness. Wealth in its highest form is a tool for positive change, a resource that can be used to heal, to build, to inspire. Ethical wealth is about creating a legacy that transcends material success, a legacy that leaves an indelible imprint on the fabric of the world. Feel the power and responsibility that comes with your inevitable wealth. Embrace the notion that your prosperity will be a catalyst for good, an instrument of change in a world that yearns for it. Let this understanding guide your financial decisions, your investments, your journey towards wealth. Make choices that not only grow your wealth, but also contribute to the well-being of others. Choices that reflect a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of your world. This is a call to step into a role that is larger than life, a role that sees wealth not as an end in itself, but as a means to create a world that is richer, kinder, more just, a new earth. As you walk this path, let your wealth be a light that shines brightly, a light that guides, nurtures, and inspires. You are a lighthouse of love. Let it be said that your wealth is not just a testament to your success, but a beacon of hope, a force for good, a legacy that enriches not just your life, but the lives of all it touched. This is the essence of ethical wealth, a wealth that transcends, transforms, and triumphs in the best interest of all. Envision your journey to wealth as a shared journey, where your path intersects with those of others. Each person you meet, each life you touch, is part of the intricate web of interconnections that define your existence. Wealth in this context is more than just financial gain. It's an opportunity to foster relationships, to build bridges, to enrich not just yourself, but those around you. The pursuit of respectful riches is an art form, one that requires a deep understanding of the wealth on relationships. It's about recognizing that every financial decision, every step towards greater prosperity, has ripples that extend beyond your immediate world. This understanding asks you to be conscious, to be considerate, to acknowledge that true wealth is wealth that uplifts and respects the free will of all. Imagine a scenario where your wealth creation creates opportunities for others, where your success contributes to the success of those around you. This is not a zero-sum game where one's gain is another's loss. It's a symphony of mutual prosperity, where the notes played by one resonate in harmony with the notes played by others. In this journey towards respectful riches, remember that every interaction, every transaction is an opportunity to love. Whether it's in your business, your investments, or your philanthropic endeavors, each with an ethos of respect, of considering the free will and rights of all involved. This approach will elevate your journey to wealth and imbue your riches with a deeper sense of purpose and fulfillment. This is a call to build wealth that is not just abundant, but also kind, considerate, compassionate, respectful, and loving. Let your wealth be a testament to your respect for the free will and rights of all. Let it be said that your riches are not just a mere measure of your financial acumen, but a reflection of your deep respect for the interconnectedness of all life. This is the essence of your inevitable riches. A wealth that honors, nurtures, and respects, creating a legacy that is enduring as it is noble. Imagine your wealth as a vibrant, flowing river. This river does not flow in a straight line, but meanders, touches different shores, nourishes different lands. In this fluid journey, there are moments to hold the water in your hands, feeling the cool, refreshing abundance. Then comes the time to give, allowing the water to flow to others, quenching their thirst, enriching their lives. In the cycle of wealth, giving is a source of profound joy, an act that multiplies the happiness that money can bring. The art of giving is not just about charity, but about creating a positive impact, a ripple that extends far beyond the initial act. As you engage in giving, feel the joy that comes from knowing your wealth is a force for good, a tool for change, a gift that keeps on giving, an example of love. Spending is a part of this joyful cycle. It's the celebration of life's pleasures, the enjoyment of the fruits of your labor. Spend freely, but also spend wisely and joyfully, allowing your wealth to enhance your life and the lives of those you care about. Whether it's through experiences, objects of beauty, or comforts, let your spending be an expression of gratitude for the abundance that you have created. Investing is the art of planting seeds for your future prosperity, where you nurture and grow your resources for the future. Responsible and strategic investing is about making choices that not only promise financial returns but align with your values and visions for a better world. It's an act of faith in the future, a commitment to continue the cycle of abundance. In this wealth cycle of keeping, giving, spending, and investing, there is a rhythm, a balance that sustains and enriches. It's a cycle that acknowledges that wealth is not static but dynamic, a resource that flows, changes, and evolves. This approach to wealth is not about just financial savvy. It's about understanding the deeper purpose of wealth, its potential to bring joy, to create positive change, to enhance lives. As you navigate this cycle, let each action be guided by mindfulness and joy. Keep with gratitude, give with generosity, spend with delight, and invest with your vision. Let your journey through this cycle be a journey of continuous growth, not just in terms of wealth, but in wisdom and happiness and the positive impact you create. This is the art of harmonious balance that ensures your prosperity is not just a testament to your success, but a lighthouse of positivity, a source of continuous joy and benefit for all. Visualize your wealth as a golden light, radiant and warm. As this light flows from you to others, it does not diminish, rather it multiplies, creating a luminous network of joy and connection. Sharing wealth is not a depletion of your resources, but an expansion, a way of extending your prosperity to touch the lives of others, creating ripples of positivity and love that reach far and wide. In the act of sharing, there is a profound psychological transformation. It shifts the perception of wealth from a static possession to a dynamic force for good. This act nourishes your soul. It brings a sense of fulfillment and purpose that surpasses mere accumulation. The happiness of giving is a deep, enduring joy, one that comes from seeing your wealth uplift others, from being a part of a larger story of communal prosperity. And as you circulate your wealth joyfully, you are weaving a legacy that tells a story of generosity, compassion, and shared joy. This legacy is about leaving a mark on the world that transcends material success, a legacy that is measured not in numbers but in smiles, in lives touched, in communities transformed. Imagine the future, a world where your legacy has blossomed. See the faces of those you've helped, the projects you've supported, the dreams you've made possible. This is the true power of your wealth, the ability to create waves of happiness, to be a catalyst for positive change, to weave joy into the fabric of the world. Let the circulation of your wealth be a source of deep and lasting happiness, a reflection of your inner generosity, a testament to your understanding that true prosperity is measured not just in wealth accumulated, but in wealth shared. This is the path to a legacy of joy, a path that you are destined to walk with a heart full of generosity and hands open in giving. As we draw near the end of this journey, a journey that has taken us through many facets of wealth and prosperity, we arrive at a place of profound realization and gratitude. Envision gratitude as a golden key that unlocks the treasures of the universe. This key, when used daily, keeps the doors to abundance wide open. Gratitude is the recognition of the richness that already exists in your life, the wealth that you have nurtured and grown. It is an acknowledgement that every blessing, be it small or large, is a part of the tapestry of your prosperous life. Feel the power of gratitude as it infuses every aspect of your being. With gratitude, every financial achievement is magnified, every bit of abundance is celebrated. This powerful emotion transforms your perspective, allowing you to see the abundance that surrounds you, to appreciate the flow of prosperity in your life. Gratitude turns what you have into enough and more. It shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is overflowing, creating a mindset of abundance that attracts even more wealth. As you step forward from this journey, carry with you these final affirmations. Let them be your guiding stars in this journey. Affirm to yourself, I am a magnet for prosperity, and my life is a reflection of the abundance of the universe. I am grateful for the wealth I have and for the wealth that's on my way. My gratitude is a powerful catalyst for my continuous prosperity. I am the architect of my abundance. Each thought I think, each action I take is building my inevitable prosperous future. Wealth flows to me effortlessly and abundantly. I am a magnet for inevitable financial prosperity and opportunities. My potential for wealth and success is infinite. Every day I unlock more of my inevitable inner greatness. Large sums of money come to me easily and quickly from multiple and unexpected sources inevitably. I effortlessly attract wealth and abundance. Prosperity is my natural state of being. I am constantly expanding my understanding of wealth. Every day inevitably brings new opportunities for financial growth. My wealth is continuously increasing. My investments and decisions create an inevitable flow of prosperity that is constant in my life. I celebrate the diversity of my income sources. Each one brings unique abundance. My wealth is a force for good. I create positive change in the world. I respect the free will of all in my pursuit of wealth. My riches uplift both myself and others. I joyfully participate in the cycle of prosperity, keeping, giving, spending, and investing with gratitude and wisdom. Sharing my wealth inevitably brings deep happiness. I create joy for myself and others through generous acts. I am deeply grateful for my wealth. My gratitude inevitably attracts even more abundance into my life. Every day, I embody prosperity. I am confident, successful, and inevitably thriving in all my financial endeavors. I embrace the inevitability of my riches. Like the unceasing flow of a mighty river, my path to greatness is natural, effortless, and certain. Within me lies infinite potential, waiting to be unleashed. Every day, I tap into my limitless capacity, achieving more than I ever imagined. My thoughts are seeds of prosperity. I cultivate a wealth mindset. In return, abundance flourishes in all areas of my life. Wealth comes to me easily and quickly. I am in harmony with the rhythms of abundance, effortlessly creating and attracting financial prosperity. My wealth grows in increasing quantities. Each decision I make is a stepping stone towards greater financial abundance. I'm a magnet for diverse sources of income. Opportunities for wealth flow to me from multiple directions, enriching my life abundantly. I sustain my wealth with wisdom and grace. My prosperity is continuous and enduring, balancing my financial success with personal well-being. My wealth serves the greater good. I create and use my financial resources ethically, benefiting myself and the world. I accumulate wealth while honoring the free will and rights of others. My riches are a testament to respect, integrity, and mutual prosperity. I joyfully circulate wealth in a balanced cycle of keeping, giving, spending, and investing. Each act enriches my life and the lives of others. The joy of sharing wealth multiplies my happiness. I create a legacy of prosperity and joy, impacting lives positively through my generosity. With a heart full of gratitude, I acknowledge and celebrate my riches. Grateful for every blessing, I magnify my prosperity and share it joyfully. I am an embodiment of success. My prosperity is as inevitable as the rising sun. Every word I speak and think is a seed of prosperity growing into my inevitable wealth. Infinite possibilities flow through me. My potential to achieve and create wealth is boundless. Wealth comes to me easily and effortlessly. I am naturally aligned with the flow of abundance. My wealth multiplies with each passing day. Every step I take expands my financial abundance. I manage my wealth with wisdom. Its growth and sustainability are a testament to my foresight and balance. My wealth is a force for good. I accumulate wealth with respect and integrity. The circulation of my wealth brings joy and enrichment for myself and others. I am so happy and grateful now that large sums of money inevitably come to me in increasing quantities from multiple sources on a continuous basis in the best interest of all, with the free will of all, that I get to keep, give, spend, invest, and circulate joyfully. Let these affirmations be your calls to action, your daily practice. Each morning as you wake, let gratitude be your first thought. Each night as you rest, let gratitude be your last. Embed these affirmations in your heart. Let them resonate in your actions, your decisions, your approach to wealth. In the spirit of gratitude, look forward to your future, a future where your riches are not just embraced but celebrated, a future where your life is a testament to the prosperity you have created, to the abundance you have shared, to the gratitude that has magnified your wealth. This is your prosperous life, a life where wealth and gratitude dance in harmony, creating a symphony of abundance. As we come to a close for this episode and begin the next phase of your journey, remember that gratitude and prosperity are inseparable companions on your path. They walk with you and guide you and remind you of the wealth that is not just a possibility but a present living reality. Embrace your riches. Celebrate your prosperity with joy and step into your future, with the confidence of one who knows that the universe is always conspiring to shower you with blessings. This is your time, your moment. Embrace it with an open heart and an abundant spirit. Your riches are inevitable. Chapter 12. From Extreme Poverty to Unlimited Abundance. Nature holds the greatest secret to prosperity, and it's hiding in plain sight. You can go to any forest and you'll find towering oak trees that reach hundreds of feet into the sky. Their trunks are so wide it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around them. Their branches spread so far they create an entire ecosystem. These massive giants, these monuments to abundance, began as acorns so small you could fit a dozen in your pocket. The acorn didn't question its potential. It didn't look at itself and think, I'm too small. It didn't compare itself to the mighty oaks above and give up. It simply contained within itself the complete blueprint of what it could become. And when the conditions were right, when it found itself in fertile soil, when it received water and sunlight, it began its transformation. The miracle isn't just that the acorn becomes the oak. The miracle is that the acorn already contains everything it needs. Every cell, every pattern, every bit of information required to become that massive tree exists in that tiny seed. It doesn't need to go searching outside itself for the answer. It doesn't need to beg or struggle or force its growth. It simply needs to be planted in the right conditions and allow its natural abundance to unfold. Your prosperity works exactly the same way. Right now, you might feel like that small seed. You might look at your bank account, your circumstances, your struggles, and see only limitations. But like that acorn, you already contain within yourself the complete blueprint for abundance. Every thought, every idea, every inspiration you need to create massive wealth already exists within you, just like the acorn. Think about this. That oak tree doesn't just become big, it becomes abundant in every way. It produces thousands of acorns, each one containing the potential for another mighty oak. It creates shade that nurtures an entire ecosystem. It pumps oxygen into the air and sends nutrients through the vast networks of roots to help other trees grow. One single seed transforms into a force of limitless abundance that keeps giving, keeping growing, keeps creating more. This is how true prosperity works. It's not about growing just enough to survive. It's about expanding until you become a source of abundance for everything around you. When you start with a penny or $1 or whatever seed of prosperity you hold right now, you're not just starting a journey toward personal wealth, you're beginning a transformation that will allow you to become a mighty oak of abundance in the world. The oak doesn't worry about how it will become mighty. It doesn't waste energy doubting its potential. It simply grows, naturally and consistently, reaching always towards the light. This is your path too. Your only job is to plant your seed of prosperity in fertile soil, and that fertile soil is your mind. And then you allow your natural abundance to unfold. It is that simple. If you have a penny with you, I want you to grab it right now. Take the penny, hold it in your palm for a moment, and really look at it. Most people would walk right past this penny on the street, not worth the effort to even bend down and pick it up. But that penny holds a secret that changed my entire life. It was about a decade ago. I sat in my car outside a gas station, searching through the seats for enough change to put just $1 gallon in my tank. That's when I found it, a single penny wedged between the seats. I remember holding it up to the street light and laughing. This was not a happy laugh, but the kind that comes when you have hit rock bottom and can't believe how far you've fallen. I had massive credit card debt, 3 overdue bills in my glove compartment, a quarter tank of gas to last the week, and this one copper penny that seemed to mock every bad decision, every failed attempt, every wrong turn that led me here. But in that moment, something my grandmother used to say floated into my mind. She would hold up a single seed from her garden and tell me, in this tiny seed lives an entire forest. And she'd plant it, tend it, believe in it, and without fail, that seed would grow. That penny was my seed. This small disc of copper contained the same elements, the same atomic energy as every fortune ever built. Every empire started somewhere. Every millionaire had a first dollar. Every billionaire began with less than what I held in my palm. I stopped seeing that penny as a symbol of what I lacked and started seeing it as proof of what was possible, because here's the truth that most people miss. Prosperity is not measured by what you have right now. It's measured by what you believe is possible. And that penny became my possibility. For many people, that penny is what they believe is possible. They look at what their present situation is, and they're not able to think their way out of it. Do you know why most people stay trapped in lack? Because they're waiting for something big to change their lives. They're waiting for the lottery win, the inheritance, the lucky break. But true transformation, true prosperity starts with being able to look at that single penny and see infinite potential. The penny isn't about its monetary value. It's about the shift that happens in your mind when you stop seeing what is and start seeing what could be. When you understand that the mightiest oak in the forest began as an acorn smaller than that coin, when you realize that your current circumstances are just the seed for your future prosperity, let this penny become a talisman. Keep it in your pocket, and every time you touch it, remind yourself everything can change in an instant. Every time you feel despair creeping in, I want you to hold that penny and remember, abundance isn't about what you have, it's about what you believe is possible. Let me share something that will forever change how you look at money. What you think of as dollars and cents, as numbers in your bank account, as paper in your wallet, it's all an illusion. Money in its truest form is nothing but frozen energy. Every dollar is simply a physical representation of energy exchange. Nothing more, nothing less. Think about this. When you work, you're converting your time and effort, your energy, into money. When you create something, you're transforming your creative energy into monetary value. This isn't some abstract concept. Einstein proved that everything in the universe is energy. Everything, including the money in your pocket. And here's where most people get stuck. They believe in scarcity. They look at their empty bank account and think there isn't enough money. But that's like standing in the middle of the ocean and claiming there isn't enough water. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. There is no scarcity of energy in the universe, which means there can never be a true scarcity of money for you. Why do most people stay poor? Because they're trying to chase money instead of learning to conduct energy. They're like someone dying of thirst while holding an empty cup in a rainstorm, so focused on the empty cup that they can't see the abundance pouring down around them. They've bought into the grand illusion that money is a limited resource that must be hoarded, fought for, struggled over. The wealthy elite understand this truth. Money flows where energy flows. When you're aligned with the energy of abundance, when you become a powerful conductor of this energy, money flows to you as naturally as water flows downhill. It is not about luck. It's about circumstance. It's about understanding and aligning with this universal principle. This is the real meaning of prosperity. Prosperity isn't about having a certain amount in your bank account. True prosperity is about becoming a channel through which abundance can flow. Think of the wealthiest people that you know. They don't just have money, they create channels for money to flow through. They build businesses, invest in opportunities, create value for others. They understand that prosperity isn't about holding tight to what you have. It's about becoming a conduit for greater abundance. Most people have it backwards. They think once they have money that they'll be prosperous. But prosperity is a state of being, not a state of having. When you understand that you are made of the same energy as money, that you can conduct and direct this energy through your intentions and actions, you stop trying to get money and start allowing it to flow through you. This is not a feel-good philosophy. This is physics. Energy moves toward the path of least resistance when you remove your mental blocks about money, when you stop seeing it as a scarce resource and start seeing it as the abundant energy it truly is. You become that path of least resistance. Money starts flowing towards you because you're no longer pushing against its natural current with your fears and doubts. The universe isn't withholding prosperity from you. You're not cursed or unlucky or destined to struggle. You are simply temporarily out of alignment with the energy of money. But the beautiful truth is that you can change that alignment in an instant. The moment you truly understand that money is just frozen energy, that you are made of the same stuff as everything you want to create, you begin to shift from prosperity consciousness to prosperity consciousness, and that shift changes everything. Let's think of water for a moment. It can exist as ice, liquid, or steam. Same substance. Different forms. Your reality works the same way. It is fluid, malleable, constantly responding to the energy that you put out. And just like water can change states, your financial reality can transform completely when you understand the 3 pillars of prosperity. The first pillar is intention. Not weak wishful thinking, but powerful focused intention. When you set an intention for prosperity, you're not begging the universe, you're declaring what is already yours. Your intention must be crystal clear. Don't say, I want to be rich. State exactly what you desire. I am now experiencing abundance in all areas of my life. Money flows to me easily and continuously. I want you to say it again. I am now experiencing abundance in all areas of my life. Money flows to me easily and continuously. Now, the second pillar is belief. This is where most people falter, especially when you're in a form of extreme poverty, because it creates your belief. Like a feedback loop. You see this poverty around you, this lack around you, and then it gives you the belief that you are poor. Your conscious mind might want wealth, but your subconscious is programmed by years of scarcity thinking, by generations of poverty consciousness. And it fights against your conscious mind, which desires wealth. You must program these deep-seated beliefs. When you look at your bank account and feel panic, stop. Breathe. Remind yourself that money is simply frozen energy, and there is always more than enough. The third pillar is action. But not just any action, inspired action. When you align your energy with prosperity, you begin receiving intuition, subtle nudges from the universe guiding you toward your wealth. These aren't random thoughts. They're divine guidance. When you feel that spark of inspiration, you act on it immediately. The universe rewards speed. Now let me share with you the exact money manifestation process that transformed my life. Every morning, before you do anything, you sit in silence. You visualize money flowing to you from every direction. Feel the emotion of having abundance. Express genuine gratitude for every penny that you currently have. This is not about pretending, it's about tapping into the frequency of wealth. And then you simply imagine that you have this wealth, and you make it as real as you can, bringing in all the tones of reality. You might be thinking, but what about when doubt creeps in? Or what about the bills that are piling up and fear takes over? Listen closely. Contrast is necessary for clarity. Those moments of fear are actually helping you define what you do want. Use them. When doubt appears, thank it for showing you what you don't want. Then redirect your energy toward what you do want. The signs of your breakthrough are already appearing right now. Those coins you keep finding, those aren't coincidences, they're prosperity omens. The successful people suddenly crossing your path, divine appointments. The ideas keeping you awake at night, cosmic downloads. Your transformation is already in motion. Your current bank balance is just a reflection of past thinking. But the exact moment, which is right now, that you decide to shift your energy, everything begins to change. That penny in your pocket contains the same atomic power as all the wealth in the world. It's all energy, and energy can be transformed. Remember this. Poverty is not your natural state. Abundance is the natural state of the universe. Look at nature. It doesn't create one flower or one apple. It creates an abundance. You are part of this abundant universe. It is who you are. It is what your body is made up of. It is your birthright to prosper. The time for waiting is over. The time for excuses is done. Your abundance is already created in the quantum field. It's simply waiting for you to align with it. By listening to my words now, you can start now. Take that penny and look at it differently. See it as your seed of infinite possibility. Feel the wealth already within you. The universe is waiting for your signal. Send it now. Declare your intention. Strengthen your belief. Take inspired action. Your prosperity isn't coming. It's already here, waiting for you to shift into its reality. You are not meant for poverty. You are meant for prosperity, and your journey to wealth begins right now, in this moment, when you decide it does. This moment can be right now. The choice is yours, but remember, it all starts with believing in the power of a single penny. Let me share something that quantum physicists have known for decades, but most people still have not grasped. Reality is not what you think it is. When scientists first looked at the quantum level, the tiny building blocks that make up everything in our universe, they discovered something mind-bending. The simple act of observing a particle changes its behavior. Let that sink in. This is not science fiction. The mere act of looking at something changes how it exists in your world. This is the observer effect, and it shatters everything that we thought we knew about how reality works. Your thoughts, your attention, your consciousness literally influences the physical world around you. When you look at your bank account, when you focus on your bills, when you think about your financial situation, you're not just observing reality, you're participating in creating it. But it goes even deeper. Scientists have discovered that at the quantum level, matter doesn't even exist until it's observed. Before observation, everything exists in what they call a probability wave, a field of infinite possibilities. Think about that for a moment. Your financial reality, the money in your bank account, your entire economic situation exists as a field of infinite possibilities until you collapse it into a specific reality through your observation and expectation. If you are in a state of extreme poverty, the environment around you is naturally collapsing everything into a feedback loop of constant poverty. So we have to figure out a way to escape this. So this brings us to the holographic universe theory, which suggests that our entire reality is like a giant hologram. Just as every tiny piece of a hologram contains the information for the entire image, each piece of our reality contains the potential of all possibilities. Your current financial situation is just one tiny slice of all possible financial realities that could exist for you. It's not fixed. It's not permanent. It's not even solid. Your thoughts aren't just positive thinking or wishful dreams. They are literal instructions to the quantum field. Every time you think, I can't afford that, or money is hard to come by, you are sending ripples through the quantum field, collapsing infinite possibilities into that specific reality. But here's the incredible thing. You can choose different thoughts. You can observe different possibilities into existence. Why isn't your current reality fixed? Because it's being created moment by moment by your observations, expectations, and beliefs. The money in your bank account right now is not a solid, unchangeable fact. It's a snapshot of which quantum possibilities you've been focusing on. Change your focus, change your observation, and you literally change the quantum possibilities that collapse into your reality. This is not just a theory. This is not woo-woo. The same quantum principles that make your smartphone work, that power quantum computers, that drive our most advanced technology, are all at play in every aspect of your life. You're not separate from these quantum laws. You're an active participant in them. Every thought you think is sending ripples through the quantum field. Every belief you hold is collapsing specific possibilities into your reality. When you understand this, you realize that poverty is not a fixed state. It's a particular observation of reality that you can shift. Wealth is not something that happens to lucky people. It's a specific collapse of quantum possibilities that you can learn to create. Your financial reality is not happening to you, it's happening through you. The universe is not solid, it's not fixed, it is a fluid, responsive field of infinite possibilities waiting for you to collapse them into reality through your observation. This is not magical thinking, this is quantum physics. And once you understand this, once you really grasp that your reality is as changeable as your thoughts, you'll never look at your financial situation the same way again. Everything in the universe operates on frequency. Your thoughts, your emotions, your body, they're all vibrating at specific frequencies right now. Money itself has a frequency. Wealth has a frequency. Prosperity has a frequency. This isn't a mystical mumbo jumbo. This is physics. When you understand how to align your personal frequency with the frequency of wealth, manifestation becomes as natural as gravity. But here's what makes this truly fascinating. Your brain has a built-in manifestation machine called the reticular activating system. Right now, this bundle of neural tissue is filtering through millions of pieces of information, deciding what to bring to your attention. Have you ever noticed how when you decide to buy a certain car, suddenly you see that car everywhere? That's your reticular activating system at work. It's highlighting what matches your conscious intentions. When you're vibrating at the frequency of lack, your reticular activating system shows evidence of lack everywhere you look. Bills pile up, expenses appear out of nowhere, opportunities slip away. But when you shift your frequency to wealth consciousness, this same system starts highlighting opportunities, connections, and possibilities you've been blind to all along. The opportunities didn't suddenly appear, you just became attuned to their frequency. Your neural pathways are like highways in your brain. Every time you think a thought, you strengthen that pathway. And most people have superhighways built around thoughts like, I can't afford that, or money is hard to come by, and thus they experience extreme forms of poverty. These neural pathways become so strong that they run on autopilot, creating the same financial reality over and over again. But here's the revolutionary truth. You can build new neural pathways. You can literally rewire your brain for wealth. Think of your current financial reality as just a radio station that you tuned into. You've been listening to Struggle FM for so long that you think it's the only station that's broadcasting. But all around you on different frequencies, Abundance Radio is playing loud and clear. The music of prosperity is filling the airwaves. You don't need to create wealth, you just need to tune into its frequency. This is where limited consciousness comes in. Your current financial situation is not a reflection of your potential. It's a reflection of your consciousness bandwidth. It's like trying to download abundance through a dial-up connection when high-speed prosperity is available. Breaking through limited consciousness is not about thinking positive thoughts. It's about expanding your bandwidth to receive higher frequencies. The process is simple but profound. Every time you catch yourself vibrating at the frequency of lack, stop, take a breath, consciously choose to tune into the frequency of abundance. Now, this is hard if you're in an extreme level of poverty. You're sitting in your car, you have no place to live. So you must use the power of your imagination. Right now, if you're sitting in your car and you have no place to live, you're just on vacation. It's a journey, it's an adventure. Give yourself a new way of evaluating your situation. It is only temporary, whatever you're going through. When your reticular activating system shows you evidence of scarcity, acknowledge it and deliberately look for evidence of abundance instead. You will find it, because whatever you look for, you find. When those old neural pathways of poverty consciousness try to run on autopilot, consciously choose to build up new pathways of prosperity. Your brain does not know the difference between what's real and what is imagined. When you consistently imagine yourself in a state of abundance, your neural pathways begin to adapt. Your reticular activating system starts seeking evidence to support this new reality. Your vibrational frequency naturally rises to match your conscious intentions. This is how you break through limited consciousness, not by fighting against poverty, but by consistently tuning into the frequency of wealth. Not by trying to figure everything out with your logical mind, but by aligning your entire being with the vibration of abundance. Not by struggling to manifest money, but by becoming a natural conductor for prosperity. The mechanics of manifestation are not mysterious. They're operating through you right now, whether you're conscious of them or not. The only question is, which frequency are you choosing to broadcast? Which reality are you training your reticular activating system to highlight? Which neural pathways are you strengthening with your daily thoughts and emotions? Another mind-bending aspect of quantum physics is that particles can exist in multiple places at once. They only collapse into a single position when observed. Your thoughts are not just abstract concepts floating in your mind, they create measurable electromagnetic frequencies. Scientists can now detect and measure the electromagnetic fields produced by your brain. Every thought of lack, every worry about money, every fear about your future creates a specific frequency. Every thought of abundance, though, every feeling of gratitude, every vision of wealth also creates a frequency. Let me share something profound. What we have been talking about was really never about money. Money is just a physical symbol of something far deeper. True prosperity is not about having millions in the bank. It's about expanding your consciousness to the point where abundance becomes your natural state of being. Think about that oak tree in full bloom. It doesn't struggle. It doesn't strain to produce leaves. It simply exists in a state of natural abundance, expressing its full potential without hesitation or apology. That's true prosperity, not just having more, but being more. The material wealth you've been seeking is just a side effect. The real treasure is who you become. Every limiting belief you break through, every fear you transform, every moment you choose abundance over scarcity. You're not just changing your bank balance, you're changing your energetic DNA. You're rewriting the prosperity story, not just for yourself, but for your entire lineage. The change we're creating here is not temporary. We're not just learning techniques or strategies, we're activating a new level of consciousness that can never be reversed. Once you've expanded your prosperity consciousness, you can never fully contract back to your old limitation. Just as a butterfly cannot return to its chrysalis, you can't go back to your old scarcity mindset. Your new reality is already here. I want you to focus on a reality of abundance and collapse it from potential into particle. It exists right now in the quantum field, and every time you choose to see abundance instead of lack, every time you take aligned action despite fear, every time you broadcast the frequency of prosperity, you're not creating this reality. You're stepping into what already exists. This moment right now is crucial. What you do in the next 24 hours will determine whether this becomes another nice idea or the turning point of your entire financial life. So here are your immediate action steps. First, the moment you leave here, before doubt can creep in, I want you to write down your prosperity declaration. Make it bold, make it specific, make it feel both exciting and terrifying. This is your energetic stake in the ground. Second, look at your schedule for tomorrow and find 3 actions you can take that broadcast the frequency of wealth. Maybe it's finally opening that investment account. Maybe it's making that bold business proposal. Maybe it's clearing out your space to welcome abundance. Do not let the sun set tomorrow without taking these actions. And third, make a long-term commitment not just to having more money, but to becoming a prosperity pioneer. This is not just about you. Every person who sees you transforms because they are aware of what's possible for them. Every time you break through a financial ceiling, you create an energetic pathway for others to follow. Understand the ripple effect of what we're doing right now. When you shift your prosperity consciousness, you shift the field for your entire family. Your children will inherit your expanded consciousness. instead of your limitations. Your relationships will reflect your new frequency. Your very presence will become an invitation for others to step into their abundance. This is your mission, not just to get rich, but to become living proof of what's possible. And you've reached this desperate time of extreme poverty. If I'm talking to you, if you're in that situation, then it's a perfect place to move beyond that, to be an example. You can say to others, I was there. I struggled. I had a penny in my pocket and that's all I had. I had no home. I was homeless. Whatever your story is, I'm there with you right now. You are not alone. You are an example of what's possible, and you can be whatever you want to be. You can have whatever you want to have. And you have placed yourself in this situation on purpose because you have a divine soul that knows exactly what it's doing, and you can be an example for others. To demonstrate that financial freedom isn't just for the lucky few, that it's the natural state that we have been talked out of. The universe has been waiting for this moment. Everything you've experienced, every financial struggle, every setback, every moment of doubt is preparing you for right now. You are not here by accident. You're here because you're ready to make this quantum leap. I certainly considered expanding this discussion to give you examples of the law of attraction, the law of assumption, the law of divine timing and correspondence, dealing with setbacks and negative influences and self-doubt, and understanding the breakthrough process, how you can reach beyond your current situation. You can find that in my other episodes. And I know I'm a broken record. I know I say this stuff all the time on my podcast, but it's important to me. If you listen to me regularly, I want you to take a little moment and understand how much I want this for you. I want you to be okay. I want you to be not just okay, but happy and thriving and abundant. It is so important to me that you let go of this feeling of lack, this hopelessness, this belief that you can't have what you want. And I want you to experience an avalanche of abundance. The universe has been waiting for this moment, the moment when you finally say yes to prosperity, not a hesitant yes, not a let me think about it yes, but a full-bodied, absolutely certain, no turning back yes to the abundance that is your natural state. The time for waiting is over. The time for preparation is done. The time for hesitation has passed. Right now, in this moment, you have everything you need to begin your prosperity journey, even if it's just a penny. Your only choice is this: will you continue to accept your current financial reality as truth, or will you rise up right now and declare a new truth? The universe is waiting for your signal. Your future wealth is waiting for your decision. Generations of your family line are waiting for you to break the cycle. What is your answer? Stand up right now. No, I mean it. Stand up right now and feel the energy of possibility coursing through your body. Take a deep breath and declare with me: I choose prosperity. I choose abundance. I choose to become a living example of what's possible. And I begin right now. Welcome to your new reality. Welcome to your true abundant nature. Welcome to the prosperity movement. Welcome to the reality revolution. Conclusion. As we conclude this journey through the principles of prosperity and abundance, let's reflect on the profound truth that I have woven through each of these teachings. You are, and have always been, the source of your prosperity. Throughout these chapters, we've explored how prosperity isn't just about accumulating wealth. It's about transforming your fundamental relationship with abundance itself. From understanding the integral laws that govern prosperity to discovering how to magnetize money into your life, you've learned that true abundance begins with an inner shift in consciousness. We began with that understanding that your prosperity begins with you, and through each subsequent teaching, this truth has been deepened and expanded. You've discovered how to reverse financial adversity not through external manipulation, but through inner transformation. You've learned that money is not the master, but merely the servant of consciousness. It's only money, after all, and you are the creator of your experience of it. The journey from extreme poverty to unlimited abundance isn't just about a physical transition, it's a spiritual awakening to your true nature as a creator. By understanding the money enigma, you've learned to see beyond the surface appearance of financial circumstances to the deeper spiritual principles at work. Through these principles, you've learned that you are prosperous and that your riches are inevitable. Remember, the fact that you are the source of your prosperity isn't just a motivational statement. I have proven to you repeatedly here, it is a fundamental truth about the nature of reality itself. You create your reality through your consciousness, your beliefs, and your understanding of these universal principles. The power has always been within you. These teachings have simply helped you recognize and activate it. As you move forward from here, carry with you the knowledge that prosperity isn't something you need to chase or pursue. It's something you allow to flow through you by aligning with these universal principles. Your relationship with money can be one of ease, joy, and natural abundance because you understand that you are not at the mercy of external circumstances. You are the creator of your financial reality. The transformation that you've begun through these teachings does not end here. Each day brings new opportunities to apply these principles, to deepen your understanding and to expand your prosperity consciousness. Remember, every moment is a new beginning, every challenge is an opportunity for growth, and every financial situation is a chance to demonstrate your mastery of these principles. You are the source. You are the creator. You are the one who determines the flow of abundance in your life. As you integrate these teachings into your daily life, watch as your external reality begins to reflect your new understanding of prosperity. The secrets of prosperity, money, and abundance are no longer secrets to you. They are living principles that you can apply to create the abundant life you deserve and desire. Let this not be the end, but a new beginning in your journey of prosperity consciousness. The power is yours, the abundance is infinite, and the time to claim your prosperity is now.
We return you now to your local announcement.